Drive the Majlis on wheels, the BMW 7 Series. Arrive in style, in comfort, and right on time. Enjoy festive offers on the BMW 7 Series.
ये आजकल के बिजनेसमैन भी ना छोटे सपने तो देखते ही नहीं। अब अनमोल को ही ले लो, 4 साल से जानता हूँ उसे, टैक्स कंसल्टेंट हूँ उसका।
2 क्लॉज है ना साहब, मुझे समझ में नहीं आया।
उसने गारमेंट शॉप खोल दी, केबल फैक्ट्री डाल दी, प्रॉपर्टीज भी छोड़ दी, पर मजाल है कि बिजनेस का पैशन थोड़ा भी कम हुआ।
10,000 मीटर, सॉरी मैंने टाइम देखा ही नहीं सब।
न चैन से रहता है न रहने देता है, दिन रात सुबह शाम बस कॉल कॉल और कॉल। राकेश जी रिटर्न्स फाइल कब करोगे? ईवे बिल कैसे? अब आपसे नहीं पूछूंगा तो किससे पूछूंगा कहता है ना, तो पता चल ही जाता है कि कितना भरोसा करता है वो मुझ पर। इसलिए सोच रहा हूं कुछ दूं उसे, जो न सिर्फ उसके बड़े बड़े सपनों के काम आए, बल्कि मेरे काम को भी थोड़ा आसान बनाए।
पेश है टैली प्राइम, टेक्नोलॉजी में एक नया नाम जो बढ़ाए आपके बिजनेस की शान। आजमा के देखिए आज ही।
For over 6 generations, we have been serving our customers what matters to them most. Year after year, generation after generation, we've been able to present premium quality with best prices for our valuable customers. Welcome to IFCO. From our headquarters in Dubai, we oversee 80 world-class operations across 40 countries on 5 continents. Adding flavour to your life is what we pride on, and we do it best through our wide range of product segments. Whether it's sufficient movement by sea, extensive transportation by road, or expertise in procurement, handling and storage, we stay on top of our game to get our quality products from farms to your table as swiftly and smoothly as possible. Meanwhile, IFCO's professional products and services segment was specifically created to craft specialized ingredients for specific channels. To ensure that you have the right product for your business, our quality team ensures that each of our consignments is subjected to a thorough and rigorous quality control regime at every step of the process. Our state-of-the-art facilities help us to achieve this, because innovation and R&D lie at the heart of IFCO. And that's why for over 45 years we've anticipated needs and delivered above expectations to earn the confidence of our customers.
We are HLB Hampton. As a member of the award-winning Global Advisory and Accounting Network, HLB International. We've come a long way since our regional presence was first established in 1999. Now, over 20 years later, HLB Hampt has emerged as the foremost and preferred business advisor in the UAE and the Middle East, with 7 offices across Abu Dhabi, Dubai and the Northern Emirates, 250 plus professionals and 3,000 plus clients, from SMEs to large corporates, including Fortune 500 listed companies. HLB Hampt helps business owners achieve borderless growth in the local region and beyond, by offering award-winning services across all verticals that combine technological innovation and human collaboration. HLB Hampt, Together, we make it happen.
UHY James Chartered Accountants, led by Mr. James Matthew, is the exclusive member form of UHY International in the UAE. Headquartered in the UK, spread across 101 countries, 330 business centers, with over 8,500 professionals. UHY International is the 18th largest accounting network globally, with audit advisory, task, risk assurance, technology, and cybersecurity services. UHY James is proudly one of the 17 regulated auditors with DFSA and ADGM. 150 years of practice among 5 partners. UHY James Chartered Accountants is committed to your growth story.
Our team of over 100 highly qualified and experienced professionals are committed to add value to your business. Upcoming corporate tax in the UAE, transfer pricing, international taxation, economic substance regulation, country-by-country reporting. Emirates Chartered Accountants Group started the journey in 2005 by a team of finance professionals. United Auditing is the audit division of Emirates Chartered Accountants Group, an ISO 9001:2015 certified company, with branches all across the UAE and Bahrain, UK and India. Auditing and assurance, taxation, transaction advisory, mergers and acquisition, accounting and bookkeeping, CFO services, corporate finance, company incorporation. Emirates Chartered Accountants Group, ready to serve you.
Dad, see what I've made!
Wow, that looks like our new home, huh?
It's as simple as this to make your dream home come true with Bank of Baroda. Easy home loans in UAE and India with simple procedures, quick approvals and low interest rates.
Dad, let's go for a drive in a new car!
Let's go!
Drive your dream car with Bank of Baroda. Speedy car loans at low interest rates. Imagine it and it can be yours. Bank of Baroda, India's international bank.
कोई है ही नहीं
पूरा बॉक्स होना चाहिए था यहाँ आप इसको पैकिंग कर दो अभी लाइट ऑफ करवा ना पीछे की भीड़ आ जाएगी सरन ऑफ पिलर ऑफ इधर से ये आपकी पत्तियां अंदर है, पत्तियों को बाहर निकाल दो और कपूर को थोड़ा आगे खिसका लो। सुन गुड है, देखो फैमिली ग्रुप में भेजने लायक स्टोन ऑन अरे फुल नहीं आया ना वो ये क्यों बंद कर दी इसको तो चला ठीक है आप राजी अब थैंक यू मैंने अब चेंज मत कराना भाई, मेरे पैसे ही इतनी बढ़िया ऊपर नीचे हो रहे हैं सारे, क्योंकि लिखना पड़ता है ना सारा।
एक मिनट 2 मिनट। ये
का नाम क्या हो गया, बर्थडे का कुछ हो गया,
कैट से कनेक्ट हो गया।
कैट से कनेक्ट है ये ना,
ये सब इधर भी ये
क्या है रोहित,
एक साथ गिर जाए।
जीजी का ओ भाई उतरो उतरो, टेप पे चोट।
Recording in progress.
क्या हो गया? एम्बेसडर अभी तक आया नहीं है, वो देख रहे हैं, अभी तक कोई आया नहीं। एम्बेसडर
അവിടെ ഇപ്പുറത്താ ഓടിയ യെസ് മേഡം वेट
सर इसको बंद नहीं करना पड़ेगा,
बंद नहीं करना पड़ेगा ऐसा, बस इतना कर सकते हैं, इतना करेगा बस। हाँ क्लिक करना होता है।
The mic will be here. We speak from here.
Yes.
Okay.
No walking and talking, right? Or only at the
Oh,
podium?
if you want, we can give you a.
I think I prefer like the so that I don't have to be there
Headset, I
because
think easier, no? So that
I have a presentation,
Which
so
is,
it's easier to show. And do you also have a remote or?
I'm just doing that only. Just give me like.
No problem. We are right here. Whenever you're ready, just tell us. Yeah. Bother you.
उसको बोलो पीपीटी डालो. नो प्रॉब्लम.
एम्बेसडर वेट कर रहा है गुरु. एम्बेसडर वेट कर रहा है.
एम्बेसडर आया नहीं ना.
नहीं वर्चुअल है.
वर्चुअली मालूम है पर आया नहीं अभी.
वो कह रहा है आ गया.
कौन आ गया?
भाई आ गया. आ गए. बंद करो इसको फटाफट. 5:19 is this time. सबको अंदर बिठा लो सीढ़ी के. हाँ हाँ बुलाओ एम्बेसडर भाई साहब. ये बंद कर दो यार. यस 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 बंद करो.
ओके एक सेकंड.
मनी मनी कॉल मनी. मेरा फोटो. हेलो 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 हेलो. जय जय कैन यू प्लीज कॉल एवरीबडी इनसाइड. Mr. Bhupendra Chaube, Honorable President of ICI India, Dr. Debashish Mitra, Honorable Vice President, eminent speakers, members, fellow friends, a very good afternoon to all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are privileged that His Excellency Sanjay Sudhir, the Ambassador of India to UAE, has kindly accepted to address us virtually since he is suffering from COVID. To introduce our chief guest of the day, I would like to invite our Vice Chairman, CA Harikishan Rakawat, on stage.
We stay on top of our game to get our quality products from farms to your table as swiftly and smoothly.
Chief Guest, His Excellency Sanjay Sudhir, Managing Committee, past Chairman, Speakers and members, a very good evening to all of you. I think Ambassador of India to UAE is already online and he's waiting for us, so I will give my speech later on. Rather, I will introduce our Excellency Sanjay Sudhir. Actually, I am honored and privileged to introduce our chief guest, His Excellency Sanjay Sudhir, Ambassador of India to UAE. His Excellency Sanjay Sudhir joined the Indian Foreign Service in 1993. He served as High Commissioner of India to the Maldives from March 2019 to October 2021. Prior to this, he was Head of International Cooperation Division at the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, New Delhi. In a diplomatic career of 3 decades, His Excellency Sanjay Sudhir has done 6 overseas postings. These include Consul General of India in Sydney, Counselor at the Permanent Mission of India to the World Trade Organization, Geneva, Head of the Economic and Commercial Wing at the Indian High Commission, Colombo. His Excellency Sanjay Sudhir holds a bachelor's degree of technology from IIT New Delhi and has pursued diplomatic studies at Oxford University, UK. In international trade, His Excellency Sanjay Sudhir has done certificate course on TRIPS agreement and public health, WTO dispute settlement as well. In the field of energy, he has been director on the board of ONGC, Oil India Limited and Indian Strategic Petroleum Reserves Limited. He is currently an associate editor on the editorial board of OPEC Energy Review. His list of assignments is endless, so I will stop here and request all of you to put your hands together to welcome His Excellency Sanjay Sudhir, Ambassador of India to UAE.
C. Anurag Chaturvedi, Chairman ICI Dubai Chapter, Committee members of ICI Dubai, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I wish to congratulate ICI Dubai Chapter on its Ruby anniversary. It's indeed a big day. There is no doubt that the world and India are going through a revolution where technology is playing an exponentially prominent role. As Klaus Schwab said at the World Economic Forum in Davos in 2015, the world is going through the 4th industrial revolution. Fundamental shifts are taking place, and modern smart technology, large-scale machine-to-machine communication, and the Internet of Things are fundamentally changing global production, operation of supply networks, as well as consumption. It is changing the way we experience and know the world around us. Without realizing as much, we are entering an augmented social reality compared to just the natural senses and industrial ability of humans alone. For the Government of India, it has been a conscious choice to promote technology as an important means for inclusive growth. You will all recall the JAM trilogy, which Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi's government started in 2014. The Jan Dhan bank accounts with zero balance, Aadhaar and mobile, which became integral features of inclusive growth, which at that time was called Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. Of course, that mission is now expanded to Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas, Sabka Prayas, as we move along our development process. Today, I'll focus my remarks more on CEPA, the Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, which was signed on 18th of February during a virtual summit between our leaders, Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi and His Highness Crown Prince of Abu Dhabi, Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan. I'll focus on the benefits and opportunities of CEPA, but it is important to understand the context because an agreement as significant as CEPA cannot be seen in isolation. Most of you have been in the UAE for considerable periods, and you have seen the growth of our relationship. You would have also seen that in the last about 8 years, the strengthening of our relationship, its deepening and broadening, has been particularly significant. Mr. Modi has already visited the UAE thrice, and His Highness the Crown Prince of Abu Dhabi has visited India twice. You would recall that during his state visit to New Delhi in 2017, when he was also the chief guest for our Republic Day celebrations, our two countries signed a comprehensive strategic partnership agreement. That was indeed a landmark agreement to be signed because there was a clear meeting of minds between our leaders that our relationship needs to be made more comprehensive as well as strategic. Since then, our time-tested relationship has blossomed into strong and multifaceted bilateral cooperation, positively affecting the lives of millions of our people. CEPA has added to that comprehensive dimension of our partnership. In the last 2 months, more pillars of governance have got connected on both sides. Speaker of Lok Sabha, Shri Om Birla, accompanied by a group of 6 MPs, made his first ever official visit in February this year, thereby connecting our legislatures. Earlier in March, our Chief Justice of Supreme Court, Justice N.V. Ramana, made his first official visit by any Chief Justice of India, thereby connecting another pillar of governance, that is the judiciary. You would also recall that during the virtual summit on 18th of February, our leaders unveiled a vision document. The vision document is a roadmap agreed to by our leaders on how our partnership will progress in the years and decades to come. The document is in public domain, and you will see that it has specific focus on new and emerging areas such as sustainability, climate action, innovation, startups, digitization, food and energy security, health, fintech, and skilling. The CEPA and the vision document certainly make our partnership that is future ready. I'm very sure that CEPA will usher in a paradigm shift in our relations. Trade is already doing well, but our mutual commitment and effort is for it to do even better. As you all know, India has been UAE's second largest trading partner and the largest export destination. For us, the UAE is India's third largest trading partner and the second largest export destination. Some months back, Prime Minister had set a target of boosting exports to US $400 billion for the financial year 21-22. This was indeed a very ambitious target, considering that we are still affected by COVID. Just a week back, that ambitious target was achieved, and the UAE had a major role to play in that because UAE alone accounts for about $26 billion worth of exports. Investments are also doing well, and the UAE is the largest Arab or Gulf investor in India. I'm very sure that CEPA will open up new investment opportunities for both sides. What is also noteworthy about signing CEPA is that while economies around the world are stuttering in this COVID situation, the 6th largest world economy, that is India, and the 2nd largest Arab economy, that is the UAE, have signed a comprehensive trade deal. This shows the signs of optimism, and why not? UAE has just successfully hosted Expo 2020 in Dubai. There couldn't be a better place for this. CEPA will allow India to take advantage of the UAE as a global logistical center with technically advanced storage facilities that can distribute goods on a global scale. More exports and investments will result in more jobs in both countries, and certainly it will be a boon for the service sector which you represent. There are many firsts about CEPA, and I would like to share a few of them. CEPA is the fastest FTA to be negotiated between any two countries ever. It took barely 3 months, actually just 88 days for conclusion. CEPA is the first bilateral trade agreement between UAE and any other country. And you would have heard that just yesterday, the UAE signed its second CEPA with Israel, with Dr. Thani Ziodi, the Minister of State for International Trade in Tel Aviv for that purpose. As far as India is concerned, CEPA is the first comprehensive trade agreement which we have signed in about a decade. It is also the first bilateral trade agreement India has with any country in the Middle East and North Africa region. It is also for the first time in a trade agreement that there is a separate annex on pharmaceuticals. There is also a separate chapter on digital economy, which vindicates the fact of how important technology is to our overall economy these days. I'm glad that you are also focusing on this issue of technology and how it's impacting our lives and our economy. During the last few days, our Commerce and Industries Minister Shri Piyush Goyal was in the UAE to participate in the World Government Summit in Investopia and India's National Honor Day celebrations at Dubai Expo. Another significant thing happened, which was the sharing of the CEPA document in public domain on last Sunday, on 27th of March, so that businesses could see the document in detail and work out how they could take advantage of CEPA and also support its implementation. I'm sure that your teams would have also done a good study on CEPA. As you would have seen, UAE has offered zero duty from day one of entry into force of the agreement, accounting for 90% of India's exports to the UAE in value terms. We expect entry into force in just about a month from now, that is on 1st May. UAE has also offered overall duty elimination on over 97% of its tariff lines, corresponding to 99% of India's exports in value terms. Currently, much of India's exports of $26 billion are subject to 5% import duty. We are very hopeful that CEPA will help growth of Indian exports, particularly in labor-intensive sectors such as gems and jewelry, textiles, sport goods, engineering products, and others. CEPA is a full and deep agreement which covers trade in goods, rules of origin, trade in services, technical barriers to trade, dispute settlement mechanism, IPR, digital trade, and several other areas. In the services sector, UAE has offered 111 subsectors to India as compared to 100 subsectors offered by India to the UAE. Substantial gains for India would be in computer-related services, education services, health services, tourism and travel-related services, and several other business services. I have a simple point to make. When trade increases, so does investment. During the visit of Shri Piyush Goyal, we also had two business roundtables. One was a roundtable dedicated to startups, which was held in ADGM in Abu Dhabi. And the other one was a roundtable in Dubai Expo between big Indian business persons, about 25 of them representing CIA and FICCI, and about 25 big names from the UAE. This roundtable focused on investments in multiple sectors. When investments happen, of course, chartered accountants have a key role to play. Who else can have a better understanding of Indian laws and tax structures than you all? I urge you all to make your contribution in promoting UAE investments into India and vice versa. The CEPA document, combined with the high-level task force on investments co-chaired by Sheikh Hamid of ADIA and Shri Piyush Goyal, our Commerce Minister, are perhaps the ideal institutional framework for businesses and investment to grow and for ICAI to play a key role as a catalyst and also as an accelerator. We look up to the CA community here for your valuable contribution. Before concluding, I wish to acknowledge your good work in supporting the Indian Consulate in Dubai and the Indian community in general during very difficult days of the pandemic. We always count on your support. I thank you all. Have a wonderful evening. You seem to have lined up a lot of food for thought, and I think a lot of food as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, His Excellency Sanjay Sudhirji, for taking us through the importance of Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, which is called CEPA. Let us have a big round of applause for our chief guest. Now, I would like to invite our immediate past chairman, C. Sundar Nurani, chairman C. Anurag Chaturvedi, and vice chairman C. Harikishan Rakawat to present the memento to our chief guest of the day, His Excellency who addresses virtually as he was suffering from COVID.
Thank you very much. Had I not tested positive a week back, I would have been in your midst in Dubai. But I really appreciate your sentiments.
So thank you very much for accepting the invite, and we look forward to welcome you in our upcoming events. And we would love to have this grace of your gracious presence and your remarks. So thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. And all the best to you all. Bye.
We often hear that all our dreams can come true if we have the courage to pursue them. And also very well said by His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, success is not final, failure is not fatal, it is the courage to continue that counts. Yes, I had a dream. Yes, I had a courage to envision addressing our beloved fraternity members from this prestigious dais of our chapter, and that too as a secretary, which is a vital position for any organization and to keep together the entire team. Today, my dream has come true, and I am truly honored to stand before you. It's a proud moment, and I am incredibly grateful to all of you to provide me this excellent opportunity to open the inaugural event of our newly elected committee as a secretary. Chief guest of the day, His Excellency Sanjay Sudhir ji, Ambassador of India to UAE, guest of honor, Mr. Bhupendra Chaube, Honorable President of ICI India, CA Dr. Debashish Mitra, Honorable Vice President of ICI India, CA Niket Talati, eminent speakers of the day, Ms. Swati Rohit and Mr. Yogesh Chaudhary, fellow members, their spouses, seniors in the profession, past chairmen, friends, guests, and my colleagues in the managing committee, a very warm good evening to all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, I firmly believe a little progress each day adds up to big results. When I look back 3.5 years, I started my journey as an executive member, and then last year discharged my duties as treasurer under the able leadership of CA Mahmood Bangara, CA Anish Mehta, and CA Sundar Nurani. I once again wish to take this opportunity to thank each and every member and senior leaders of our chapter who placed their relentless trust in me throughout these 3.5 years. I expect this kind of love and continued support from all of you. During my tenure on the managing committee, I feel satisfied that I was able to contribute to the chapter's success. Out of many initiatives and deliverables, some of the important achievements are continuous knowledge sharing through technical events and the release of chapter's annual text journal, bringing subject matter experts and introducing new innovative learning themes, effective utilization of members' funds, arranged oxygen cylinders, concentrators during the second wave of COVID-19 pandemic in India under the Breath for India initiative, to actively involve our women members, conceptualized and successfully conducted the first ever women cricket tournament, worked hand in hand with the committee during the tough times of the pandemic and made sincere efforts to ensure that our chapter's membership base remained over 2,500. And for that, I would like to sincerely thankful to you guys and many much more such initiative. I was a team player in the growth and optimistic perspective of previous managing committee, and I wish to continue to be a vital contributor to the success story of the existing committee and in the years to come. Members, on behalf of the managing committee, I assure you that as representative of yours, our focus will always be on the core objective of our chapter and the profession. The actual value of professional bodies can only really be gauged at when we consider a word without them. Being a professional body, we have a crucial role in ensuring that our members can seize the opportunities and squarely meet the challenges. Sharing knowledge and inspiration is also equally important in our professional province. It can foster vision in others and strengthen professional ties. When we share with others, it helps deepen our knowledge and ingrains what we know, and this adds to the goodwill. It is marvelous to look in this room, seeing the best of the best from the accounting world and the global organization gathered here. There is so much energy in that room, and it makes me confident that ICAI, which means all of us together, will face the enormous challenges of the future. I have a duty to recognize our sponsors who always support us. We are happy to inform you that a few new sponsors have come forward to support us. Thanks to our title sponsor, Saudi German Health, principal sponsor, Pan Emirates AGMC, platinum sponsor, Emirates Chartered Accountant Group, WMS, and FMCG partner, Agathia. Many thanks to our existing sponsors for their continued support and encouragement. Principal sponsors, Tele, Lulu, IFCO, platinum sponsors, UHY James, HLB Hunt, media partner, College Times, institutional partner, Delhi Private School, and banking partner, Bank of Baroda. I am happy to announce that our principal sponsor, Tele, has launched a program for the benefit of the members of our chapter. For members who are into bookkeeping services, this initiative is called Bosses of Bookkeeping, which aim to empower you and your business. Tele will help you list your business on its website and promote this platform against its 60,000 plus customers across GCC. It is indeed a great pleasure and exposure that will give a boost to your business at zero investment. We highly recommend our bookkeeper friends to register their interest with Tele, and you can visit their stall at the entrance gate. Thank you very much. A big round of applause. We have seen that all new beginnings start with the lighting of the lamp. A lamp signifies purity, goodness, good luck, and power. Now I request our Chairman C. Anurag Chaturvedi, Vice Chairman C. Harikishan Rakawat, Treasurer C. Jay Prakash Agrawal, immediate past Chairman C. Sundar Nurani, and past Chairman Anish Mehta on the stage for lighting of the lamp. Thank you very much. To start the session, today we have with us our eminent speaker, Ms. Swati Rohit, founder and CEO of Health Basics. She is a live example of women empowerment. And to introduce her, I would like to invite a person who is always conscious about the fitness of body and mind and a good team player. Our ExCom member, Shri Rishi Chawla, on the stage, please.
Thank you, Secretary Saab. Before I start, I'd like to talk a little bit about the unicorns. I read a very interesting quote which says, wherever they have come from and wherever they will go, a true unicorn lives in a dreamer's heart. To talk about it, we have a very eminent speaker, Swati Rohit, who is going to talk to us about your quest to make a unicorn. She's a founder and CEO of Health Basics, a platform with a mission to transform pediatric healthcare in leading better health every day and every moment every day. She's a mechanical engineer from University of Virginia. She has a very strong background. She served as a CEO of SNR Sons Trust for 12 years, which was founded well back in 1970, and it runs a hospital with 1,000 beds. That's great. She was also a founder ex-CEO of SOCO. She was also a past chair of FICCI ladies organization Young Indians. And what actually caught my attention the most is that at Young Indians, she launched national initiative, which is a gift on organ platform in 42 cities. And she set a Guinness World Record for having the maximum number of sign-ups in 8 hours. So that's great. So without taking much time, I'd like to request Swati to join me on the stage and take it up from here. With big round of applause.
Good evening, everybody. I'm super excited to be here and to see so many people here. Before I got to Dubai, actually, I called a couple of my friends and they were telling me it was spring break, so I thought, the turnout would be great, but this is amazing. So many of you, 800 people. First, I'd like to thank Anurag and the entire executive committee for having us. A big round of applause for putting this entire event together. So, in fact, when Anurag called me and he was like, listen, this is who we are and this is who you'll be addressing. So I looked at him and I said, Anurag, really? These guys are some of the smartest people and what am I going to come and talk to them about? So he said, listen, talk a little bit about health, but we really want to hear about the startup ecosystem. And today I'll primarily be talking about my journey a little bit. So you might look at me today here on stage, might have read a little bit, and I think also Rishi gave a really fantastic introduction about me. I wanted to meet myself after his introduction, so thank you for that. But so you might look at me and say, what is she going to do? Make us do, like fitness, talk about health. not really. You know what? Like all of you, I also struggle on a daily basis. I promise you, I have a desk job, and this Apple Watch makes me feel very guilty every day, right? Somehow, whatever I do, by 4 p.m., I look at it, it says 2,000 steps, right? And we're all supposed to do 10,000. So God help me, I'm still trying to get up there. It requires me to go back home and exercise, so all of us are there. But I promise you, I'm not going to talk today too much about health, and talk to you a little bit about my journey. I'm actually born and brought up in a small city called Coimbatore. Coimbatore is an industrial city. So I think a lot of you might have heard about it because you would have probably driven on the way to Ooty, or I think off late it's become very popular thanks to Sadhguru Jaggi Vasudev. So that's where his ashram is. So that's the reason a lot of people come to Coimbatore. But Coimbatore was a sleepy industrial city, grew up there, was a mechanical engineer by education, and I struggled and worked in manufacturing for 5 years only to realize that I was not good at manufacturing. I didn't enjoy it. So that's when actually one of these incidents, one of these life-transforming incidents actually happened to me. I gave birth to my son 16 years ago, this was. And when I gave birth to him, a very unfortunate incident set me back, and I ended up spending a whole year in the ICU. So while I was lying in this ICU, I saw, like hundreds of patients come in and go, and I kept wondering, when will I go home? And it actually gave me a very interesting outlook to, how it happens in a hospital. I don't know, I hope to God none of you have been hospitalized and ever have to be, but if you went to a hospital today and you looked at how a patient is treated, right? Except the patient, you feel like everybody else is important there. The doctor is so important, the people who are attending to you seem to know everything. Somehow nobody informs the patient of anything. We're always struggling, wondering what is going on, what's going to happen to me. So I always wonder why it is that in every other service industry, the customer is very important, but except in healthcare, the customer is careless, and there's always this whole mystery on what is the doctor going to do next to me, what's going to happen to me. So while I was in this ICU bed, I have a very interesting story. So this nurse is like, there was a pregnant lady who came in, and she was in a lot of pain, and she was, a lot of noise and crying and shouting. So the lady goes, "Look at that lady there in bed number 2. She's going to die, and she's not saying anything. Why are you shouting so much?" And I thought to myself, oh my God, I'm bed number 2. Am I ever going to get out? And that is how today, you see how nursing care is. Nobody really pays attention to the patient and actually how a patient feels. And I came out of that experience thinking, if there's one thing I learned from this ICU experience, I don't want anybody to go through what I went through. So that's how I started in healthcare, how a mechanical engineer actually ended up in healthcare. And I said, I'm going to go out there and fix only one thing. And if I can fix one thing, that is how nursing care actually treats a patient and makes them feel better and not worse about themselves or in a scary situation. So that's how I started my healthcare journey. And I ended up running that hospital after 12 years, so rose to become the COO. I actually left healthcare to start something on my own in children's health. And so that's when I first came in contact with the whole, the startup ecosystem. Today, so much is being said about the startup ecosystem, right? I think you heard a lot about IPOs, you keep talking about unicorns all the time. Sounds like a super glamorous industry. So I said, hey, I want to be part of that glamorous industry, so let's give it a shot. So what can I do? What am I good at? So I said, all right, healthcare, and I was really passionate about children's health. I'll come to it in the end on, why children's health. But so I started up and said, okay, I'm also going to launch a startup, like everybody else does, raised a seed round, and I said, all right, let's launch this. How exciting this industry looks from the outside. Let's get in it and see what, is really going on in there. And so this is actually a very good representation of how the startup, how mainstream it's become in India. Everybody talks about startups. You go to a little tea shop in a tier 3 city or a village, and they're talking about startups, right? Like you see in that image, there's somebody selling, I think I forget what he's selling, but I think pens or something, and he's using a Paytm, you know. You can actually use a phone pay or a Paytm today to pay for it. So that's how mainstream it's become. Digital, you know, payments has become so mainstream. So I'll start off with a few statistics about how startups are. You know, 1 in 8 companies today in India that's, you know, getting incorporated is actually a startup. And, but just under 1/10 of them actually get funding. So many startups today starting up, everybody's with this whole idea of building, right? Building for Bharat, building for the world. But only 1/10 of these companies actually even end up raising a seed round, which is actually a very low percentage. And India is also the 4th largest country by size of venture funding. Ahead of us is China, there's the UK and the US, of course, which is the largest. And half of all Indian startups belong to these 5 sectors. EdTech, I'm sure you've heard a lot about Byju's, and I'm sure that's become a household name everywhere. And of course, enterprise SaaS, there's retail tech, there's fintech and health tech. Actually, the startup ecosystem in India is very concentrated, right? If you see, there's the National Capital Region, Noida, Gurgaon, and there's a lot going on in Bangalore, a little bit in South Chennai, and then you'll see very little pockets in Hyderabad, Chandigarh, and a couple of other cities, but largely concentrated in Bangalore and the Delhi NCR, and of course Bombay. Sorry, I forgot Bombay. So I thought I'll take you through how this whole startup ecosystem, what is the time frame in India, how did it really evolve, right? So when I came out of college is when, in 2000, when I graduated from undergrad is when the whole scene was starting. And first wave started in about 2004, 2010. And that, I think you would have heard of the marketplaces. And this was actually, and the internet enablers became the first wave of startups to come out of India. I think you guys would have heard of Make My Trip, Redbus, and Naukri. They all belong to this era, the first wave of the startups. And then came the second wave in 2010 to 2016, which was dominated by e-commerce players. You would have heard, of course, of Flipkart and Swiggy, the online food delivery startups, and of course, B2B SaaS. And then the third wave belonged to the e-commerce, food delivery, and SaaS startups, and a lot of edtech as well. So this is how the startup industry really, and what were the 3 main reasons for it? One is cheap bandwidth. Everybody got a cell phone, a smartphone, and payment systems, right? That really hastened the whole transformation to everybody actually accessing online services. So, you know, when we look at India, we think about size, right? Everybody talks about a billion population, but who's actually spending, and where are the startups actually making money from, right? It's actually only 10 to 12% of the population that contributes to most of India's internet spend, right? That's only 100 million. That's still a very, very large number, 100 million people. So this is how basically, there are only 2 consumer tracks in India. India One, which ends up spending quite a bit actually, which has, you know, the GDP, it's slightly comparable to Mexico in that terms. And then there's India 2. India 1 is where all the high-end brands, the direct-to-consumer brands, all of them are aiming and trying to sell products for India 1. And India 2 is more the content platforms, right? You'll see a lot of the local language platforms, a lot of people consuming in tier 2 and tier 3 cities. So as you can see, I have a couple of startups that I thought you might be interested in. And then there's always a social media platforms that you know, cater to both India 1 and India 2. So the affluent population as well as the middle income population. So 2021 was a record-breaking year, right? Startups became household names. Everybody wanted to launch one, work for one, or be one, right? Be a unicorn, right? So there were 42 unicorns just in 2021 alone, and 12 in 2022. The average time to become a unicorn is 4.8 years, but 5 years ago, until 2016, it took about 9.3 years to actually become a startup, unicorn. But now in 4.5 years, you have billion-dollar, you know, market cap companies. 10 tech unicorns IPO'd. I'm sure you've heard a lot about the Nykaa IPO and Paytm IPO. It's become, I think, dinner table talk to either bash them, talk about them, or like be excited about them. So everybody is like a front seat driver and always, backseat driver and trying to decide what's happening to the stock prices as they crash and come down. So I think you all saw there have been huge drops in market cap in all these tech stocks that IPO'd. Before these 10 IPO'd, there was only one in the last couple of years, tech stock that actually IPO'd. So I think, the whole excitement, venture capital always does this, right? They get everybody excited, so everybody rushes into it. More and more money comes in, and I think, we commonly say after drinking the Kool-Aid, I think there is some darkness that comes. There was a lot of capital raised, very, very lofty valuations, which the founders found really, really hard to, actually live up to expectations after that, and huge burn rates. So they were losing a lot of money and chasing high growth. And I think the heaviness of all this was really weighing down on the founders. So typically you see unicorn founders, right? What do we read about them? We read great things about them, about how they came from, like adversity, built these great companies. And I've had the personal, fortune of actually interacting with some of them. And I have to be honest, there is nothing but hard work that went into all of it, right? This is actually, when you see a unicorn founder, it's talent and hard work. So it's talent working hard. And that's really what got them there. Of course, you have all these negative things about, like lofty valuations. Are they really worth it? Why are traditional companies that have been built for 40, 50 years, why do they have market caps that are smaller than these? And all of this is just growth and a lot of excitement in the market. So founders are under a lot of pressure. And of course, in 21, of course, the war also was a big contributing factor. And investor expectations, right? So when you IPO at such high valuations, these guys are all used to actually reporting to venture capitalists. But when you actually have to, talk to investors and actually keep them happy, that's another different type of, burden altogether. And the anxiety, right? These are really choppy times. Money availability has gone down. Suddenly valuations are being halved. So all of this has led to unicorn founders actually being the favorite bashing topic of everybody in India. Everybody talks about them. Everybody, always. So what really do they do? So these are some of the greatest lessons that have come out of this time. So, that founders are not obliged to deliver valuations and rather obliged to deliver value, and value for consumers, shareholders, and their employees mainly. So that's a huge lesson that came out of this, time. And I think we romanticize speed and growth at any extent, but I think it's also taught us to kind of step back, take a look, and build really valuable businesses. So that's when we say building an organization versus an institution. And company building, it's not a race, so it's not who gets there first, but who builds value over a long time. And that's really something that all of us can learn from this. And let's take a step back, and I think times like this makes you think a little bit more. Maybe we should breathe and slow down a little bit. And never waste a good crisis. That's what Churchill said. So if we don't come out of this and learn something from the startup ecosystem, all of us, I think it's really going to be tough. And of course, I think these are the lessons that we came away with. Let's take the tough decisions we wanted to, but we're too busy to or chasing high growth. Make that leadership change and take a few steps and become sustainable, right? So earlier it was blitz scale and grow at any extent. Now today it's fit scaling, so become sustainable and think a little bit more long term. So we're now in 2022. What then shall we choose? So weight or lightness? So when I say weight, it's the weight of carrying the burden of having a unicorn on your hands, but also expectations, being burdened by it, and of course, or are you going to build an institution over the long term? So talking about weight, going to come back to health since that's what I do, and that's what excites me. So I think this year's topic, at least for ICAI, was where do we start? And to come back to that question, in health, right, whether it's in children's health or our health, there are just 3 aspects that we all have to pay attention to. And when I constantly go and, address parents in front of children and I tell them, listen, we have to really look at children's health differently, constantly I get parents who look back at me and say, we all grew up and we're all fine, so why should we do all these extra things these days? Why should we really focus on all this? So to all those parents, I tell them, if you look around you in your immediate family, how many of you can say there's not one single diabetic? Can anybody say that you don't have a single diabetic in your family? I think we all have at least one diabetic or one hypertensive person with high BP. So I think pretty much every table would have that too. And what about cancer? In our immediate first circle, of course, we all know people with cancer. So what we keep thinking is that all these lifestyle diseases are because of decisions we took maybe 3-4 years. Maybe if I cut down on sugar or exercise 3-4 years ago, would I have been able to keep these diseases off, lifestyle diseases? But the truth is, it's because of decisions that you took 10, 20 years ago in your life. So we didn't grow up eating right or doing the right things. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here with all these diseases, right? So that's something I want you guys to take away with and focus on your children's health, and especially these 3 aspects. And I say, you know what? If we are going to tell our children, eat healthier, then we should set an example and start, moving that whole thing, right? When I say eat healthy, all I'm saying is cut down on sugar, not too much of sugar, of course, processed foods, and, last, how about when we're talking about exercise and movement, right? What is really required of any of us? Of course, you keep hearing 10,000 steps, and our Apple Watches, all of us have, and recently I got a patch to see what my glucose levels were. So all of these are great gimmicks, right? But all it's required is 1 hour of exercise, or for kids just playing out 1 hour. I recommend that they do a lot more of that, but at least let's start with 1 hour, and the whole family get out there and do something for an hour a day, and that's all that's required of us to have a better quality of life. And sleep, it's super important, right? A lot of us keep ignoring our sleep issues. Where should we start with sleep, right? How much sleep is actually ideal? For each person is different. For, say, children, usually below the age of 13, they actually require 10 to 12 hours of sleep. How many of our children actually get that much sleep? I have a 16-year-old, and I know he stays up at night, and screen time usage is another story altogether. So recently we've banned screen time for the whole family, just so that my son can stick to the number of prescribed screen hours. So, and an adult needs at least 7 hours of sleep. So if there's one takeaway that all of us should leave from here, I think if we focused on these 3 things, little changes, that's all that's required, and we'll all be happier and healthier, and that's what will matter in the end, of course. So thank you again, everybody, for today, and thank you for having us here today.
Many thanks to our eminent speaker, Ms. Swati Rohit, for your guidance on how to become a unicorn. You said 3 things: nutrition, movement, and sleep. For me, third one is the most important. Okay, let us have a big round of applause for our eminent speaker. Now, I would like to invite our past chairman, C.A. G.R. Mehta Sahab, chairman C. Anurag Chaturvedi, and executive committee member C. Rishi Chawla to present the memento to our eminent speaker, Ms. Swati Rohit. It is now time to pay tribute to our birthplace and workplace, Matrubhumi and Janambhumi. May I request everyone to rise for the UAE and Indian National Anthem and ICI motto. Request our technical team to play national anthems and motto.
عيشي بلادي عاد اتحاد إماراتنا عشتي لشعب دينه الإسلام هديه القرآن حصنتك بسم الله يا وطن بلادي 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 بلاد حماك الإله شرور الزمان أقسمنا أن نهدينا بل نعمل نخلص نعمل نخلص عشنا نخلص نامل أمان وعاش العلم يا إماراتنا رمز العروبة كلنا نفديك باسم نرويك نفديك بالأرواح يا وطن
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
य एष सुप्तेषु जाग्रति य एष सुप्तेषु जाग्रति कामं 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 कामपुरुषो पुरुषो निर्मिमाणः निर्मिमाणः तदेव शुक्रं तद्ब्रह्मा तद्ब्रह्मा तदेवामृतमुच्यते तस्मिन् लोकः शतः सर्वे तदूनात्यपि कश्चन एतद्वैता 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 एतद्वैता.
Thank you very much, everybody. Today, we are celebrating 40 years of excellence of the ICI Dubai chapter, and what more we could wish. To celebrate this, ICI President and Vice Presidents are joining us soon to shower their blessings on us. These 40 years of excellence with a solid professional foundation would not have been possible without the hard work of our leaders, members, great teams in the managing committees, and the support of highly motivated volunteers of the ICI community. Ladies and gentlemen, this success is dedicated to all of you. Let us cherish these 40 years with a big round of applause. As it is the beginning of a new managing committee for the term 2022-23, we all are full of enthuse and josh, so as our chairman. We all are eager to hear his vision, mission, and what is in his kitty for the 40th year of our chapter. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for our young, dynamic chairman, CA Anurag Chaturvedi.
Honorable Chief Guest, His Excellency Sanjay Sudhir ji, Ambassador of India to UAE, His Excellency Sheikh Abdul Aziz Al Sakar Al Qasimi, my dear friends, Saif Al Circle, Abdullah Al Tayar, Ahmad Al Rum Al Mehri, Honorable President of ICI Dr. Debashish Mitra ji, Honorable Vice President of ICI C. Aniket Talati ji, distinguished speakers, Chairman of ICI Dubai, my wife Deepa Chaturvedi, colleagues in the Managing Committee, members of chapter, invited guests, hello and very good evening to all of you. I'm grateful and thank you for allowing me to be the chairman of ICI Dubai when it turns Ruby today. To say that I'm honored doesn't even begin to quantify the depth of gratitude that accompanies the chairmanship of our beloved chapter. Not too many from the state of Uttar Pradesh has made it all the way to ICI, and that too little to the largest overseas chapter of ICI in Dubai. And I can tell you that I consider today, as I sat on the stage this afternoon, getting teary for myself, I consider today as a defining milestone in a very long and a blessed journey of myself as a professional. My one hope and aim today is that I can be a source of some inspiration to my budding professional. I'm going to address my remark to everyone, including those who ever felt inferior or disadvantaged or they felt lost on the way at any point in time in their life. That we all have many ups and downs. We have strengths and weaknesses. But all we need in our first step towards getting somewhere is to decide we are not going to stay where we are today. And I'm convinced, because many people sometimes, once we are the torchbearers of the chapter, many times we come across a lot of professionals who really, in the process to start their journey, and they often ask like what really they should do and how they should start to their destinies itself. So I always say them, and they ask always about how you made it to ICI and what was your journey so far. So I always say to them that I'm convinced that the only thing that kept me going was that I dared to do what I loved. Honestly speaking, this is the mantra that I really followed, and in fact, I learned from some of our leaders in the past, and they really made me believe that essentially this is the core mantra to be a successful person out there. During my years of professional experience, I have realized that your work going to fill a large part of life. We all agree that we spend a lot of time in our offices, in our work, with the clients, with our stakeholders. And the only way to be truly satisfied is to do what you believe is a great work. And if you haven't found it yours yet, keep looking for it. Don't settle with anything, because just like any other great relationship, it matures as the years rolls on. And it's rightly said by Oprah Winfrey, a mentor is critical. In anybody's journey, we have seen in the past from our Vedas and from our, the literature that we follow, that mentors play a critical role in anybody's success, because that's the person that show you the way. So mentor is someone who allows you to see the hope inside yourself. I always say that. A mentor is someone who allows to see you hope inside yourself. And my journey begins with my wife when she and I put together an idea that I wanted to begin, and she was the one who said, look, don't worry about it, I'm along with you. And then some of our leaders in the past, I would like to really mention them and acknowledge the fact about that. C.A. Surendra Jain ji, who really inspired me in 2017 for the first time that, you can do something, you have. C.A. Naveen Sharma ji, who has always instrumental and putting ahead the professionals. He was the one who started many people's journey in ICI and in fact in Dubai when the VAT was introduced. My dear friend and another mentor that I have is C. Anish Mehta, who have been very critical in terms of advising people who have been always criticized me in many, many aspects, and we have a lot of argues. But then one thing that he said to me, the day I stopped listening, the day he stopped coaching. So the important fact that, friends, I want to share with you that, sometime we all grow, we all want to be successful. A mentor is very critical, so find a mentor that can help you out to grow. And I can only say that the journey is very long, and in this journey, you all need to find out the right person, the right guide, and right coach to take it forward. Now, as I move along, can we put the presentation? Yeah. So as we know that this is the 40th year, and 40th year is called the Ruby anniversary. So that's why you see the entire setting today in the ruby color, which is purple. And I would like to place a thanks to my entire managing committee who put together the great effort in putting together the entire show. And so let me ask you one question. How many of you have seen the theme of this entire year? Because the circular have been gone out there, multiple reminders have gone out there. So any guesses about the theme of this year? Nobody has read the circular? Yeah, please. So, well, let me announce the theme of this year. The theme of this year that we kept is spreading knowledge and creating goodwill. About spreading knowledge, as I always talk about spreading knowledge, because that's how you continue to succeed. So one of the most significant challenges in the world is knowing enough about a subject to think you are right, but not enough about the subject to realize you are wrong. What we are going to do this year is to impart knowledge to prepare you how to think. The goal here is to train your mind to see the world differently and question what others say. We will learn the cardinal principle to have an inquisitive mind and a questioning mind. We all need to demonstrate the professional skepticism in all spheres of life, including our own. By the time we complete this term, you will be equipped with some of the method and tools to turn data into information, information into knowledge, knowledge into wisdom to benefit your life, life of your family, and even the civilization. And as we know that once the knowledge is there and knowledge is parted along, what it creates a goodwill. And all we know, the communication, education, and spreading awareness help us increase our acceptance. And that is what we have seen that in 2017, 18, and 19, a lot of VAD professionals have been born, a lot of people who have now, getting into recognized for the AML space, and tomorrow it will be corporate tax. So the acceptance can be termed as goodwill, and more significant, the goodwill, the greater the possibility of transforming prospect into opportunities. The knowledge, experience, network, communication skills, negotiation skills, some of the attributes of an excellent professional. Together, these form a social status called goodwill. We have seen and experienced many leaders, and I always say that many leaders have grown with not a lot of money. With not a lot of money, but they shopped at goodwill. What does it mean? It means that they have created their social status, and then they created their acceptance to make out the way to where they are today. We learn to develop a style, because I think that's very important. And one of our executive committee member, Malavika, she has taken that charge to uprise the communications and the presentation of our members so that they can stand out there in the crowd. And we'll be learning alongside the speakers from all over the world, from all walks of life, from their stories of success and converting their possibilities into realities. So what's new today? If we see what's new, what we're going to do now this year, and what we have done. So I remember back in 2017 when I first joined the chapter, my idea and my aspiration was to transform our website. And I can say today that our new website is live. You can browse our new website, which is www.icidubai.org. You can see many new features out there. You can continue to track the professional developments, the new events which is coming up. You can always watch out there. The members, new members, the first-time members, they can go and register and express their interest. and it has continued to make you more interactive with the ICI committee. Second in the row, so second in the row now, for the good news is for Android users that ICI Dubai app is now live. So this was something that I put together when I took as a secretary, that this is the task that I wanted to complete. So ICI Dubai app is now available in Android. So you can download that app, and I'm sure it will gonna allow you to interact more further. So if you miss certain communication out there in your emails or in WhatsApp, this app will continue to remind you that you have an event to go this weekend or this afternoon, or there's certain more activity which is coming up. Our team, I would definitely want to say something about my team. All right, so you all have seen the change of guard, but often we get to know about the person. I would like to define my team in a very different structure than they themselves define. So we have a vice chairman, Sri Hari Kishan Rankabat, a very simple yet diligent personality who have no biased policy. Sri Hari Kishan Rankabat, vice chairman of the chapter, will guide the team with direction and quality. So that is what his role going to be. And obviously, how many of you know who is the secretary of ICI Dubai now? Can we a big round of applause for our vice chairman and secretary? So our secretary is everybody's favorite and a master of celebration, because whenever they talk about celebration, we always talk about C. Manoj Agrawal. And he'll be leading the chapter from the front as secretary, and he'll be one point contact for all your queries and needs, whatever you have. You can always reach out to him. He's reachable in all aspects. And this year, you will see a little bit transformation in your treasury from a technological angle, because our treasurer is one of the most tax-savvy professionals, Jai Prakash Agrawal. Can we a big round of applause for him, please? So now Jai will continue to make the treasury more efficient and allow you to have real-time information with respect to your memberships and details. Within our executive committee members, we have Rishi Chawla, a buddy with agility. I call it agility because that is how he extends any tasks that have been entrusted upon him, be it leading the BFSI focus group, or be it newsletter preparations, or any other work that have been given to him. He is always agile, and he continues to take things forward. So thank you. Big round of applause for Rishi, please. We have new member, Malvika Kolera, extremely talented. I was inspired with his speech, and I really liked that speech, and I'm sure many of you who have listened to her, you will find it that distinct that she carries. She'll be handling our social media, and she'll also be helping our members to build on the communication. C. Amit Khetan, a traveler, a blogger who will take you on the exploration journey, as in charge of the study tours and head of a student association as well. And he's the one who organizing our upcoming study tour. So give a big round of applause for Malvika and Amit. Dheeraj Rana Surya, yet very simple, a very passionate professional who will be taking care of all the logistic arrangements across the chapter activities. See Sanjay Gagrani, who you will gonna rate as soon as the food is open, so he'll be in charge for the venue and newcomer. Looking forward to work with them, and my admin team, obviously the Palak and Juan, who will be working along the side. So big round of applause to our admin team. Now we'll talk about some of the initiatives. I'll not bore you much, but I just want to share with you because what is coming your way. So I'm just going to a little bit talk about that. So very first thing on my list is CharteredX. Many of you have heard TEDx. How many people have heard TEDx? Can you raise hand so that you engage with me? I can see. So like TEDx, it's very popular. What it does that it gives a platform to the people who are having a right idea. So it's an ideation platform, and similar to that, we wanted to launch CharteredX, and this was my aspiration back in 2019 when I took the secretary, but unfortunately because of COVID, we could not execute that. But now, this year, we wanted to invite, and I request each one of you, that you
spread this word of wisdom to everybody, whoever you know that. A chartered accountant who has an idea, who wanted to cultivate, because their entire professional fraternity is there to support professionals who come in the niche area of development and who have achieved something. Not necessarily that, innovation should be there. Maybe somebody is an actor, maybe somebody is a philanthropist, or maybe somebody is doing extraordinary piece of work, could be in art, could be in technology, could be in something. So if you come up with something innovative, let us know. We'll get you an opportunity to present your idea to the entire fraternity. And we'll be doing at least 2 events in a particular year. Also, as you say that, I'm very brand conscious, always. That's something that I always follow. So we are launching ICI Dubai Marketplace, where you will be able to buy accessories, which could be your tie pin, t-shirts, pocket square, and so on and so forth, customized to your need. Because many times some of our members are not able to attend the event where we distribute some of our accessories. However, you can continue to go and do that throughout the year. After number of years of interaction with various banks, we have managed to secure point of sale machine. So essentially, you need not to wait to pay your membership towards the end of the day, or maybe in the beginning of the day. Whenever you're coming to the event, you can tap your card and pay your membership fee. So I request everybody to pay their membership fee whenever possible, and encourage other members to join the chapter as well. I would like to place a thanks to Devendra Singhvi, CA Devendra Singhvi, who is a Chief Financial Officer of Saudi German Hospital, whom I know for long years, and we've been in discussion, and he's been kind enough to introduce us to the CEO, Dr. Rimal Hashmi of Saudi German, to sign as title sponsor of this year. Can we a big round of applause for them? So Saudi German for year 2022-2023 is a title sponsor. We would like to place a thanks again for our principal sponsor who's continuing with us for long, IFCO, Lulu, and the new principal sponsor, Pan Emirates Home Furnishing, Tally, which is continuing a long support, and they are always there with ICI. So I request each one of you to spread the word of wisdom about Tally. We have AGMC again. Our platinum sponsor, UHY James. Thank you, CA James Matthew, for continuing support to ICI Dubai chapter. Can we a big round of applause? Emirates Chartered Accountant Group. Can be a big round of applause to our previous committee members, CA Manoharan. He's been very kind enough. So he said this year I'm going to support the chapter from outside, and he extended his support. So Emirates Chartered Accountants Group is there. Our HLB Hands. Can be a big round of applause. Taaliyan bajti rehni chahiye, because I should feel that you not get bored with my speech itself. So we have our new sponsor in the platinum list, which is WMS and Cloud Souk. Big round of applause to them. Our institutional partner, Delhi Private School. Thank you, Dinesh Ji Kothari, for continuing your support. Our FMCG partner is Aktia. So I encourage everybody to have Alain Water along with them. Our media partner, Khaleej Times. Our banking partner, Bank of Baroda. And I request each one of you to be part of World Congress of Accountant 2022. The president will gonna definitely share perspective about it, why it is important. It's happening in Mumbai. And I would request everybody, encourage everybody to be part of it, because this is going to be the largest event of the year concerning the profession of accounting and auditing. So I request and encourage everybody that you should be part of it. Now a little bit about upcoming events. So we'll be doing the Digital Future of Insurance, where the CEO of Allianz Partners from Australia, he'll be flying. the CEO of HDFC Life, CA Beba Padalkar will be flying. We'll be having a CEO of DFSA to speak on, and we'll be talking about IFRS 17 on April 9. We'll be having World of Unicorns on Sunday, 8th May 2022, where we'll be talking about the startup journey and the startup ecosystem, how does it work. We'll be having Employment Redefined event on Friday, 20th May. Talk about the new labor law, the career, and how you impress your employer or your clients or prospect clients. And then we'll have a Global Investment Summit, which is on 29th May. Our cultural event, we'll be doing some cultural events as well. So Iftar, we are doing the Iftar after 2 years. So it will be on Sunday, 24th April 2022. The venue to be decided. And a study tour to Albania from 2nd to 6th May 2022. So this is a little bit from my side, and I just wanted to have an appeal to everybody. Let us all come together and be part of the aim to spread knowledge and create goodwill for yourself, for fraternity, and for the people who you love. Because this is not my term. This is your term. And your success is my success. So let us all come together to be part of this, spreading knowledge and creating goodwill. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here, and be patient to listen to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Shri Anurag Chaturvedi, for taking us through with the vision of Executive Committee, and I am sure that under your able leadership, we shall achieve the targeted milestones. A big round of applause and cheer for our chairman. Now it's time to hear from our vice chairman, CA Harikishan Rakawat. So may I request him to come on stage to share his vision and words of wisdom.
My speech will be short because I am the vice chairman, so don't worry. Honorable Chief Guest, His Excellency Sanjay Sudhir, Managing Committee, past chairman, speakers and members. Once again, a very good evening to all of you. I think most of us would be aware that the ICI Dubai chapter was set up in the year 1982. And today, our chapter has completed 40 years. So I wish you all a very happy Ruby anniversary, 40 years of togetherness. Yesterday, the curtain for Dubai Expo 2020 came down, and there was finally one message that resonated across the UAE, togetherness. Henry Ford quoted, "Coming together is a beginning, keeping together is progress, and working together is success." So your new managing committee is all set to begin together, progress together, and succeed together to bag yet another Best Overseas Chapter Award for the year 2022 under the chairmanship of CA Anurag Chaturvedi. I would like to take this opportunity to thank our immediate past chairman, CA Sundar Nurani, to hand over the baton to CA Anurag Chaturvedi. For your information, even I am in the committee for the last 4.5 years. I was an ExCom member in the year 2010-11 and 11-12, and I was treasurer and secretary for the last 2.5 years, serving the chapter. Therefore, my next natural step in the ladder was to go for the post of vice chairman, and by grace of God, blessings of my parents, best wishes, love and affection of each one of you, I was unopposed, selected, not elected, selected as vice chairman on 27th March. And today, I feel privileged to address all of you from the world's best ICI overseas chapter, the success of which we owe to our seniors, our leadership, our chairman, and the past ExCom executive committee members. Now it's our duty to take this chapter to a greater height. I accept this great honor with a deep sense of pride and humility, with a sense of determination to serve the ICI Dubai chapter and its members. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, you have to go together. I, along with the entire ExCom, will surely put our best efforts for the benefit of our members and CA students and elevate ICI brand to greater heights. I sincerely thank once again our past chairman and promise to continue the legacy built by our leadership since 1982 till date. In the span of these 4.5 years, I have arranged sponsors, brought high-profile speakers for our events, and also introduced new members for the chapter. We also organized 8 vaccination drives during the COVID for our members and their family during the year 2020 and 2021. That was the initial idea which I gave to the ExCom and which was accepted by our past chairman, C. Anis Mehta and Sundar Nurani. Being a trustee of the Rajasthan Business and Professional Group, member of the Indian Business and Professional Council, Marwadi Yuva Manch, and ICAT Toastmaster Club, I will leverage my contacts for the betterment of the chapter and its members. Now I would like to discuss my agenda, not for the next year only, I mean this year, but next year as well, because I will be elected as chairman. I don't have to go for the election process. As you are aware, that corporate tax is going to be implemented from 1st of June 2023. So we will organize tax talk workshops for the benefit of members, like the way our past chairman, C. Naveen Sharma, has done a lot of VAT clinics in the year 2017 and 18, and it was a big success. So I look forward actually for a lot of tax talks during the next year. And I will try to bring sponsors and best speakers through my personal and professional network. I thank each one of you to support me during the past 4.5 years under the ICI, with the ICI Dubai chapter, and look forward for your continued guidance and support during the next 2 years as well. Our theme of today's event is Ladder of Accountability. ICI Dubai chapter is the best example of ladder of accountability because this chapter has been served by our past chairman and they handed over the baton to the next chairman after proper mentoring for 1 year during their vice chairmanship. So I am also kind of getting mentored by all the past chairmen. Thank you very much. And whenever I look at the keyboard, I see that you and I are always together. So I look forward for the guidance from the past chairman and senior members of the chapter. Today's inaugural event is the first event under the new managing committee. This is the first event attended by our president and vice president under the new managing committee. This was rather the first event where His Excellency Sanjay Sudhir, Ambassador of India to UAE, addressed virtually in the beginning of this event. Can we have a big round of applause for our inaugural event members and guests as well? Thank you very much. I look forward further. Thank you very much. Now I invite, I think, where is our secretary? Secretary Sahab, please take the charge. Thank you.
Thank you, Sri Kishan Rakawat. A big round of applause for sharing his vision and mission for 2023-24. Thank you. Today, we have eminent speakers and leaders from various walks of life who will share examples or are sharing examples of high and low accountability levels in action from a leadership perspective. I am sure by hearing these leaders, we all can improve our accountability levels and see better outcome for our people and the organization. As our chairman said, let us build collective knowledge and increase our goodwill. There will be many critical takeaways for each one of us in today's session. Let us now hear from our eminent speaker, Mr. Yogesh Chaudhary, Director and CEO of Jaipur Rugs. He is a true leader who has successfully led the ladder of accountability. To introduce him, I would like to invite our ever-smiling and charming treasurer, CA Jaiprakash Agarwal, on the stage. Applause, please.
Thank you, Mr. Manoj, Secretary of ICI Dubai. And I have a responsibility to introduce one of the speakers, but before introducing the speaker, I have an important things to say. But the problem is, I do not have words. So, from my heart to your heart, thank you. Thank you. And thank you. And a promise that I will continue to deliver to the best of my abilities and will remain accountable. Now, the important part. Introducing our speaker, Yogesh Chaudhary. Mr. Yogesh Chaudhary is Director of Jaipur Rugs. Just give me a second. Is Director of Jaipur Rugs, who provides strategic direction to explore the business opportunities in domestic and global markets. Under his leadership, the company has increased its global presence to 60 nations from just two decades. He is an expert in international marketing and has deep understanding of global rug industry, which has put Jaipur Rugs on an impressive growth trajectory. He is a passionate advocate of the bottom-up approach and lays great emphasis on connecting with the grassroots. Yogesh was named one of the most influential people in Indian luxury by Love Book magazine in 2020. And in March 2021, he was appointed as independent director by Aditya Birla Fashion and Retail Limited. With a round of applause, can I invite Mr. Yogesh Chaudhary on the stage, sir? Yogesh Chaudhary.
Good evening, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me. I'd like to begin by playing a small video. I request the EV team to please play it.
Capco Rugs is the story of an extraordinary founder who redefined the entire handwork and carpet industry with a clear and certain vision. It all starts with the weaver. Working from their own homes, the weaver creates beautiful carpets, knot by knot, month by month. In the 1970s, the founder, N.K. Chowdhury, started selling hand-knotted carpets, setting up 2 looms in his own home. The founder focused ruthlessly on one critical capability: creating and serving a community of weavers.
The first sentence is that all weavers go through the architectural class, so all my training.
This differentiated Chowdhury from his competitors, usually independent and unreliable contractors, treating weavers more like a commodity.
सिर्फ कारपेट बढ़िया बनवाना ही था उनके दिमाग में, लेकिन लोगों से कैसे काम कराए, लोगों की जिंदगी में कैसे बदलाव ले, वो बिल्कुल नहीं।
Over the next 30 years, the company grew from 2 to 7,000 looms, spread across 700 locations.
Business was growing like the wildfire. But something is wrong. I have very little time to go to the villages as I was going before, because now I have to run a global business.
This is a pretty classic dilemma for founders. Do I spend my time professionalizing, adding new capabilities, or do I double down on my original insurgent mission? Chowdhury knew he had to do both, but his focus was to get back to the front line, get back to listening to the weavers.
So many solutions started coming from those frontline people.
They are not only viewers, they have wonderful qualities within them. Some of them are wonderful mobilizers, quality controllers, teachers.
So Chowdhury introduced a whole series of new initiatives to unlock the untapped potential of his weavers.
पढ़ाई बिना जीवन अधूरा है। अब बोलते हैं कि अब इतना पढ़ ली बहुत है,
लेकिन फटाई की कभी पूरी नहीं होती है, ये मैं खूब जानता हूँ, मैं खुद अब मैं जानने लग गई।
The renewed focus on weavers like Archana resulted in a huge number of new leaders emerging who could help Chowdhury with the insurgent mission. I mean, just listen to how excited Swati is about mentoring Archana.
She had confidence that I can do anything in the world. It is a very inspirational statement for me and challenge for me that how can I make her, how can I help her to grow with the organization.
And as Swati and other leaders began to listen to the weavers, they realized there were huge new growth opportunities for Jaipur rugs.
Some of them were creating carpet for 25 years, 30 years, but they never saw the final product. And from that, we initiated the Weavers Engagement Program.
They bring all the weavers together and they talk to them about how their carpets connect with the consumer. And this gives the weavers a tremendous sense that they're part of something bigger than just the months they spend with a single carpet.
तो हम देखे ना वहाँ पे मतलब आपको भाई साहब जी को भाभी जी को तो आके में बहुत खुशी हुई है, मैं वहाँ जाके जयपुर हेड ऑफिस
कंपनी को धंधो चलतो रहे और हमार गुजारो चलतो होतो रहे.
So we really encourage them to see that we are part of a big family.
And I found within a few months, people are more positive, more connected, and there was a big change.
As Chowdhury began reading Bain's research and blogs on founder mentality, the one thing that became incredibly clear was that this recommitment to the insurgency could lead to the next wave of growth and innovation.
When I started reading those blogs, it was like a magic.
A great example of this type of innovation is that Jaipur Rugs is now having the weavers design many of their own carpets.
नहीं आइडिया तो कोई अपना दिमाग से ही आइडिया घूम से अपना आप ही तो दिमाग अपना आप ही काम करते समय मैं घूम गया भाई ऐसे ही चला वो तो तिरछा होकर देखे तो घूमती हुई पत्ती दिखेंगी ऐसे ऐसे सरती.
The designs created reflect the weaver's surrounding. Through the rug, the customer has an insight into the weaver's life.
This whole decision to have the weavers design their own carpets has resulted in major design awards. Let's just look at the story behind the Differences carpet.
The Antar rug, which means differences, was designed by 3 artisans and they were not exactly getting along with each other. So the pattern you see on the bottom of the rug is not very aligned. As they became more friendly, the pattern on top of the rug is much more harmonious.
The success of these weaver-designed carpets has led to an explosion of creativity and innovation. In fact, designers from the West are now coming to Rajasthan to get inspired directly by these weavers.
That was incredible to see the actual looms in place. Amazing, the sheer artistry and mastery of the craft.
The knotting process is astounding, but it also freed me into thinking anything is possible with making these rugs.
How we can translate our art pieces and our ideas into a rug that's loomed knot by knot.
It's going to be art that you can walk on.
Jaipur Rugs makes the customer experience exceptional. When you buy the Weavers collection, you get an incredible amount of information about where the rugs came from, about the yarn spinners and the weavers who made it. In a recent initiative, yarn spinners and weavers have created postcards to be included in these information packs. And now consumers are starting to write postcards back. In business circles, we talk an awful lot about consumer dialogue. Jaipur Rugs is a great case study of a real circle of communication between weaver and consumer and back to weaver. As Chowdhury talks about his insurgent mission, he often says, "We don't sell carpets, we sell a family's blessing." And this was all about his dream to connect the weavers directly to the customer. This is probably best symbolized by a loom that sits in their head office. Every yarn spinner, every weaver, every customer who comes there stitches a little bit on the loom. And the final carpet, which will take years to make, will be a symbol of how the artisans and the customers are linked and woven together. Jaipur Rugs is founder mentality in action. I mean, it's a pretty simple parable. Define your insurgency, focus on a few critical capabilities, connect your front line directly to your customers, and start a conversation. And then have faith that growth and innovation will follow.
Great. So I'll begin with a quick presentation about the business and then move to a little bit of just talking about myself. So we have about 40,000 artisans who work, from their homes primarily for the business as of date. We are in 600 villages around the country in 5 states. Thank you. As of date, we sell in over 75 countries. I'm not getting into a lot of this data, and we've had a very healthy revenue, and we aim to touch 1,000 crores, between the India and US operations next year. So the business was started by my father, on the extreme left, and I have 3 elder sisters and a younger brother, all in business. So 2 of my eldest sisters and the younger brother are based out of Atlanta, and they run the American division, and 4 of us are based out of Jaipur and take care of the global operations. As you saw in the video, rug making is a very tedious process. So it can take anywhere from 2 months to 12 months, and we made a carpet for the royal family of Saudi Arabia, which we had asked them 3 years to make. We finished it a little before time, but we make carpets which can take years to make. So essentially, this is overall our business model. Why, we've a lot of case studies. What is different about the Jaipur Rugs model is that in the carpet industry, there were always a lot of middlemen. So there was a weaver, then there's a contractor, subcontractor, contractor, exporter, agent, and then a wholesaler, agent, retailer, and a customer. What my father did from the very beginning was got rid of the contractor and the subcontractor. So we were always able to pay the weavers a lot more than what they were earning. So anywhere from 50 to 200% more. And in return, they were making much better quality for us, right? Because we were not deducting any penalties. We were servicing them as customers at their doorsteps. So out of the 40,000 people who work for the company, almost 90% are women, working from their homes, inside their homes. So we deliver the material to their doorsteps. We quality check every week at their doorsteps. We pay them every month at their doorsteps, and then we collect it back. And just because of this service, I think we've gotten a lot of global recognition. And then obviously, sorry, I missed the foundation part. So, and then we have a company called the Jaipur Rugs Foundation, which is a non-for-profit. So we work with organizations like HCL, the World Bank, the UK government, and a lot of other very prominent organizations to bring in a lot of change in the village. So right now, we're trying to develop a lot of women leaders in very small towns of India. So my personal journey, professional journey started in 2006. I was studying in Boston. I was always a techie. I used to build computers, write code. I was doing my undergrad in computer science. I came to India for a month, was supposed to go and join a tech startup in the US. And I was home, and we had a robbery in our office. And I think that robbery changed my career completely. Our business was not very big back then, and my dad was under a lot of pressure because of this robbery, and a couple of senior people had resigned. I decided to cancel my internship, take maybe a semester or 2 off, and go back to college. So I joined business 2006, and when I joined, I started to enjoy it so much that I never went back to college. So, unlike most of you here, I don't have a degree, which I'm quite proud of. Very early, so I was 19 when I joined, and over the years, a lot of people, were quite jealous of my father, because my father is a very simple guy. When you look at him, you'd never imagine that this guy is running a large business, right? Because he's a people's person. You ask him the turnover or the profit of the business, today also he would not know, what the revenues of the business are. And in the early days, I had a lot of energy, and we had competition who was trying to create a lot of trouble for us at various aspects. And he would never do anything. So whenever we had trouble and somebody was trying to stop us to do something, he never responded back. With my young energy, I said, no, we're strong enough and we should hit back at our competition. And I think one of the biggest lessons of my life is during those days. So, what he answered was that, Yogesh, the best revenge you can take from anyone is that, you become so strong and you stand so tall in front of your competition that they feel so weak, rather than going and trying to heft after them and, be focused in your life. And I think we tried not to be distracted, and really focus on growing the business, then get distracted by other people trying to tell us, or stop us from what we wanted to become. For me personally, I think the biggest failures in my life have been the source of biggest success for us. So back in 2009, I think all of us remember when the huge recession had come. Our business right before that was growing. Our growth rate was increasing every year. So we grew from 20% to 25 to 36 to 50%, 65%, and the slowdown hit. So until 2009, I was always flying in the air thinking, we know it all and we're growing really fast. And suddenly comes a time, and I remember Diwali of 2020 when I didn't have 10,000 rupees. So every year I used to buy a gold coin at Diwali for my mother. And 2010, I didn't have enough money to buy even 10 grams of gold. And I promised myself that I'm going to make sure that I don't repeat that, not just for my family, but for all the thousands of people who work for the company. I think we've been blessed. God, I think we've worked extremely, extremely hard during those days. And it's funny, but the biggest order we've ever received in the history of the business was in 2010. So we got an order worth $5 million back in 2010. And I don't know how it came. I think it was all the hard work. People saw the energy that we were trying to make sure that we wanted to survive the business. And this is in the middle of we lost almost 20-25 crores in Forex. So the bank had convinced us to do some Forex derivative deals, and we paid huge losses. So I always feel that when we paid the losses, I realized that I was sitting on the wrong side of the table, right? So somebody else made that money. And rather than running away from Forex, I thought, I want to learn and understand what went wrong and how can I be on the other side and not on the giving side. Fortunately, over the last many years, without gambling, in the business, we've been able to make a lot more than what we lost just by understanding the whole business and not running away from it. So I think one of the key takeaways from my life has been that, there is always a huge opportunity in failure. And when you failed, you have nothing to lose, right? So you can only go back up. And I think that's been one of the core success mantras for Jaipur Rugs. 2016 was a turning point. Until 2016, we were only exporting all over the world to wholesalers, to retailers, to some of the biggest brands in the world. And in 2016, we decided to start a retail store in Delhi. The first year was very challenging. After a year and a half, my whole family got on a call and they were like, you need to shut this down because we're losing a lot of money on the retail store. And I told my family, give me 50 more lakhs. The day I burned 50 more lakhs, I'm going to, close the store. And these were days when, the startup, as Swati kind of walked us through, had started to become big. And I've always been a startup investor, so I was always putting in a little bit of money. And I was looking at these startups who were just growing at 10x, 20x, 50x. And our business, we're looking at 20% growth is like really high growth, and we're really happy. So I told myself that, I'll take this 50 lakhs, but let's really work hard and see if we can turn this around. Thankfully, that year in 6 months, we were profitable on the first, on that retail store, which had been in loss. There was no looking back since then. So this success has led us to a huge new wave of growth within the business. In 2018, we partnered up with Gauri Khan, to launch a collection called Tatvam. When you really, we were trying to get a celebrity, we had no connects, we didn't really know a lot of people. And I think when you're hungry for something, things automatically come to you. So on one of the events, I was talking to somebody, and he said, do you want to do something with Gauri? And I said, why not? I said, but I don't think I can afford her. And I said, but what I can do is, I think she's trying to become a designer and I can make her one at least, in the media, and I'll make sure that rather than just calling her Shah Rukh's wife, she can be called a designer. And, when I met Gauri for the first time at her home, rather than just trying to negotiate on a business number deal, I tried to present to her what we could do to her face and to her brand. And I think she understood. So we got a superb deal, I think, for a very low and we launched her collection in Paris. It became a media frenzy. A lot of people suddenly came to know about Jaipur rugs. And soon enough, we went on starting a lot of new stores. So we started a store in Mumbai, which has now been visited by a lot of almost all the Bollywood celebrities, to a lot of the richest of India and the globe. This is one of our latest stores in Bangalore. So essentially the reason I'm showing this visual is what I realize is that as Indians, I shouldn't generalize, but as a person, we never believe in branding so much. We're trying to always save and earn money. And when I was looking at all our retailers, which we work with, in the US or Europe, I saw that they were selling product at 5 times my price. And my friend wanted to buy my product from them and not from me, right? Because of the way they've branded. So I told, I told myself that this needs to change. We want to be that company that everybody else looks up to and not the other way around, right? Today we look at European brands and we look at American brands. And we decided that, we want to become that brand that everybody looks up to. So all the new visuals, stores that we are creating, we are really focusing on telling the story, telling a narrative, building who we are and what we really represent, a total fine piece of work. And happy to say that, we should be in Dubai, in 4 to 6 months. We're almost on the verge of finalizing a space. On the right, when you look at that image, that whole wall is cladded by carpets. So we've done a lot of spaces now. We've started to use carpets as wallpaper. We're making cushions out of carpets. We've just created a handbag out of carpet. We've created some incredible spaces just by using our own product, and not just in India but everywhere else. This is an experiential store in Jaipur. If you ever come, we've just made a beautiful store where we don't sell. So this store is for you to come experience, very different parts of how a carpet can be used, and very beautiful language, but you just cannot buy anything in the store. I'm very proud to say that we opened a store in Milan last year, in the heart of the city. And I think a key success factor for us has been, in terms of collaborating with a lot of designers around the globe. I'll just walk through this quickly. So Vinita Chaitanya is one of the most highly acclaimed interior designers in India. We just launched a collection with her last month. And the reason I'm showing you a lot of visuals here is because I believe that for us to really stand out in the market, the content is so important. And, earlier we used to have one photographer who we used to pay 20,000 rupees a month. Today I have 4 photographers and 2 videographers full-time in my office, whose combined salaries are probably over 4 lakhs. Plus we hire a lot of freelance freelance photographers and videographers across. Couple of years ago we got an Italian designer to design for us. So, but the brief that we gave him was, we said, I don't want you to create an Italian design. I want the Italian design sensibility, but I want you to take something from who we are as a brand, or where we're from, and from our culture. So he created this amazing collection called the Jaipur Vandakrama, which has been featured in magazines all around the globe, with the entire inspiration from Jaipur city. That's my sister who heads our design. She's now She's won numerous awards. We're the first Indian company to win a lot of European awards, so a lot of awards which only European and American companies had won before. We've been trying to break those boundaries and, change the perspective of putting India on the map of design, and not just a manufacturer. Manchaha is one of my favorite collections. So this is product designed by weavers. So, whenever we make carpets, we give them designs, but this is a collection where weavers are free to make anything. And every piece is unique. We tell, who made it. And what most importantly we've done is try to tell the story here. So it's become a thing that global magazines are publishing, talking about, in our industry there's a company called WGSN, which forecasts trends and other things. They're writing that this is the trend for future. We've won global awards. This is the Carpet Design Award last year. Design is one of the most prestigious awards in the design industry. Again, the first company to win this award for the Manchaha rug. This is the IF Design Award. This is again the first Indian company to win the European Product Design Award. This rug has a beautiful story. This is a Manchaha made by this couple that you see here. So on the bottom left, you see there's a slightly geometric design, and the right is a more flowing design. So the left side was the husband making the design, and the right was the wife, and they were newly married couple. After a point, the husband started to push the wife to copy his design. The wife said, "No, I'm making this Leheria pattern, you should copy my design." So they called 4 neighbors, and they asked which design was better, and everybody said the wife design was better. So the husband gave up, and he started to follow the wife and follow the design. So with these rugs, we're able to tell stories which otherwise would never be. And this rug is called Sawan Ka Leheria, and it's been showcased at a lot of global platforms. Again, this is a German design award. This is the Elle Decor product design award. So not getting into all of this, but 2008, Dr. C.K. Prahlad, who wrote a book, Fortune at the Bottom of the Pyramid, kind of covered the case study, and since then it's been written in a lot of books. I've been featured in a lot of magazines, as I said, a lot of prominent clients. This is my last slide. So, does anybody remember the movie this is from? 3 Idiots, yes. I think if we close our eyes for a minute and think, who do we want to become? Chatur or Rancho? Chatur? Rancho? Rancho. Chatur was Chatur and Rancho was Amir Khan, right? So what was the biggest difference between the both of them, right? One was, Chatur was running after money and he wanted to succeed at any cost. And the other guy was Rancho, who was trying to build something. He wanted to learn, and at the end of the movie, what we see is, Chatur running after Rancho, right? Or his company asking him. And I think the biggest difference between the two is the clarity of purpose, what they wanted to do in life. And, I think we found our purpose many years ago, and it's really transformed the way we look at, the company and the people and our weavers. And I feel that life is so much more beautiful when you have a purpose than just making money. So I'd like to end by saying that, my father always says, a person without vision is almost like a blind eye. So, our goal is not to reach 10,000 crores. I think we'll probably eventually get there. But our goal is to create a global artisan brand that everybody in the world respects. Thank you so much for hearing me.
Many thanks to eminent speaker, Mr. Yogesh Chaudhary, for taking us through with his experience on how we can convert odds in our favor. Let us have a big round of applause for our eminent speaker. Now, I would like to invite our past chairman, C.A. James Matthew, and CA Dinesh Kothari ji, CA Anurag Chaturvedi, and Treasurer CA Jay Prakash Agarwal to present a memento to our eminent speaker, Mr. Yogesh Chaudhary. Thank you very much. It's happening for the first time that a chapter got honored to host both President and Vice President of ICI India in its inaugural session. A big round of applause for our President and Vice President, sir. And to introduce the Honorable Vice President, I would like to invite the one who learned from yesterday, living for today, with the hope for tomorrow, our Executive Committee member, CA Dheeraj Ranasaria, to introduce our Vice President, CA Aniket Talati. Applause.
Thank you, Secretary Sahab. Good evening, all the members. A member of refined thought process, quick understanding, and sharp vision, CA Aniket Sunil Talati has been elected as Vice President of ICI for the term of 2022 and 23. Please have a big round of applause. Respected for this strong organizational skill and deep insight in the affairs of profession, CA Aniket Talati has contributed to the cause of the profession from the various professional perspectives. He has served as the chairman of the Ahmedabad branch of ICI and the secretary WIRC in previous years. He was the chairman of Financial Reporting Review Board, vice chairman of CSR committee. He was also the director of ICI Accounting Research Foundation and the member of various other committee of ICI. Previously, he has also served as a technical advisor of the IFAC board member. He has also been recently appointed as the technical advisor to the board member of SAFA, South Asia Federation of Accountants. CA Aniket Sunil Talati has authored relevant books including treatise on RERA published by CA Association Ahmedabad. CA Aniket Sunil Talati has published numerous articles in newspaper, magazines and professional newsletters and delivers lectures in about more than 250 seminars and conferences. So welcome with me to Mr. Aniket Sunil Talati.
A very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Most respected, the Honorable President of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, CA Dr. Debashish Mitra ji, Mr. Bhupendra Chaube, who we all see on television, and I'm sure it is going to be a pleasure, sir, to hear you in person. Thank you so much. To the entire team of Dubai chapter, who has organized this program on ladder of accountability, and more importantly, what better venue, the Grand Hyatt. I think everything that the Dubai chapter does has always been grand, and it's truly my pleasure to be here today. To the chairman, CA Anurag Chaturvedi ji, vice chairman Hari Krishnan ji, the secretary Manoj ji, Treasurer Jay Prakash Agarwal ji, the executive committee members Rishi Chawla ji, Malvika Kolera ji, Amit Khaitan ji, Dheeraj ji and Sanjay ji. Let me begin by, first of all, complimenting and congratulate the new executive committee who have taken over this very important chapter. I would say the largest chapter of the institute, probably bigger than many of the branches that we have within our country. And let me share with you what an absolute pleasure it is for me, along with the Honorable President, to be here today amongst all of you as this new committee takes over. I think you are lucky that the year 2022 so far has started, of course, in the beginning of the year with the COVID wave, but now, today, as we begin our new financial year in India, and I wish each one of you a very happy new year for our financial accountants, I would say that yes, things are looking up for the new financial year. From tomorrow, in the larger cities of India, mask mandates are not going to be there. We are now truly looking, after 2 full years of the COVID pandemic, at a situation where we will now be able to come back together and have physical programs, physical meetings. No doubt, the virtual meetings that were held over the 2 years of the COVID period ensured one thing, and I say this on behalf of all members across the globe, because I belong to a city of Ahmedabad, and generally it would have been very difficult for me or any member from Ahmedabad to even associate with the Dubai chapter, or for that matter any chapter of the institute. But thanks to technology, thanks to the wonderful video conferencing technologies that we have today, it became possible for one to attend and understand the world-class programs that our chapters are doing. So yes, it's a matter of great pride for the institute that besides the 164 branches that we now have our presence in 73 cities of the world and almost 50 countries of the world. I think, ladies and gentlemen, a matter of great, great pride for us that our profession has truly gone global. And let me share with you, I just came early today morning and I was in Uganda, where the Federation of Pan-Africa, known as PAFA, Pan-Africa Federation of Accountants, held their board meeting. We had representatives, board members from various parts of Africa, starting from South Africa to the French-speaking nations in the west of Africa, to all the East African accounting bodies. And it is again a matter of pride that our institute has got a board representation in the form of an observer to the PAFA. And there too, there is great recognition for our chartered accountants. And that realization came late in the evening when the entire chapter of Kampala came together in the presence of His Excellency the Ambassador to Uganda. And I was astonished to realize that though Indians only contribute 0.3% of the population of a country like Uganda, they contribute over 60% of the GDP and 65% of the total taxes that are paid in the entire country. And I think the situation is no different here in UAE. Yes, you may not be 0.3%. We have a better presence of Indians here when you move around in the UAE. But the contribution that our community of Indians as expatriates abroad, and more importantly in that, the role chartered accountants have played has been truly phenomenal. And let me salute each and every chartered accountant of ours who has settled abroad and is carrying the flag of the profession higher and higher every year. You all, ladies and gentlemen, are the flag bearers of the profession. You are brand ambassadors of the profession. And the recognition that we are getting globally, not just being a profession of India, but truly a global profession, is because of the efforts that this community has been able to make. Let me share with you, now that the President is here, he will definitely be talking about all the policy decisions, the initiatives of the Institute. So I will restrict myself only to certain aspects which I can discuss today, and I think it is most appropriate that the Honorable President shares the vision, the future of the profession, the topic that you have set here, the ladder of accountability. How do we start and how high do we go in that ladder? I am sure Honorable President Sir will discuss. But one important aspect, and here I would like to mention the role of our Central Council member, the Chairman of Board of Studies Academic, C.A. Dayanivas Sharma ji, who is present here. Yes, please welcome him, because he is also here for a professional visit, but thank you Dayabai for joining us. And the reason I mentioned his name later is because of a very important aspect that is being done under his leadership. As the Chairman of Board of Studies, and of course under the guidance of our Honorable President, the Institute historically reviewed its course every 10 years. There is a Committee for Review of Education and Training, CRET, where we used to go back every 10 years and look at how do we make our course more relevant, how do we make our course more attractive, and more importantly, how do we ensure that the quality of chartered accountants coming out is maintained. And this time, the Council in its wisdom has decided that 10 years is too long a period. When the world is changing, when the country is changing under the new dynamic leadership, we at the Institute cannot be left far behind. And therefore, after a period of merely 5 years, the entire course is being revisited. And that is being done by the Board of Studies. Dayanivas Sharma ji is taking care of that aspect. But why do I mention that here today? Is because in the Council, when we have revised this curriculum, one important change that has been made, and here my appeal to all of you will be, please get involved in this important change that we are doing, and that is to have the chartered accountancy curriculum as an international curriculum. And the regulations which we are proposing to be amended will have a specific area discussing how CA course can no longer be restricted to the 350,000 members that we have in India, but maybe an Arabi, an Emirati, an African, an American, a European, a Britisher, an Australian, a Singaporean, whatever nationality he may belong to. But if he wants to do the best course in accounting, let that be chartered accountancy and let that be the course of ICAI. And here again, I have immense confidence that this will be achieved. Because what all of you have done over the past 7 decades of this glorious institution is set the flag so high, have set the bar so high, that I don't think it is going to be possible for anybody else to even get closer. And recognition of our course, of our degree, doesn't need any marketing effort, because all of you as brand ambassadors have already made that impact. And what will now happen with this revised course curriculum is we will, as this course gets approved in principle by the government, there will be an extensive discussion and an exposure draft period of 45 days where we will reach out to all the stakeholders. And here I have a personal request to you, Chairman Sir, and the entire committee. You will have conferences on accounting, on taxation, on technology. Please try for the future generation, for the future of our profession, that in a hall as beautiful as this, maybe with round tables as many as we have today, let us try and threadbare discuss how we would like the future of the profession to be. Because it is inputs not just from India, of academicians, of students, of firms, of practitioners. Those we will definitely incorporate. But my personal opinion, and I think I speak for the Honorable President Sir also, an extremely important stakeholder in this process of revision of the course are going to be each one of you who have settled abroad and who will ensure that yes, this course truly becomes an international curriculum. Feel proud that when the Supreme Court, when hearing the Honorable Supreme Court of this country, of India rather, because I am in Dubai today, the Honorable Supreme Court of India, when it was hearing a petition regarding another profession. And I don't mean any disrespect to that profession. I'm only extracting one part of that speech, of that judgment which was delivered. What did the Honorable Supreme Court say? They said, if you want to learn how to take examination, if you want to learn how to produce professionals, learn it from the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. How they are able to maintain quality, how they are able to ensure that there are not colleges sprung over across the country who simply keep producing chartered accountants, but every chartered accountant who comes out of this great institution is truly a world-class professional. In fact, I'm reminded when I'm talking about the Honorable Supreme Court of India, when during COVID the examination was conducted, and there too there were a batch of petitions of certain students who wanted to ensure that the examination could not be conducted. And one very senior advocate appeared to the court, and when all the arguments failed, she literally pleaded that, my lord, this is the CA examination, it's COVID, our students are going to be in tremendous pressure. Please, instead of 3 hours, can we have the examination for 4 hours? They are going to be in tremendous pressure. Their hands will be sweating. While allowing our petition that the exam must be conducted, the only one line that the Honorable Justice of the Supreme Court said was, CA की exam है, पसीना तो होना चाहिए. So when this Supreme Court of our great country of India, in 2 different judgments, acknowledges and speaks about the importance of the course curriculum, about the quality of chartered accountants that we have, let me share with you the future of the profession. The ladder of accountability, the ladder of the profession is extremely safe. We have the brightest minds even today who are joining this course. We are going to ensure that under this international curriculum, that Dayabai as the Board of Studies Chairman, under the guidance of our Honorable President, is going to take forward. How do we even further improve, and not just in the Supreme Court of India, but tomorrow, God forbid if this was to go to the Supreme Court in any country of the world, let every judge say the same thing, this is the best course in accounting in the world. I think that has to be the aim for our profession. The demand for chartered accountants in today's world is phenomenal. We recently had our campus placement. There too, the demand far outstrips the supply. The future for the profession is extremely bright, but what is important is how do we focus on the newer areas, the greener areas. And there I would request Honorable President Sir, because he is going to talk about the profession of future. He will share with us. And today, sir, we had some wonderful meetings where we got insights into what these future areas are going to be. So I will request, and I'm sure he will guide us on what these newer pastures and newer areas for the profession is going to be like. But let me share with you that in his agenda items for this year is one very important aspect besides the CRET, and that is on international networking. The Honorable President has laid an agenda for the Council, and there is a group which is now being created on how do we have international networking so that firms of India, as the Honorable Prime Minister has wished, are not restricted within the boundaries of India, but we are able to network with our peers across the globe and provide services to clienteles who have offices in various jurisdictions. And I am sure here too, all of you will have a very important role to play, because you have seen the practice environment, the market of various other jurisdictions. Please do guide, please do reach out to us on how we can make sure that when we are revising this curriculum and we are looking at the international networking guidelines, how international best practices can be accommodated. Finally, let me just share with you, since the topic given to me was the institute and what are the changes that are happening at the institute. You have all seen that the pandemic actually gave us a phenomenal opportunity to convert the institute into a future-ready digital institution. And why do I say that? in the 2 years of the pandemic, just before the pandemic, with the help of a few other council members like Dayabhai, Manuji and others, we got on in the first year of our council on a project which is known today as the SSP, or the Self-Service Portal. To all the senior members who are present here, sir, and maybe not so senior, because I myself also remember when I applied for membership, we used to file that form too. And what did it say? I beg to apply for my membership. And then all our mark sheets. And being a person doing internal audit, understanding controls, for the life of me could not understand that why a mark sheet which the institute only issued to me was I required to go to another chartered accountant certify and send it back to the institute for getting my membership application. Of course, this worried all of us, because not just your CPT foundation or intermediate or IPCC or final mark sheets were supposed to be attested. Even ITT, GMCS, Articleship X, all of those documents were attested. The entire Form 2 was filled and sent to the institute. And after good 60-75 days, we used to get that paper with, you know, the holes, exactly sir, with 20 holes on each side, printed on a dot matrix printer. If you got it in the monsoon, you probably had to work hard to read your membership number, because the paper would have been wet and soiled. And you would get, you are now enrolled as a member with so and so membership number. Today, ladies and gentlemen, be extremely proud that when the final result was announced and signed by the Honorable President at 12 p.m., at 2 p.m., the entire result was uploaded on the SSP. We had students, and I call them students because while they applied, they were students, applied for membership at 4 p.m. and at 8 p.m. they were given membership number. On the same day, you are enrolled as a member of the institute. That is the kind of breakneck speed that institute is trying to work. And why do I say this? We also build the Digital Learning Hub. It was launched, I specifically remember, on 10th of February 2020. And many people said, learning can never happen digital. It will only happen in conference rooms, in hotels. How can you think of digital learning and digital CPE? But what went wonderfully was that, what was happening wonderfully was that after that was COVID, and we could digitally move everything, the learning online. So what I would like to drive home is that today, internationally, if you get a vaccine, you still get a physical certificate. But in India, thanks to the digital revolution that has happened, the minute you've been pricked with the vaccine, in a matter of seconds, you have the vaccine certificate delivered to you online. Your entire income tax process has gone digital in a manner that you file the return and within 48 hours, majority refunds are being issued. So when the government has moved forward and gone digital, we used to call it Sarkari. Today, ladies and gentlemen, the Sarkar is no longer Sarkari. Your institute also is no longer Sarkari. Let's try and ensure that our practices, our processes also don't remain Sarkari. We move with the time, we adopt technology, and we try and ensure that yes, with this international new curriculum and the international guidelines, how we can all together take this profession even further. With these words, I thank all of you once again for inviting me here in Dubai in this wonderful venue, and wish all of you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vice President C. Aniket Talati ji, for letting us know about the recent developments in ICAI as a global profession. Let us have a big round of applause for our Honorable Vice President. Now I would like to invite our past chairman, C.A. Naveen Sharma, C.A. Abbas Ali Mirza, C.A. Anurag Chaturvedi, Chairman C.A. Anurag Chaturvedi, C.A. Dheeraj Ransaria to present the memento to our Honorable Vice President as a token of appreciation. Thank you, everybody. As we are already through half of the session, it is now time to stretch ourselves and let us have a quick break of 10 minutes. We should not miss listening to odd and even of the Indian politics by none other than Bhupender Chaube ji and insights about ICAI and beyond 2022 by our Honorable President CA Dr. Debashish Mitra ji. See you within 10 minutes, please. Thank you. May I request all speakers on the stage, please? All speakers for a group photo. Chairman Sahab, Anurag, all speakers on the stage, please, for a group photo. XCOM, please take care of your speakers. Bring them on the stage, please. Yes, group photo. Hi, Chaube ji. मेरा एजेंडा देना, वहाँ से एजेंडा देना. Can I have our President Debashish Mitra ji, Yogesh Chaudhary ji, Swati Rohit, Bhupender Chaube ji, Talati ji on the stage, please, for a group photo. And may I request XCOM come for a group photo, please. Others can request the other XCOM members for a group photo, please. Jay, can you call other XCOM members? Aajo.
10,000 मीटर. आई एम सॉरी, मैंने टाइम देखा ही नहीं सब.
न चैन से रहता है न रहने देता है. दिन रात सुबह शाम बस कॉल कॉल और कॉल. राकेश, ये रिटर्न्स फाइल कब करोगे? ईवे बिल कैसे बनाओ? यहाँ तक कि
गाड़ी कौन सी लूं सर
भी पूछता है.
सर गाड़ी ले ली सर.
लेकिन फिर जब आपसे नहीं पूछूंगा तो किससे पूछूंगा कहता है ना, तो पता चल ही जाता है कि कितना भरोसा करता है वो मुझ पर. इसलिए सोच रहा हूं कुछ दूं उसे, जो न सिर्फ उसके बड़े बड़े सपनों के काम आए, बल्कि मेरे काम को भी थोड़ा आसान बनाए.
पेश है टैली प्राइम, टेक्नोलॉजी में एक नया नाम जो बढ़ाए आपके बिजनेस की शान. आजमा के देखिए आज ही.
For over 6 generations, we have been serving our customers what matters to them most. Year after year, generation after generation, we've been able to present premium quality with best prices for our valuable customers. Welcome to IFCO. From our headquarters in Dubai, we oversee 80 world-class operations across 40 countries on 5 continents. Adding flavour to your life is what we pride on, and we do it best through our wide range of product segments. Whether it's efficient movement by sea, extensive transportation by road, or expertise in procurement, handling and storage, we stay on top of our game to get our quality products from farms to your table as swiftly and smoothly as possible. Meanwhile, IFCO's professional products and services specifically created to craft specialized ingredients for specific channels. To ensure that you have the right product for your business, Our quality team ensures that each of our consignments is subjected to a thorough and rigorous quality control regime at every step of the process. Our state-of-the-art facilities help us to achieve this because innovation and R&D lie at the heart of IFCO. And that's why for over 45 years we've anticipated needs and delivered above expectations to earn the confidence of our customers.
We are HLB Hampton. As a member of the award-winning Global Advisory and Accounting Network, HLB International. We've come a long way since our regional presence was first established in 1999. Now, over 20 years later, HLB Hampton has emerged as the foremost and preferred business advisor in the UAE and the Middle East, with 7 offices across Abu Dhabi, Dubai and the Northern Emirates, 250 plus professionals and 3,000 plus clients, from SMEs to large corporates, including Fortune 500 listed companies. HLB Hampton helps business owners achieve borderless growth in the local region and beyond by offering award-winning services across all verticals that combine technological innovation and human collaboration. HLB Hampton. Together, we make it happen.
UHY James Chartered Accountants, led by Mr. James Matthew, is the exclusive member form of UHY International in the UAE. Headquartered in the UK, spread across 101 countries, 330 business centers, with over 8,500 professionals, UHY International is the 18th largest accounting network globally, with audit, advisory, task, risk assurance, technology, and cybersecurity services. UHY James is proudly one of the 17 regulated auditors with DFSA and ADGM. 150 years of practice among 5 partners. UHY James Chartered Accountants is committed to your growth story.
Our team of over 100 highly qualified and experienced professionals are committed to add value to your business. Upcoming corporate tax in the UAE, transfer pricing, international taxation, economic substance regulation, country-by-country reporting. Emirates Chartered Accountants Group started the journey in 2005 by a team of finance professionals. United Auditing is the audit division of Emirates Chartered Accountants Group, an ISO 9001-2015 certified company, with branches all across the UAE and Bahrain, UK and India. Auditing and assurance, taxation, transaction advisory, mergers and acquisition, accounting and bookkeeping, CFO services, corporate finance, company incorporation. Emirates Chartered Accountants Group, ready to serve you.
Drive the Majlis on wheels, the BMW 7 Series. Arrive in style, in comfort, and right on time. Enjoy festive offers on the BMW 7 Series.
ये आजकल के बिजनेसमैन भी ना छोटे सपने तो देखते ही नहीं। अब अनमोल को ही ले लो, 4 साल से जानता हूँ उसे, टैक्स कंसल्टेंट हूँ उसका।
2 क्लॉजेज है ना सर, वो मुझे समझ में नहीं आता।
उसने गारमेंट शॉप खोल ली, केबल फैक्ट्री डाल दी, प्रॉपर्टीज भी छोड़ दी, पर मजाल है कि बिजनेस का पैशन थोड़ा भी कम हुआ।
10,000 मीटर। आई एम सॉरी, मैंने टाइम देखा ही नहीं सर।
न चैन से रहता है न रहने देता है, दिन रात सुबह शाम बस कॉल कॉल और कॉल। राकेश जी रिटर्न्स फाइल कब करोगे? ईवी बिल कैसे बनाऊं? यहां तक कि
गाड़ी कौन सी लूं सर
भी पूछता है।
सर गाड़ी ले ली सर।
लेकिन फिर जब आपसे नहीं पूछूंगा तो किससे पूछूंगा कहता है ना, तो पता चल ही जाता है कि कितना भरोसा करता है वो मुझ पर। इसलिए सोच रहा हूं कुछ दूं उसे, जो न सिर्फ उसके बड़े बड़े सपनों के काम आए, बल्कि मेरे काम को भी थोड़ा आसान बनाए।
पेश है टैली प्राइम, टेक्नोलॉजी में एक नया नाम जो बढ़ाए आपके बिजनेस की शान। आजमा के देखिए आज ही।
For over 6 generations, we have been serving our customers what matters to them most. Year after year, generation after generation, we've been able to present premium quality with best prices for our valuable customers. Welcome to IFCO. From our headquarters in Dubai, we oversee 80 world-class operations across 40 countries on 5 continents. Adding flavour to your life is what we pride on, and we do it best through our wide range of product segments. Whether it's sufficient movement by sea, extensive transportation by road, or expertise in procurement, handling and storage, we stay on top of our game to get our quality products from farms to your table as swiftly and smoothly as possible. Meanwhile, IFCO's professional products and services segment was specifically created to craft specialized ingredients for specific channels. To ensure that you have the right product for your business, our quality team ensures that each of our consignments is subjected to a thorough and rigorous quality control regime at every step of the process. Our state-of-the-art facilities help us to achieve this, because innovation and R&D lie at the heart of IFCO. And that's why for over 45 years we've anticipated needs and delivered above expectations to earn the confidence of our customers.
We are HLB Hamped. As a member of the award-winning Global Advisory and Accounting Network, HLB International. We've come a long way since our regional presence was first established in 1999. Now, over 20 years later, HLB Hamped has emerged as the foremost and preferred business advisor in the UAE and the Middle East, with 7 offices across Abu Dhabi, Dubai and the Northern Emirates, 250 plus professionals and 3,000 plus clients, from SMEs to large corporates, including Fortune 500 listed companies. HLB Hamped helps business owners achieve borderless growth in the local region and beyond by offering award-winning services across all verticals that combine technological innovation and human collaboration. HLB Hamped. Together, we make it happen.
UHY James Chartered Accountants, led by Mr. James Matthew, is the exclusive member firm of UHY International in the UAE. Headquartered in the UK, spread across 101 countries, 330 business centers, with over 8,500 professionals, UHY International is the 18th largest accounting network globally, with audit, advisory, task, risk assurance, technology, and cybersecurity services. UHY James is proudly one of the 17 regulated auditors with DFSA and ADGM. 150 years of practice among 5 partners. UHY James Chartered Accountants is committed to your growth story.
Our team of over 100 highly qualified and experienced professionals are committed to add value to your business. Upcoming corporate tax in the UAE, transfer pricing, international taxation, economic substance regulation, country-by-country reporting. Emirates Chartered Accountants Group started the journey in 2005 by a team of finance professionals. United Auditing is the audit division of Emirates Chartered Accountants Group, an ISO 9001-2015 certified company, with branches all across the UAE and Bahrain, UK and India. Auditing and assurance, taxation, transaction advisory, mergers and acquisition, accounting and bookkeeping, CFO services, corporate finance, company incorporation. Emirates Chartered Accountants Group, ready to serve you.
Dad, see what I've made!
Wow, that looks like our new home, huh?
It's as simple as this to make your dream home come true with Bank of Baroda. Easy home loans in UAE and India with simple procedures, quick approvals and low interest rates.
Dad, let's go for a drive in a new car!
Let's go!
Drive your dream car with Bank of Baroda. Speedy car loans at low interest rates. Imagine it and it can be yours. Bank of Baroda, India's international bank.
Drive the Majlis on wheels, the BMW 7 Series. Ride in style, in comfort, and right on time. Enjoy festive offers on the BMW 7 Series.
ये आजकल के बिजनेसमैन भी ना छोटे सपने तो देखते ही नहीं। अब अनमोल को ही ले लो, 4 साल से जानता हूँ उसे, टैक्स कंसल्टेंट हूँ उसका।
2 क्लॉजेज है ना सर, वो मुझे समझ में नहीं आया।
उसने गारमेंट शॉप खोल ली, केबल फैक्ट्री डाल दी, प्रॉपर्टीज भी छोड़ दी, पर मजाल है कि बिजनेस का पैशन थोड़ा भी कम हुआ।
10,000 मीटर। आई एम सॉरी, मैंने टाइम देखा ही नहीं सर।
न चैन से रहता है न रहने देता है, दिन रात सुबह शाम बस कॉल कॉल और कॉल। राकेश, ये रिटर्न्स फाइल कब करोगे? ईवे बिल कैसे बनाओ? यहां तक कि
गाड़ी कौन सी लूं सर
भी पूछता है।
सर गाड़ी ले ली सर।
लेकिन फिर जब आपसे नहीं पूछूंगा तो किससे पूछूंगा कहता है ना, तो पता चल ही जाता है कि कितना भरोसा करता है वो मुझ पर। इसलिए सोच रहा हूं कुछ दूं उसे, जो न सिर्फ उसके बड़े बड़े सपनों के काम आए, बल्कि मेरे काम को भी थोड़ा आसान बनाए।
पेश है टैली प्राइम, टेक्नोलॉजी में एक नया नाम जो बढ़ाए आपके बिजनेस की शान। आजमा के देखिए आज ही।
For over 6 generations, we have been serving our customers what matters to them most. Year after year, generation after generation, we've been able to present premium quality with best prices for our valuable customers. Welcome to IFCO. From our headquarters in Dubai, we oversee 80 world-class operations across 40 countries on 5 continents.
Technical team, light dims. Jack, money. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Can you please have your seats? We are deeply honored to have our Honorable President of ICI India, CA, Dr. Debashish Mitra, in our inaugural session of the 40th year. We are eager to know the future of the accounting profession in 2022 and beyond. To introduce President Sir, I would like to invite an excellent orator and critical observer, our Executive Committee member, CA Malavika Kolera, on the stage. A big round of applause for Malavika. तालियां जोर से. She is the only female member in Executive Committee.
Good evening, members and guests. It's an honor for me to introduce the Honorable President of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. CA Dr. Debashish Mitra, with his unequivocal commitment, has been elected the President of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India for the year 2022-23. With great vigor and enthusiasm, he has been serving the accounting profession for more than 34 years. Academically, eruditive, Dr. Mitra, a senior practicing member, is also a cost accountant, company secretary, holds a master's degree in commerce, law graduate, and a qualified information system auditor. With keen interest in academic research, He is a doctorate in complex and intrigue area of accounting standards and has been awarded the PhD on the topic, a critical study of select Indian GAAP, US GAAP and IFRS. An avid speaker, he passionately shares his deep and incisive knowledge in India and abroad at various events organized by the ICAI, trade organizations and other reputed institutes as well. As an accomplished professional, having immense knowledge of trade and industry, he has served as an active member of several prestigious boards, forums, and institutions in India and abroad alike. Dr. Mitra has held several key positions in the ICAI as chairman, Board of Studies of ICAI Academic, a director, and as member of many other important committees. A seasoned strategist and leader to the core, he is the president of Rotary Club of Calcutta, the oldest running Rotary Club in Asia, as well as a former national president of the Institute of International Auditors, India. Please give a big round of applause for CA Dr. Mitra. Yes.
The Honorable Vice President of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, Aniket Talati, my council colleague in the Institute, Dayanivas Sharma, Mr. Anurag Chaturvedi, the Chairman, Harikrishna Rankawat, the Vice Chairman, Manoj Agarwal, the Secretary, Jayaprakash Agarwal, the Treasurer of Dubai Chapter, and all the other Executive Committee members, Mr. Bhupendra Chaube, who is sitting with us, and everybody else. A very good evening to all of you. Great pleasure to be amongst all of you. I arrived in Dubai day before yesterday. Yesterday I was in Abu Dhabi, but day before yesterday I was in Dubai addressing our chartered accountants from the World Expo. And let me tell you, from the time I arrived, the way I have been showered with love and affection from the members of the Dubai chapter, I am overwhelmed, and thank you very much for having welcomed me so warmly. Thank you very much. We have a very little time, and my topic is the profession for the future, or the future of the profession, however you look at it. I am aware of the fact that Mr. Chaube is here and that he is also the editor-in-chief of India Today. And you see, I was telling him that Aniket Talati has spoken about the profession, and I will add on to whatever he has said, hoping against hope that we get a good news item in India Today. To Mr. Sundar here and Mrs. Madam there, thank you very much. Last time I was with you on virtual mode, saw the kind of festivities that you had, fantastic. The future of the profession today, let me just give you two instances, and these are all from Dubai. Aniket Talati flew down from Uganda, and we were together from 12:30 in the afternoon. We first went to Oracle. I will speak about the World Congress of Accountants a bit later, but we went there seeking support from Oracle. And when we were speaking, this lady was telling us that that side of our building houses the innovative technologies that Oracle is so proud of. She was telling us that, you see, you cannot go that side, but what I want to tell you is, on that side, We can show you the world as you see it in the future. She was talking about drones. And when I was hearing her, both I and Aniket Talati sitting here, we just looked at each other and, without even telling each other, we said that that lady was talking our language, the language of mine, Aniket's, Dayaniva Sharma, who is also the Vice Chairman of Digital Accounting and Assurance Standards Board. Today, we believe that technology is going to be so important as we go ahead. Artificial intelligence, blockchain, data analytics, big data are going to overpower us. We may take technology as a disruptor or as an enabler. At the Institute, we believe that technological changes will be a great enabler. And we are doing everything possible to see that the technology, the latest that is there, is brought to the doorsteps of the membership. For example, we are now developing audit tools. I, Dayaniva Sharma, Aniket Talati, we are just discussing in the room in which I am staying, that which will enable you to be the best auditor in a technologically developed environment. And we hope to provide these audit tools free of cost to the membership. So many of you in Dubai will really enjoy having these audit tools, which we hope to give in this year itself. I and the Vice President, we were there at SEBI, Securities Exchange Board of India, about a month back. And we were speaking to the Executive Director of SEBI on a topic which will be a bit, maybe a bit new to many of you. We were talking about social stock exchange, which SEBI is developing. Now, when you go to SEBI or any of these regulators, a president or vice president is apprehensive that you might be criticized for the quality of the audit. And you are mentally prepared to go there and defend the profession, that this is what you are doing with the quality. But to our surprise, we found that the executive director asking us one question, that what made you develop the Sustainability Reporting Standards Board, which the Institute has been one of the first to develop throughout the world. He was saying, what guided you? What was the whole idea behind you developing this? Let me tell you. Sustainability reporting, which is actually non-financial reporting, reporting on carbon emission, climate change, environment, which is, which has nothing to do with the profits. That, to my mind, will be a major thrust area in the future. This gentleman, the executive director of SEBI, he was telling us, can you help us in developing the social audit standards that are required for the social stock exchange that SEBI hopes to develop. This matter was brought to my notice 10 days before by the chairman of Sustainability Reporting Standards Board, unknown to the vice president. At that time, the chairman had asked me, President sir, this work is going to be very expensive because we have to get the best brains in India to carry out, because this is something very original and unique, social audit standards. And he was telling me that we must quote a sizable amount of consultancy fees for SEBI. Otherwise, how do you bear such high cost? My answer to him was, don't charge a single paisa from SEBI. What we require from SEBI is an acknowledgement when the social stock exchange gets operational, when you read about it in the papers, that this social stock exchange would not have been possible without the help of Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. And that's the same thing we told the executive director. We are going to meet, I and the Honorable Vice President are going to meet the Chairman SEBI on the 7th of this month. And we are going to reiterate our stand because we want to be a major player in that space of sustainability reporting. And I'm sure many of you, as time progresses, will go into that area. Very, very important. A statement of mine made about 2 days back or about 3 days back caused ripples amongst the auditing profession in India. And it was carried by many of the newspapers. And what I said was, audit is a serious business. And if you want to carry out audit, you must have this ability to meet the expectation gap, because audit quality can never be compromised. Many of the chartered accountants, they said, are you trying to tell us that we are compromising on audit quality? I said, not for a moment. And I was asked a lot of questions. Yesterday, when I was in Abu Dhabi, and there was this gentleman whom I don't want to name, is a partner of a Big Four. He was driving me to one of the destinations. And he said, I like your statement. I said, what statement do you like? He said, I like your statement when you said, audit is a serious business. At the Institute, we are doing everything possible to ensure that the quality of audit is maintained. Now, the futuristic, what are you doing to do? We have developed audit quality indicators. We have developed audit quality maturity models so that you can self-evaluate and find out where exactly do you stand vis-a-vis audit quality. So that is very, very important. I see a lot of ladies this side, to my left and to my right. We believe that the ladies, to a great extent, those of us who are chartered accountants or budding chartered accountants, will also be the future of the profession. 23% of our membership today are ladies. 44% of our students, and let me tell Mr. Chaubey here, that we have a membership strength of 350,000 and a student strength of approximately 750,000. And 44% of them are ladies. To all the beautiful ladies here, if you smile, whatever I said, I'll be very happy, because we are the Institute are trying to ensure that the ladies, they come in the forefront and really ensure that the flag of the profession is kept flying very high. Please note, and at 3 minutes, I will not take much more time. I think he is very, by the way, let me, what's his name? One thing, thank you very much. Why, I will tell you. You gave a kit to Aniket Talati. Now, why I will say thank you? Aniket, I was fearful that he will take away many of my points. So by doing that, you prevented him from taking away many of my points, because I was fearful that he will talk about sustainability, talk about technology, and I will be left with nothing to talk about. So, today we are the second largest accounting body in the world. And you see, we feel extremely proud. All of you here in Dubai, chartered accountants and their families should feel extremely proud that we are part of the second largest accounting body in the world. The late President of India, APJ Abdul Kalam, had described us as a partner in nation building. To all the chartered accountants across the world, let me tell you, at the institute and as the president, it is always nation first. We take our role as a partner in nation building very, very seriously. That's what we are. Let me also speak a few words about our commitment to ethics. The ethical standards that we have at the institute is converged with the best in the world. And we take great pride that our ethical standards are so good, that our code of conduct is excellent. A bit controversial area in which I am coming to, and I'll finish off in the next 2 minutes. I know you have speakers like Mr. Chaubes and then Mr. Sood. You must have read in the papers now since the Lok Sabha debate on the Chartered Accountants Amendment Bill. The bill basically, let me tell you, what there was a Lok Sabha debate of 3.5 hours, 3 days back, only on the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. Can you believe it? And all of us who were there, we were watching. You know what it is actually is. We have a disciplinary committee today which constitutes of 5 members. 3 are elected members and 2 are government nominees. What the government is trying to do is make a change. They are saying instead of 3 council members populating the disciplinary committee, there should be 3 non-CA members and 2 should be council members. And the presiding officer, according to the government, should be a non-CA. The institute stand is, if you're going to get, I'm aware, if you're going to get people from outside as populate this thing with non-CAs, if they don't know accounting standards, auditing standards, how will they do justice if they are hearing a disciplinary case of a chartered accountant? And please note, those of us who are concerned about IIA, 3 words, Institute of Accountants, that IIA does not find a place in the bill which has been passed by the Lok Sabha. So you see, you should not be apprehensive. That word IIA was just a thought. You see, in the committee that had recommended, but it does not find a place in the bill that has been approved by Lok Sabha. So you see, don't worry about IIA. Before ending, let me tell you, in the corridors of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, we enjoy and we soak into the aroma of 3 words: excellence, independence, and integrity. And I'm sure all the members of Dubai chapter here also feel that these 3 words are extremely special for the profession. I wish all of you the very best, and I hope that the members of Dubai chapter will do everything possible to keep the flag of the profession, to keep the flag of the chapter, and to keep the flag of the nation flying very, very high. I wish all of you great success in all your future endeavors. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable President C.A. Dr. Debashish Mitra, for taking us through our journey as Chartered Accountant beyond 2022. Let us have a big round of applause for our Honorable President. Now I would like to invite our past Chairman, C.A. Raju Menon and C.A. Surendra Jainji, C.A. Chairman C.A. Anurag Chaturvedi, C.A. Malavika Kolera to present the memento to our Honorable President. During the first ExCom, I still remember our chairman, C. Anurag Chaturvedi, has shared his vision with all of us in a brief. His idea to commence the 40th year celebration with the theme related to inspiration and leadership was astonishing. And today, here we are talking about the ladder of accountability. I'll share one example of mine experience. While I was driving from office, I have seen one big billboard. It's written leader in last 30 decades. So I was thinking it's written ladder in last 30 decades. We hear a lot about accountability when it comes to leadership. Accountability is accepting responsibility for our actions and being willing to own the outcome of our choices, decisions, and actions. Accountability at the leadership level is essential to the success of individuals, teams, and organizations. We all are curious to know the changing dynamics of Indian politics. Today, we have with us our guest of honor, Bhupendra Chaube, Editor-in-Chief and co-promoter of India Ahead. To introduce him, I would like to invite a young, smart, energetic colleague in the Managing Committee, C.A. Amit Khetan, on the stage. Big round of applause for C.A. Amit Khetan.
Thank you, Secretary C.A. Manoj Agarwal, for such a wonderful introduction. So, good evening, everyone. Chief Guest, His Excellence, though he is not here, Sanjay Sudhirji, Guest of Honor, Bhupendra Chaubeji, Honorable President of ICI, C.A. Debashish Mitraji, and eminent speakers of today's event, and my dear friends. Once again, welcome to all of you. Dear members, before I do the formal introduction of our next speaker, first of all, I would like to express my boundless gratitude to all the members for your trust and support for re-electing me in the Managing Committee for the year 22-23. And once again, I will look forward to continue to work for you as your representative in the Managing Committee, along with our dynamic chairman, C.A. Anurag Chaturvedi. So moving on, it's an honor and privilege for me to introduce our next speaker and guest of honor, C.A. Bhupendra Ji Chaube. Mr. Bhupendra Chaube has been amongst the foremost field reporter editors of our time, with a career spanning well over 2 decades across the best of TV news organizations ranging from NDTV to Network 18. Mr. Bhupendra has made a mark for himself for bringing in nuances before us which few manages. His reporting and cover our election is something people really waiting for. He is amongst the most tech-savvy broadcasters of our times, blending different genre and platforms together. From 2005 to 2020, he was with CNN News 18. Prior to that, he was with NDTV. He has now become an entrepreneur on his own, becoming a partner in India Ahead News. It's a platform consisting of satellite channel called India Ahead News and digital properties straddling across English, Hindi, Tamil, and Telugu. So please join me to give a warm welcome to Sri Bhupendra Ji Chaube.
Thank you, thank you. I I've chosen to have the handheld mic so that I can be more close to all of you. If any one of you would like to ask me any question at any point of time in course of our conversation, feel free. So firstly, let me thank Anurag for giving me this lovely opportunity. One gets a chance to move around, length and breadth of India on multiple occasions, addressing various gatherings. But the last 2 hours that I've spent here, listening to the Honorable President, as well as two of the biggest entrepreneurs here in this room from Jaipur, Rugs and Swati, it was quite an enriching experience for me. I like the topic which has been chosen here, accountability, ladder of accountability. And I remember Anurag was asking me, Sahab, क्या रखें आपका टॉपिक क्या रखें आपका किस पे बात करना चाहते हैं आप I thought that the one area where accountability is supposed to be like right at the top is politics, because what is politics without accountability? And here we're seeing that chartered accountants are giving so much of focus on accountability, and is that notion of accountability being seen, a similar commitment, similar zeal towards accountability, is that being seen in the political world? I think is something that all of you would probably think about. अभी देखिए अभी विधानसभा चुनाव हुए हैं अभी उत्तर प्रदेश में और अन्य राज्यों में उत्तराखंड में. I come from UP and I was pleasantly surprised when I met Anurag that he also comes from UP. In fact, Anurag comes from the hardcore political turf of UP from Mainpuri, which is where the principal pole of politics was about to be set should Akhilesh Yadav ended up winning the election. That didn't happen. We have the same government which is being repeated now in UP, and there are lessons to be drawn from there as well. आज जो मुझे सबसे अच्छा लगा इस 2 घंटे की चर्चा के दौरान, I heard that the president was using this word, auditing is serious business, right? And I would argue that politics is also meant to be serious business, but what has unfortunately happened is that politics has now become first and foremost only business. Because it has become business, the rest of all the changes that we're talking about, all these other changes fly from the fact that politics is business. And that's why I thought that I'll draw your attention, since so much of focus today has been on digitization, on how to make accounting more accessible. And I must admit, I hope I'm not targeted for this, but the one profession which I've never understood a word of is accounting. And my time that is spent when I have to file my IT returns with my chartered accountant is one of the most nightmarish experiences that I have to go through year after year. So, Mr. President, if you can help in terms of making it more accessible for simple, ordinary people like me, I think that'll go a long way. Politics today is exactly about how one can influence people, let's say in a much bigger virtual town hall kind of a scenario. Let's say there are 100, 200 people here right now. We can have a dialogue, we can have a conversation, you can ask me questions and I can ask you questions, and we can engage in a straightforward conversation with each other. राजनीति में अब क्या हो गया है कि राजनीति में अब ये सारा conversation जो है ये tech platforms के जरिए होता है. Let me share an anecdotal experience with you. Just a few days back, I was with the Delhi Chief Minister, Mr. Arvind Kejriwal. We were chatting up on multiple things. तो चर्चा इस बात पे हो रही थी कि साहब आम आदमी पार्टी wants to make a mark in Kerala. Of all the places in the country, the Aam Aadmi Party wants to make a mark in Kerala. तो चर्चा इस डायरेक्शन में चली गई कि अच्छा अगर जाना है केरला में तो भाई somebody has to be, let's say, the face of the party. तो एक दो नाम पे चर्चा करने के लिए वो मुझसे कुछ पूछ रहे थे, मैं उनको कुछ अपना, I was giving him some feedback. Suddenly an associate of his comes and he said, this name which has come in, this does not fit into our survey. So I realized that parties like the AAP, the BJP, every political decision which is being taken today is not being taken only on the basis of some political insight. That decision is being taken on the basis of various amounts of data collection, which is I would argue it's a welcome sign. It's happening via various surveys which are consistently being done. 15 years back, if I had to go and meet an MLA or an MP or a cabinet minister, we would speak. We'd speak on the basis of insights. When Arun Jaitley was alive, when Pramod Mahajan was alive, Atal Bihari Vajpayee's prime ministerial tenure, you could have conversations which were based on what I understood of politics or what the other entity understood of politics. Today, there is no conversation which is possible without some technology interference. ये X percentage लोग या X percentage valuation associated with this policy, Y percentage associated with this decision. That's how most of the conversations today are. And I think one reason why this change that we have seen in Indian politics over the last decade has happened is because the BJP has adapted itself in a very, very strong manner to evolving technology platforms. I was repeatedly told कि साहब एक दो अच्छी कहानियां बताइएगा क्योंकि सब लोगों ने दिन भर आज जो है numbers की बात की है, so that सबका थोड़ा मनोरंजन भी हो जाए. So I'll try and entertain you, but at the same time I must inform you as well, so that you all can be better informed and take informed choices. See, if I was to say that how many of you believe, and you can simply tell me, raise your hands. Do you think that Rahul Gandhi understands technology? Is there anyone here? Okay, one person. You believe Rahul Gandhi understands technology? Two. Okay, two. Three. Right. Do you think Narendra Modi understands technology? Right. Substantially higher number of people. Okay. You see, the fundamental, why there are more people who believe that the BJP understands technology is because you don't realize this, but it has created mechanisms which have gone into your minds. The way you think at a very subconscious level. Given the fact that I spend a lot of my time with a lot of critical policy makers, I end up sometimes interacting with some top-end lobbyists as well, people who are critical influencers. You'd be surprised that every year there are certain words. Kabhi socha hai aapne? Achha, let me give you a recent example. All of us were struggling with the Omicron variant of this virus, right? Some of us probably would have gotten it as well. The moment you would hear the word Omicron, the next word would be mild, right? Omicron ho gaya, theek hai, mild hai, bada mild variant hai. Why? Because of this technology interference and because of this ability of certain, powerful interests, it can convince you. It plays with your mind and you don't realize it. So you end up equating certain words with certain emotions. And over a period of time, what happens is that you'll stop thinking about certain words. Let me give you another example. Sometime around 2016-17, suddenly a Tukde Tukde gang, right? This phraseology called Tukde Tukde gang became suddenly everybody was talking about it, right? And it became part of popular lexicon. It got very nicely penetrated in electoral campaigning. Leaders started talking about it. Suddenly political discussions were about, if you go to Khan Market, Tukde Tukde gang. I'm sure many of us, have lived in the national capital. Kabhi socha tha aapne aaj se 7-8 saal pehle that going to Khan Market would mean, you're going to Tukde Tukde gang. You're this desire, this ability to create narratives, this ability to fix up words which you get associated with, which you can relate to, is where this interference of technology in democratic processes really comes into play. And we don't realize this. I don't know how many of you spend time in rural parts of India. I spend a lot of my time. I come from Banaras. And I like to, just be on the road. I spend a lot of my time between villages of the Telugu states, since Andhra Prabha, our sister publication, operates out of Hyderabad, as well as in parts of UP. किसी के पास और कुछ हो चाहे ना हो, लेकिन सबके पास Facebook account जरूर है, right? Wherever you go in the field, the person would be watching something on Facebook. The information collection mechanism, the data collection mechanism, data की चर्चा हो रही थी यहाँ पे, all that is happening via Facebook. There is someone I was meeting after I came to Dubai, and someone who has some links with the Congress party. So he was asking me this question. He says, why is it that that हमारी कोई बात ही नहीं सुन रहा? ऐसा क्यों है that the fuel prices are skyrocketing and there's a war, Ukraine, Russia, so much of unpredictability? Why is it that we are not being given the space? Why is it that people are not willing to listen to us? And I told him, I said, the reason is that you are just not engaging with the people through the means that you're supposed to be engaging with. Engagement today has got nothing to do with, with television channels, with print media. Engagement today in Dubai, I was just telling someone, in Dubai itself, there is a platform called Dubai Varta, which has been set up by a citizen of Kerala who has made UAE his base. And he runs he today has a 1 million strong community of all Malayali speakers in UAE and in other parts of the Middle East, and is simply servicing them via mobile phone. Imagine the power that he has. Imagine, if a Shashi Tharoor has to come, to the UAE, the first person Mr. Tharoor calls is him. कि भाई मैं आ रहा हूँ और मेरा जो है सारा तुम जरा मेरा दिखा देना. So there is a certain dependence and a certain mastery of technology which has been managed by the BJP, and it is showing therefore in front of you. If you look at since 2014, you look at most big victories or most decisive, shifting of vote patterns has all happened in favor of the BJP because the party has managed. It has a big brand ambassador like the Prime Minister, and it has managed to create this marvel called technology, called tech interfaces, where it is possible for viewers, for voters to get more influenced, to back a story which is looking more believable. That is what the Bharatiya Janata Party has managed to do. Many of you may wonder that is it that what we are seeing in front of us today, is this a story of India now for the next 10 years? I would say the story of India is settled till 2030. 2030 tak there is no vacancy for the top slot. If people here are stock market bettors, if I had money like some of the CAs here, I would certainly put my money on the BJP in 2024. And again, the reason why I say that is because there is a certain mastery of technology. There is a certain ability to convert technology into vote catching mechanisms. I mean, look at what happened in UP, right? The state which had the maximum number of deaths due to COVID is the state which has repeated the government for the first time in the last 3 decades, right? It has never happened. So what does it tell you? It tells you that पहले आपसे मोहब्बत थी इसलिए आपको समर्थन दे रहे हैं, अभी आपसे नाराजगी है लेकिन उस नाराजगी के बावजूद हम आप ही को समर्थन देना चाहते हैं क्योंकि हम दूसरी तरफ नहीं देख रहे. और हम दूसरी तरफ क्यों नहीं देख रहे? क्योंकि ये जो सारे फेसबुक पेजेस हैं, इंस्टा अकाउंट्स हैं, ट्विटर है, यूट्यूब है, the messaging of one side is far more effective. The messaging on the other side, not right up there. Before I'd love to, I said that this will be an interactive session, so I'd love to answer any question that any one of you may have. But before that, let me just, share one quick story with you, which will convince you more as to why I say that the story of Indian politics is settled in the foreseeable future at the top. Every day, I see a new leader, a new chief minister or a potential chief minister wanting to make a bid for 2024. I'm sure you guys are here in Dubai, but everybody's connected. It's a hyper-connected world. People have families. There are WhatsApp groups. क्या हो रहा है भारत में कि the more number of players who are emerging on the other side, the more power it is giving to the incumbent establishment. Because there is and again to come back to the same Omicron mild example, how a word cloud operates and how words are instilled at a subconscious level. Another factor which has gone into subconscious level is this, that if you go for coalitions, if there are multiple people on the other side, it's a recipe for disaster. So ठीक है, ऊपर नीचे चलता रहेगा, COVID हो गया, MSME sector में problem हो गया, GDP will go up and down. But guess what? If the other side comes into play, well, we'll be worse off. That broad realization, which has now become part and parcel of Indian politics, I think is what is making us see very, very clearly what is the road in front of us. Priyanka Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi, For me, I think if they were to step back from public life, there will be some chance for the Congress to, to retrieve itself. If that does not happen, and I think it may not happen, I foresee that the Congress party may well just end up being reduced to just a political party, maybe with no states. It's already down to what, 2 states, 3 states, Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh. And we don't know. We don't know what Karnataka, they were in power, but they got dislodged. Madhya Pradesh, they were in power, they got ejected out. Politics is serious, yes, but politics is much, much more dependent on certain means, certain tools that perhaps many of us do not know. But please understand, next time when you see that WhatsApp message or a tweet or something or the other, understand that there is a method to the madness. There is a certain desire to make your mind think a certain way. At this stage, because the messenger on the BJP side is a very, very powerful messenger in the form of the Prime Minister, most people are believing the messaging which is coming from that side. Is everything based on fact? Is all the messaging coming from facts? Perhaps not. But because the messenger is so powerful, so that fact भी वो कहीं वो पीछे चला जाता है और बात सिर्फ उन्हीं की होती है. If any one of you would have any questions, any updates, I'd love to answer them. Please, sir, please. You want to speak? You take this mic, Yeah. Or I'll stand here, I'll use this mic.
What I see today, whenever you open a channel, you know what is coming on a particular topic. So there is no mind apply, there is no right information is coming. So if you open, I don't want to take any name.
Yeah, sure.
If you open A channel, you know that the views are a section which you can make out. If you are open B, that you will find out how they found out the mistakes out of it. So this is becoming, and if you open Twitter, my God, you will be lost, because there is so much dirty, or I can say unnecessary tutoring is happening all around, that the media is losing its place. The people who think about the country, they think what is happening. Maybe A party is winning or B party is winning, but I think the real issues are completely ignored. I'm not sure whether this is my personal opinion or not, but I want to express it.
No, what you're saying is, okay, so let me answer this way. In our business, there is something, there's an adage. If a dog bites man, there's no news. That's no news. Dog will bite man. Man bites dog, big news, right? So what tends to happen is that with passage of time, with these media spaces also opening up, there is valid criticism of the media, and it should be rightly there. But I still remain optimistic about the scope and space for media in India and globally because of technology. Today, I take great pride in this, and I appeal to all of you to subscribe to our channel. You watch India Ahead, and you see what we are doing there. You see how the attempt is, how can I integrate communities like these who are sitting in this hall? How can we bring in, people across different genres? On Twitter, please try something called Twitter Spaces. It's an audio town hall model. We've actually integrated it with a video model. If you see, the way forward has to be that you bring in people, you bring in actual viewers. Unfortunately, the market ecosystem in India is such that visual medium is running after TRPs which are fake. Print medium is running after newspaper ratings which are also all fudged. So till the time you don't change that, I'm not claiming to be holier than thou here, but yes, we are trying to create a different business model. I hope with the support of people like you and many other friends here, I hope that we will be able to make a change and create a difference.
Hi, sir.
Where?
Yes, here, sir.
I don't see. Are there?
Hi. Myself, Chitranjan.
Hi.
Nice insight on this accountability. And I have a question on this accountability from an accountant's perspective. How accountability will be accountable? Shall we consider this an asset or liability, or will consider this is a contingent asset or contingent liability? Because the way the strategists, political strategists and all these people are doing,
suppose those parties are winning, they can consider this as okay, it's an asset for us. Those parties who are losing, they may consider this as a liability for us. From this perspective, how will consider this as how will consider accountable all these things?
Let me give you a political answer to an economic question. It's an important question. What is accountability? Right? Mayawati used to be the chief minister of UP after a while she got elected as a full majority chief minister between 2007 and 2012. The kind of social welfare work which was done under Mayawati, to those of you familiar with the landscape in India, there was this beautiful Noida-Agra expressway that was built, maximum number of hospitals specifically meant for the scheduled caste, which was her core vote base, were built. But look at what happened. In 2012, she just ended up losing the election. And today she's literally on an irrelevant, she's chasing irrelevance today. Akhilesh Yadav in 2012, again the same thing. He builds Lucknow-Agra expressway. He also spends a lot of money in infrastructure. When Atal Bihari Vajpayee was the Prime Minister, the entire Golden Quadrilateral project, Pradhan Mantri Gramin Awas Yojana, Sadak Yojana, I can think of so many moves. But what happened? He lost. A mere conventional definition of accountability does not work anymore. Is accountability a liability? I think if accountability does not have a strong brand at the top, it may well end up becoming a liability. Because you may be able to, to get your way around without being held accountable. So what is needed, I think, is a very strong messenger. So let's say if your institution ends up becoming a very credible platform, you will get yourself a big brand. And then your accountability will matter to you. But let's say if this club itself ends up becoming a group of contentious, controversial people, and today, by the way, is April Fool's Day, so I hope all the great commitments which are being made today are not just jokes. I'm sure that these commitments will be honored. I think accountability with a strong presence at the top, a strong brand, is what you really require for you to be in a stable environment.
Chaubeji, a great insight. An open-ended question, since
please.
You are a credible
Feel
journalist.
free.
What is has social media overtaken the regular media? That is one question. And are they more authoritative than they really should be? And how have countries been able to monitor them? I see most of the countries are not able to really monitor.
Yeah.
So your insights into this.
I think, sir, and again flowing in from the accountability question, see, the criticism is social media is not accountable. Because you can open a Twitter account or a Facebook account or whatever, and you can just have your free run. Whereas if I say something on a television channel or I write an opinion piece in Khalij Times or wherever, I will be held accountable because I exist out there, right? The challenge, the biggest disruption which has happened with conventional media is exactly this. Conventional media today minus digital media cannot exist. Digital media on its own does not have a viable business model, right? The scalability is with conventional platforms. That's why you will see that in most of the countries, whether it's the US, you look at UK, I'm talking about, even Pakistan. I mean, look at what's happening to Imran Khan today, right? He's literally on his last legs. The entire scrutiny is taking place via social media. It's true. But because there is polarization there also, there are two very clear-cut divides there. You can't hold people accountable on social media. You can hit back at them. You will tweet something, you will write a Facebook post, I will, counter you, and someone else will counter me. I mean, all that will happen. But can you really take someone to court if somebody is spreading a canard against you? Is it possible? In most of the cases, it's not possible. So that challenge is there. Has that challenge been met with? No, I don't think so. Can it be met with? I think there also the solution is with technology. At some stage, I think levers of technology, like, the fear is that between Mark Zuckerberg and the Tesla owner and the Twitter guys, they are controlling democracy across the world. How do you get beyond that challenge? It's still work in progress according to me. Okay. All right. Okay. One final question. You can use the mic, sir.
this is slightly outside your perimeter of subject, but relevant.
As long as you don't ask me about accounting, because
No.
that's not my subject at all.
It's not accountability, it's trying to understand the role of Prashant Kishore and his ability to swing a particular political party or it's in his favor. What does he actually use? Psychology, analytics, or a combination of them? How come he is quite precise in the composition of vote pattern, especially in Bengal? Can you?
Yeah, so, he does exactly what the BJP does. Please bear in mind, Prashant Kishore, before he switched sides, so I'll tell you a story about Prashant Kishore. Prashant Kishore was with Narendra Modi during his chief ministerial years on the road to 2014. And Prashant Kishore actually thought that he will be made the finance minister of the country. He was convinced that he was going to be made the finance minister of the country. So in 2014, after the results came out, and after the passage of a couple of weeks, you remember that there was a time period when Arun Jaitley was holding two portfolios, defense and finance. And the theory was that one of those two portfolios, will go to someone else. So Prashant Kishore went to Amit Shah. In the month of, I think May, Narendra Modi was sworn in. So he went in the month of June and he asked Amit Shah, Amit bhai, May has gone, June has come. So Amit Shah looked towards him, he says, yes. So he says, what next? So Amit Shah said, matlab, nahi kya, aage kya? तो उन्होंने कहा, June के बाद July. तो PK ने बोला, अच्छा, July के बाद? So he said, July के बाद August. So he got his answer, that he was not going to find a space for himself in that regime in 2014. So what did he do? First thing he did, he pitched his tent in Bihar, right? And then there was an alliance between Nitish and Lalu, which collapsed ultimately. Post Bihar, where Nitish Kumar went public to say that Prashant Kishore is like that son I never had. But it took exactly 1 month post the results for Prashant Kishore to be ejected out of JDU camp. The same thing is happening now with him in West Bengal also, where he's out of favor with Mamata Banerjee too. So he's now pitched his tent with the TRS, right? So PK is a gun for hire, but he's a smart gun for hire. What he does, he uses the same techniques, he uses the same algorithms, which the BJP also uses. He uses, but you will never see him putting his bet on a weaker candidate. In 2017, you'll remember when Akhilesh Yadav and Rahul Gandhi had joined hands, he did not come publicly. He was supporting them, but he refused to go public with his open support for them because he knew that that alliance was not working out. So he's a smart person, backs the right brand, and then comes, the rest of the trajectory around him. Okay, thank you. Thank you to all of you, and please continue with the good work.
Thanks to the guest of honor, Bhupendra Chaubey, for letting us know about the new era of Indian politics. Let us have a big round of applause for our guest of honor. Now, I would like to invite our Regional Director, CA Prabdeep Singh Babeja, Chairman Anurag Chaturvedi, Executive Committee Member, CA Amit Khetan, to present a memento to our guest of honor, Bhupendra Chaubey. Now, इतना सन्नाटा क्यों है भाई? Finale, right? Everybody is eagerly waiting. So how's the Josh? High होगा but आवाज नहीं आई. How's the Josh? Very good. Today we have with us an actor, film producer, model, humanitarian and philanthropist who works for society, a role model and the one who proved that he chooses the correct value to stand in testing time. He is none other than Mr. Sonu Sood. To introduce Mr. Sonu Sood, I would like to invite our energetic treasurer, CA Jai Prakash Agrawal.
Sir, Sonu Sood is not an actor. He is a motivator. In the COVID, when we were sitting at our homes, he was one person standing on the streets, helping others to reach their home. That is what makes him an actor in real life. You might have seen in the movies, but if you have seen him in real life, he is a very humble person. You will witness this humbleness today on the stage. And to introduce more, I will ask my AV team to play his introduction video. But promise me, once the video is over, you have to clap and show what ICI is all about. His introduction video, please.
अरे हम लोग इधर फंसे हुए थे दो महीने से, कुछ काम धंधा है नहीं।
पेपर देने आए थे, यहाँ पे फंस गए थे।
कुछ लोग पगार भी नहीं दे रहे थे टाइम से।
अब परिवार से 2-2.5 महीने के बाद मिलेंगे।
कहीं से कुछ हो नहीं रहा था। सोनू भाई ने हमारे लिए बहुत अच्छा काम किया।
सोनू सर की वजह से हम घर पे जा पा रहे हैं।
बहुत भला करेगा भगवान, उनको दिन दुनी रात चौगनी और अच्छा से अच्छा रखे, उनको हर बला हर मुसीबत से बचाए भाई को। सोनू भाई को उम्र लंबी करे अल्लाह ताला।
रुक जा रे बंदेया, ये रात जरा सी है, बात समझ बंदेया, कुछ देर ही बाकी है। रख यकीन आँखों से बादल, आज हट जाएगा। चाँद तेरी आँखों में बंदेया चल के आएगा।
मुझे लगता है कि जरूरतमंद बहुत है और मदद करने वाले बहुत कम। अगर आपसे मांगने वही आएगा जिसे पता है कि वो खाली हाथ नहीं जाएगा। मेरा मानना है कि सिर्फ इच्छा और जुनून होना चाहिए, रास्ते खुद ब खुद बन जाते हैं। जब तक हम आम इंसान को खास बनाने के लिए मेहनत नहीं करेंगे ना, तब तक ये देश नहीं बदलेगा।
A round of applause for a man. आम आदमी को खास बनाना, कॉमन मैन is made into a celebrity. सोनू सूद। सर तालियों में जोर नहीं है इसलिए वो दिख नहीं रहे हैं। आपके तालियों में जोर आएगा तो वो दिखेंगे भी आपको। इस साइड से तालियां नहीं आ रही हैं। सर तालियां बजाए तब आएंगे, नहीं तो नहीं आएंगे वो। सोनू साहब, तालियां हमने बजा दिए, आपका इंतजार है, लोग आपको सुनना चाहते हैं। एक डायलमा है, कहां से आएंगे? हो सकता है 1 अप्रैल हमने अप्रैल फूल बना दिया हो। इतनी बड़ी ऑडियंस का ऊपर अगर आपने अप्रैल फूल बनाया है तो प्रॉब्लम हो सकती है। तो डोंट वरी, ही इज देयर, माइट बी इज ऑन द वे। यू नो सेलिब्रिटी व्हेन ऑन द वे गेट्स हर्डल्स। हम ही चले जाते हैं पिक्चर खिंचाने के लिए, हो सकता है हम में से किसी भाई बहन ने उन्हें रोक लिया है। ताली जोर से नहीं बजाई, अनीश मेहता साहब बोल रहे हैं तालियां जोर से नहीं बजाई। सर एक बार पावर दिखा दो चार्टेड अकाउंटेंट्स का। सोनू सूद, आप मिसिंग हैं। आएगा, अपना हीरो आएगा। आई कैन हियर सम नॉइज। ठंड लग रही है सर, अभी गर्मी आने वाली है, वो आ ही रहे हैं। वो आएंगे, स्टेज को भी गर्म करेंगे, माहौल को भी गर्म करेंगे। मेरे को अब डर लग रहा है, अनुराग चतुर्वेदी चेयरमैन ऑफ द चैप्टर ने 1 अप्रैल को हम सबको इंक्लूडिंग एक्सकॉम को अप्रैल फूल बना दिया है। सर एज्यूम करिए मैं ही सोनू सूद हूं, मैं चालू हो जाऊं क्या? कहाँ है सर? One more time, a round of applause. And here comes Sonu Sood. Everyone, please show him what chartered accountants are all about. Sonu Sood on the stage.
Okay, on it? Yeah. Hi, good evening, everyone. First of all, thank you so much for having me. It's really a pleasure. मैं अभी backstage पे काफ़ी सारे chartered accountants, heroes से मिला. And hi, Bhupen ji, how are you doing, sir? Good to see you. And वो बोलते हैं कुछ आपको ऐसी बातें करनी है जो इंस्पायर करे. मैं कहता तो खुद इंस्पायर होने आया था आप लोगों की बातें सुनने के लिए. मुझे कहाँ फंसा दिया सर? But it's really a very special evening because, you know, I've been hearing stories of a lot of people from your family who have been doing such great work. And when I was backstage, तो हम लोग बातचीत कर रहे थे कि कैसे हम लोग साथ में जुड़ के how we can change many more lives together. But it's been a very, very special journey. जो मुझे लगा कि मैं 17-18 साल में एक्टिंग करके अलग अलग भाषाओं में मूवीज़ की, तमिल, तेलुगु, कन्नड़ा, मराठी, चाइनी, सब भाषाओं में फिल्में की और मुझे लगा कि बड़ा सक्सेस मिल गया, कामयाबी बहुत सारी मिल गई है. और मोगा से आया था मैं, एक छोटा सा शहर है पंजाब में, और मेरी जो जर्नी शुरू हुई एज एन इंजीनियर, ख़त्म किया. मैंने सोचा था कि अपनी पढ़ाई ख़त्म करके मोगा वापस आऊँगा. मेरे डैड की एक कपड़े की शॉप थी, बॉम्बे क्लॉथ हाउस, और उसी को देखेंगे, उसी को बड़ा करेंगे. माई मॉम वाज ए प्रोफेसर एंड शी वाज रियली लुकिंग फॉरवर्ड कि मैं कब अपनी पढ़ाई ख़त्म करके वापस आऊँ और मोगा में काम संभालूँ. एंड देन आई थॉट दैट, यू नो, आई वांट टू बिकम एन एक्टर. एंड आई स्पोक टू हर वंस एंड शी सेड, इफ यू वांट टू बिकम एन एक्टर, जस्ट गो एंड अचीव योर ड्रीम्स, जाओ. एंड आई केम टू मुंबई विद 5,500 rupees in my pocket, and I said, you know, I have to make my parents proud. And believe you me, मैं जब मुंबई आया था तो एक ही विश्वास था कि मम्मी पापा को प्राउड महसूस कराना है, उसके लिए मैं यहाँ पर आया हूँ. एंड somewhere the wishes, the prayers did the trick, और ज़िंदगी की जर्नी शुरू हुई और फिल्में बहुत करने लगे और बहुत की और लगा कि बहुत कामयाबी मिली है. You know, we are from a non-film background और काफ़ी कुछ पा लिया है. And I was very happy till I rediscovered myself 2 years ago when the whole COVID thing happened. मुझे नहीं पता कि मैंने कैसे किया, मुझे नहीं पता कि मैं कैसे कर रहा हूँ. I wish I knew the formula to tell what exactly happened in my life. But I remember कि जब कोविड शुरू हुआ, सब लोग मेहनत कर ही रहे थे अपने लेवल पर. तो आई ऑल्सो थॉट कि शुरू के अंदर जो लोगों को राशन दे दिया जाए तो शायद दैट्स माई जॉब. और मैंने 200-250 किट्स खाने की ली और एक कम्युनिटी है वहाँ पे गरीब, मैं उनको दे भी दी. और मुझे लगा कि मेरा काम ख़त्म हो गया, अभी मैं इंतज़ार करूँगा कब ये लॉकडाउन खुलेगा. जो सब लोग सोचते थे कि एक वीक 10 डेज़ में सब नॉर्मल हो जाएगा और उसके बाद वापस ज़िंदगी शुरू हो जाएगी. और फिर मैंने भी वही सोचा. आई डिड माई जॉब. और जब मैं घर आके बैठा एंड आई सॉ दोस फर्स्ट विजुअल्स ऑफ पीपल वॉकिंग बैक टू देयर होम्स, सो मुझे लगा एक बार वापस घर से बाहर निकल के देखते हैं कि कैसे होगा. एंड मैं सड़कों पर आया, रोड्स पर आया. कोई आइडिया नहीं था कैसे भेजते हैं, कुछ नहीं सीखा था, बट एक जुनून था कि करना है. एंड मैं एक बॉम्बे में एक जगह है कलबा चौक थाने में, तो वहाँ पर मैं रोज़ एक ट्रक खड़ा कर देता था फ्रूट्स का जाकर, कि जितने लोग आते थे उनको फ्रूट्स देते थे, फ्रूट्स लेकर जाते थे. और फिर मुझे याद है कि एक फैमिली जो कर्नाटका की तरफ जा रही थी, हस्बैंड वाइफ, 2 बच्चे थे उनके छोटे से, एक बच्चा गोद में पकड़ा हुआ था. उन्होंने बोला कि आप 10 दिन का मुझे जो फ्रूट्स वगैरह हैं सब पैक करके दे सकते हैं. तो मैंने पूछा कि 10 दिन के क्या करोगे आप? तो ये सेड कि सर हम लोग पैदल जा रहे हैं घर की तरफ और हमें 10-12 दिन लगेंगे। सो मैंने उनसे पूछा कि इन छोटे बच्चों को लेकर कैसे जाएंगे? वो सेड कि सर थोड़ा इनको बताएंगे कि 1 घंटे में पहुंच जाएंगे, आधे घंटे में पहुंच जाएंगे और हम लोग चलते जाएंगे। सो देन आई रियलाइज कि ये जो माँ बाप अपने बच्चों को झूठ बोलते हुए लेकर जाएंगे कि हम 1 घंटे में पहुंचे, उन बच्चों को नहीं पता कि इनको पहुंचने में 10-12 दिन 20 दिन लगे, कितना टाइम भी लगे। एंड दे विल ऑलवेज ग्रो विद दोज मेमोरीज कि हमारे माँ बाप ने हमें झूठ बोला और देखो कितनी मुश्किलों से लेके जा रहे हैं। एंड आई सेड कि आप मुझे थोड़ा सा समय देंगे अगर मैं आपके लिए परमिशंस लेके आ सकूं घर भेजने की? तो सेड कि कोरोना है, कोई परमिशंस नहीं मिलती। मुझे भी नहीं पता था, बट एक थॉट आया कि कोशिश करके देखता हूँ। एंड स्ट्रेट अवे वेंट टू द डीसीपी ऑफिस इन थाना और मैंने उनसे बोला कि मैं कुछ लोगों को घर भेजना चाहता हूँ, मुझे परमिशंस मिलेंगी? कहते नहीं मिलेंगी सर, अलाउड नहीं है, सब कुछ बंद है, बसेस वसेस कुछ नहीं चलती। तो मैं कह सर ये पैदल तो जा ही रहे हैं लोग, इनको रोकेंगे कैसे? ये तो पहुँच ही जाएंगे। तो अगर इनको बसेस मैं कुछ अरेंज कर दूँ, परमिशंस ले आऊँ। तो उन्होंने मुझे इतने पेजेस थे, 18-20 पेजेस का एक पूरा का पूरा दिया। कहते हैं सर अगर ये सब परमिशंस आप ले आओगे तो हम आपको अलाउ करेंगे भेजने के लिए। उसके अंदर जो लोग थे वहाँ पर हज़ारों की गिनती में थे, पर जिस मैं कम्युनिटी की बात कर रहा हूँ उसमें करीबन 350 लोग थे जो कर्नाटका जाना चाहते थे। कोई बैंड्रा से था, कोई मीरा रोड से था, मुंबई के अलग अलग कोनों से थे। तो उन्होंने बोला कि जितने लोग वहाँ पे जाने वाले हैं और जिस एरिया से बिलोंग करते हैं उस एरिया से हमें परमिशन चाहिए पुलिस की कि ये मीरा रोड में रहता है, बैंड्रा में रहता है, अंधेरी में रहता है, उन सब के कोविड टेस्ट चाहिए, उनकी सब परमिशंस चाहिए। उसके बाद जिस स्टेट में जा रहे हैं उनकी परमिशन चाहिए और जिस जिस स्टेट से गुजर रहे हैं उनकी भी परमिशन चाहिए। सो मैं गया पेपर्स लेके, मैंने थोड़ी भाग दौड़ शुरू की, बड़ा मुश्किल हो रहा था, लेकिन 2 दिन के अंदर वो परमिशंस ले पाए। और कर्नाटका से भी मैंने कुछ क्योंकि मैं फिल्म्स वगैरह करता था साउथ में, मैंने कुछ फ़ोन कॉल्स लगाए और वहाँ से परमिशंस की लेटर मिल गई। और जब मैं ऑफिस में लेकर पहुँचा तो उन्होंने मेरी तरफ एकदम देखा, यार तू कहाँ से ले आया सब? बट दे गेव अ गो हेड। और मुझे याद है कि पहली दफ़ा वो 10 बसेस भेजी थी, क्योंकि सोशल डिस्टेंसिंग बसेस में भी होती थी कि अगर 55-60 लोग बैठ सकते हैं तो एक बस में 28 से 30 लोगों की परमिशंस मिलती थी। तो उस समय हम लोगों ने करीबन 350 लोग कर्नाटका भेजे। और जब मैंने बसेस भेजी, वो जितने लोग थे उस बसेस के अंदर बैठे थे, मैं किसी को जानता तो था नहीं, बट वो छोटे छोटे बच्चे बाय बोल रहे थे, पेरेंट्स की आंखों में आंसू थे। और जब वो जा रहे तो हर चीज़ जैसे आपकी ज़िंदगी में स्लो मोशन में हो जाती है कि यार ये लोग जा रहे हैं और एक घर सही सलामत पहुंच जाएंगे। और जब वो लोग पहुंचे, सो उस दिन मैंने रियलाइज़ किया कि ये जो कहानी है ये उन 350 लोगों की कहानी नहीं है, ये पूरे देश में लाखों लोग जो फंसे हुए हैं उनकी कहानी है। एंड देन आई टुक दैट डिसीजन कि जब तक आखिरी माइग्रेंट को मैं घर नहीं भेजूंगा, मैं लगा रहूंगा। और वहां से वो जर्नी शुरू हुई। और वहाँ से वो जर्नी शुरू हुई 350 लोगों की। और फिर हर स्टेट के अंदर परमिशंस के लिए लगा रहा और थोड़ा सा लोगों को पता चलना शुरू हुआ, स्टेट्स को भी, कि एक बंदा है जो कोशिश कर रहा है सबको भेजने के लिए। तो कई बार इजी हो जाता था, कई बार मुश्किल होता था। पर मेरे पास पैसे उतने नहीं थे कि मैं सबको भेज पाऊँ जितने लोग आ रहे थे। तो एक तकलीफ आनी शुरू हुई कि यार ये तो 2-4 दिन 10 दिन चलेगा, उसके बाद बंद हो जाएगा सब। लेकिन मैं भेज रहा था तो बड़े लोग जुड़ने शुरू हुए, यार सोनू हमने सुना तू भेज रहा है, हम खाना हम लोग देना चाहते हैं बसेस में। किसी ने बोला पानी मैं देना चाहता हूँ। किसी ने बोला कि यार जो 5 लोग हैं ना मेरी तरफ से उस बस के अंदर आप करवा दीजिएगा। तो जब ऐसे लोग जुड़ने शुरू हुए तो आप विश्वास मानिए कि हर जगह के जितने बड़े बड़े उस समय गवर्नमेंट के अंदर MLA थे, MP से, वो भी मुझे फ़ोन करते। मैं कहा सर ये तो मैं आपसे परमिशन की बात करूंगा, आप मेरे से कहाँ ढूंढ रहे? कहते नहीं तू बोलेगा हो जाएगा काम। और फिर पूरे देश में मूवमेंट शुरू हुई। लेकिन मैंने रियलाइज़ किया कि ये बसेस से काम नहीं होगा, ये ट्रेन्स शुरू करवानी पड़ेंगी। ट्रेन्स कैसे भेजे? उस समय ट्रेन्स शुरू नहीं थी। एंड आई रिमेंबर कि मैंने दिल्ली में भी बात किया और उस समय महाराष्ट्र और सेंटर में थोड़ा सा एक कश्मकश चल रही थी, तो बड़ा मुश्किल था। भूपेंद्र जी तो सब जानते होंगे सर, इस समय बड़ा मुश्किल था कि महाराष्ट्र को परमिशंस नहीं मिलती थी और एक ट्रेन में 1155 लोगों की परमिशंस होती थी चढ़ाने के लिए। तो मैंने बड़ी मशक्क़त की, किया, फ़ोन शोन किया, लगाए रहे। तो मुझे याद है एक ट्रेन की परमिशन मिली और करीबन 2200 लोग थे और 1155 लोगों की परमिशन थी उसमें। और अब विश्वास मानिए, जब आप 2200 लोगों की बात करते हैं, 2200 लोगों में से किसी को भाई चेहरे नहीं जानते। कोई राम प्रसाद है, कोई किशन प्रसाद है, कोई यूपी जा रहा है, कोई बिहार जा रहा है, आप किसी को नहीं जानते, लेकिन वो सब क्योंकि लेबर है, कोई वो एक दूसरे को जानते हैं। उनको अगर पता चलता है कि सोनू सूद आज इतने लोगों को भेज रहा है, तो किशन प्रसाद कहता है चल बेटा तू भी चल मेरे साथ, वो उसको भी ले आता है, उसको भी ले आता है। आपने परमिशन ली है, 11 साढ़े 1100 की, वहाँ पे खड़े होते हैं 3-3, 4-4 हज़ार लोग, जिनको आप चेहरे से किसी को नहीं जानते। आप किसको बिठाएं और किसको उतारें, सब डेस्परेट हैं, छोटे छोटे बच्चे हैं हाथ में, इतना सामान है, क्योंकि वो सब छोड़ के जा रहे हैं। उनको लगता है कि शायद मुंबई में कभी वापस नहीं आएंगे, वो सब सामान लेकर आए हुए हैं भर भर के। तो मैं बोलता था यार ऐसे कैसे भेजूंगा सर आपको, आप मुझे एक दिन का मौका दें। कहते नहीं सर चढ़ा दो कैसे भी ट्रेन पर। मुझे याद है कि वो उस समय ट्रेन बांद्रा से शुरू होती थी, बांद्रा से शुरू होके फिर वो वसाई जाती थी और वसाई से मिडनाइट को हम लोग को गाड़ी निकालते थे। 1150 की परमिशन थी, मैं करीबन 2200-2000 लोग चढ़ाता था चुपचाप। और मैं जब स्टेशन जाता था वसाई, तो मुझे वहाँ पे जो पुलिस वाले थे, जो टीटीज़ लोग थे, जो रेलवेज़ वाले थे, वो कहते थे कि यार सर हमारी नौकरी चल जाएगी, आप इतने लोग लेके आते हैं। मैं उनको बोलता यार भाई आप 10 मिनट के लिए मुंह उधर कर लो, उतनी देर में मैं चढ़ा दूंगा सब लोगों को। तो बेचारे वो उनके अंदर भी बड़ी इमोशन थी कि यार हम लोग कर रहे हैं, और वो 5-10 मिनट के लिए इधर उधर ऑफिस जाते थे, हम लोग फटाफट चढ़ा देते थे, 2-2,500 हज़ार लोग चढ़ाते थे। और उसके बाद ट्रेन्स का दौर शुरू हुआ, जब ट्रेन्स परमिशन मिलनी शुरू हुई और ट्रेन्स हमने भेजनी शुरू की। और मैंने बोला कि यार अभी सब अच्छा हो रहा है, मुश्किल ज़रूर आ रहा था। और मुझे याद है कि जो फर्स्ट फ्लाइट उड़ी थी वो भी ईश्वर ने कहीं मुझे गाइड किया, मैं कर पाया। आई रिमेंबर कि एक फ़ोन कॉल मुझे बड़ा डेस्परेट आया था कहीं से, उड़ीसा से, भुवनेश्वर से। तो किसी ने बोला कि देयर आर ऑलमोस्ट क्लोज टू 170 गर्ल्स हु आर स्टक इन अ स्टिचिंग फैक्ट्री इन एर्नाकुलम, कोचिन के पास था। और उनका जो स्टिचिंग फैक्ट्री में लड़कियां काम करती थी, उनका जो ओनर था वो छोड़ के चला गया था, उनके पास खाने की कोई जगह नहीं, छोटी छोटी एज की लड़कियां थी और वो फंसी हुई थी वहाँ पर। और उन्होंने बोला कि इनको कैसे भी निकालो। तो मैंने उनके पीछे लगा कि इनको कैसे भेजा जाए। और मैंने जब बसेस का अरेंजमेंट किया तो सबने ये बोला कि क्योंकि लड़कियां हैं और आपकी परमिशंस, आपके नाम पे परमिशंस आती हैं और जाती हैं, रास्ते में कुछ मिस हैपनिंग हो गया, किसी ने कुछ गलत किया, तो आप कुछ लंबे चक्कर में फंस जाएंगे, आप मत लीजिए। क्योंकि कोचिन से भुवनेश्वर जब इतना ट्रैवल करना है, इतना लंबा सफ़र है, तो रिस्क है। तो मैंने बोला कि फ़्लाइट शुरू हो सकती है क्या? तो कहते सर फ्लाइट थोड़ा शुरू होंगी, कोविड चल रहा है, आप क्या बातें करते हो? तो मैं कहा सर कोशिश करता हूँ। आई रिमेंबर मैंने फिर कुछ फ़ोन कॉल्स घुमाए और उन्होंने बोला कि 2 घंटे के लिए हम लोग एयरपोर्ट खोलेंगे कोचिन का, और 2 घंटे के लिए भुवनेश्वर एयरपोर्ट खुलेगा। मैंने बैंगलोर वो फ़्लाइट बुलाई। रात को 3:30 बजे हम वो जो 179 लोग थे टोटल, उन सबको 3:30 बजे, कमिश्नर उस समय कोचिन के थे, तो उनको मैंने मेरे पहचान हुई उनसे। मैं कहा सर इतना आप कर दीजिए कि उनको, लड़कियों को एर्नाकुलम से कोचिन ला दीजिए। वो 3:30 बजे बसेस में बिठा के हम लोग कोचिन लेके आए। कोचिन का एयरपोर्ट खिला 2 घंटे के लिए, वहाँ से फ़्लाइट टेक ऑफ हुई सुबह। मैं पूरी रात जाग रहा था, उनसे टच में था। और जब वो भुवनेश्वर फ़्लाइट लैंड की, आई रिमेंबर जो सीएम उड़ीसा के हैं मिस्टर पटनायक, उन्होंने ट्वीट करके मुझे फ़ोन करके थैंक्स बोला कि आज आपने हमारे स्टेट की 179 लड़कियों की जान बचाई है, विल ऑलवेज बी ग्रेटफुल। एंड दैट गेव मी कॉन्फिडेंस कि बॉस मुझे कुछ नहीं आता था, मुझे ना बसें भेजनी आती थी, ना ट्रेन चलानी आती थी, ना फ्लाइट चलानी आती थी, लेकिन मैंने सोचा मैं कर सकता हूँ, तो मैं करता गया और ऐसे ही अपने आप जुड़ता गया। द बिगेस्ट लेसन दैट आई लर्न फ्रॉम द होल एक्सपीरियंस वॉज कि जब आप लोगों की मदद करने निकलते हैं तो आपका हुनर, आपकी डेडिकेशन, आपके पैसे, आपका जो भी रिलेशंस हों, सिर्फ वो काम नहीं करते, लोगों की दुआएं भी काम करती हैं। जो पेरेंट्स इंतज़ार कर रहे हैं जो फैमिलीज़ बिहार में, यूपी में, गुजरात में, उड़ीसा में जो इंतज़ार कर रही हैं, माएँ अपने बच्चों का इंतज़ार कर रही हैं, वो भी दुआ कर रही है कि मेरा बच्चा आ जाए। तो उसकी दुआ भी कहीं ना कहीं मुझे हेल्प कर रही है वो चीज़ करने में, उन बच्चों को फ्लाइट्स में चढ़ाने के लिए, उनको ट्रेन्स में चढ़ाने के लिए। और वो एक ऐसा नेटवर्क जुड़ता गया कि अपने आप सब चीज़ें अलाइंड होती गई। वो जो गरीब लोग जिनके पास जाने के पैसे नहीं थे, वो मेरे वॉलंटियर्स बनने शुरू हुए। जब वो घर गए, किसी ने बोला कि मेरी मदर बहुत बीमार है, सर आपने घर तो भेज दिया, उसका इलाज करवा दीजिए। मैं कहा यार इलाज कहाँ मैं कराऊंगा, मैं जानता नहीं। तो मैंने डॉक्टर से जुड़ना शुरू किया, डॉक्टर से जुड़ा शुरू किया, इलाज करवाना शुरू किया। तो देश भर के डॉक्टर्स, हॉस्पिटल्स कुछ ही समय में जुड़ते गए और पैन इंडिया हम लोग हर तरह का इलाज कराते थे। मुझे बहुत बड़े बड़े जो NGOs चलाते हैं उन्होंने बोला कि सोनू तू पागल जैसी हरकतें कर रहा है, जो तू कर रहा है पॉसिबल नहीं है सस्टेन होना। 1 महीना चलेगा, 2 महीने चलेगा, बंद हो जाएगा। तुझे एक फील्ड चुनना पड़ेगा, या तो तू एजुकेशन को सपोर्ट कर, अगर मेडिकल करता है या तो लिवर ट्रांसप्लांट कर, किडनी ट्रांसप्लांट कर, ब्रेन ट्यूमर्स कर, हिप रिप्लेसमेंट कर, नी रिप्लेसमेंट्स कर, कोई भी कर, ब्रेन सर्जरीज कर, 1 या 2 चीज़ें कर। तू सब करेगा तो इस देश की आबादी 150 करोड़ की है, तो 1 हफ्ता नहीं सर्वाइव कर सकता। तो मैंने बोला कि जो मेरे घर पे लोग आते हैं, जो मुझे कनेक्ट करते हैं, मैं उनको कैसे मना करूं। आप विश्वास मानिए आज की डेट में हम लोग, मेरी उस समय कोई फाउंडेशन नहीं थी, खुद ही जो मुझे ब्रांड्स मिलने लगे जिनके लिए मुझे याद है कि जब मैं नेगेटिव रोल्स करता था, कई बार एड्स की बात होती थी, बोलता यार ये सर एक्टर बड़ा अच्छा है पर नेगेटिव रोल करता है ना तो हमारे ब्रांड को सूट नहीं करता। मैं कहा अच्छा कोई बात नहीं। और जब ये काम करना शुरू हुआ तो वही ब्रांड्स आए कि सर बड़े बड़े एक्टर्स, बड़े बड़े सुपरस्टार्स वो ब्रांड साइन कर रहे थे। उन्होंने बोला कि नहीं यार, उनके कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स उन्होंने मिड में छोड़ के बोले यार सोनू हम आपके साथ करेंगे, बोलिए क्या चाहिए। मैं कहा सर इतना चाहिए कि मुझे 50 किडनी ट्रांसप्लांट कराने हैं, मुझे 100 लिवर ट्रांसप्लांट कराने हैं, आप डायरेक्टली हॉस्पिटल्स में दीजिए, मेरे को नहीं चाहिए, आप मुझे कुछ मत दीजिए, आप डायरेक्टली हॉस्पिटल्स में दीजिए, आप डायरेक्टली स्कूल्स को दीजिए, आप डायरेक्टली कॉलेजेस को दीजिए, लेकिन इतनी आपकी कमिटमेंट होनी है। और विश्वास कीजिए फर्स्ट टाइम इन कॉर्पोरेट वर्ल्ड सब लोग जुड़ने लगे। अगर मेरे पास बिजली की कंपनी आती थी मैं बोलता चलो 20 गांव में बिजली लगाएंगे, पेंट कंपनी आती है मैं बोला यार 10 गांव को पेंट करना शुरू करेंगे। तो ऐसे करके जब वो कन्वर्जन होना शुरू हुआ तो एक कॉर्पोरेट वर्ल्ड में भी एक हल्ला हुआ, यार ये पहली दफ़ा हो रहा है, चलो हम भी जुड़ते हैं। जब मोबाइल फ़ोन्स, आई रिमेंबर मैं रेडमी शाओमी मोबाइल कंपनी का एम्बेसडर हूँ, जब उन्होंने किया तो मैंने बोला कि काम है कि मैं 2-2.5 हज़ार बच्चों को पढ़ाना है। आज ऑनलाइन एजुकेशन चलती है, उनके पास फ़ोन्स नहीं है, आपको 2-2.5 हज़ार फ़ोन्स देने गरीब बच्चों को, जिसको मैं बोलता रहूँगा आप देते रहें। आप विश्वास कीजिए आज भी हम फ़ोन बांट चुके हैं और करीबन 3000 से 3200 फ़ोन हम लोग बांट चुके हैं गरीब लोगों को। सो पूरी चीज़ का जो एक्सपीरियंस ये था कि होता गया काम। हम हमेशा कई लोग मैं बोलते हैं मैं सुनो आप बड़ा अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं, हम भी जुड़ेंगे आपके साथ काम करेंगे, पर एक बार हम सक्सेसफुल हो जाए ना, खूब सारा पैसा कमा लें, बस पढ़ाई कर रहा हूँ, ये पढ़ाई खत्म हो जाए, उसके बाद व्हेन आई एम सक्सेसफुल आई वुड लाइक टू गिव बैक टू द सोसाइटी। मैं उन सबको ये बोलता हूँ कि इट्स नॉट इम्पॉर्टेंट दैट यू हैव टू अर्न लॉट ऑफ मनी, यू हैव टू बी सक्सेसफुल इन लाइफ टू हेल्प अदर्स, यू जस्ट हैव टू बी वन चैनल टू हेल्प अदर्स। आप अगर किसी कोई बंदा मदद करता है, चाहे हम हो चाहे आप पे से कोई हो, आप बोले यार मेरे बिल्डिंग का वॉचमैन बड़ा गरीब है, उसके बच्चे की हम 1 महीने की फ़ीस हम लोग भरेंगे रैंडमली उठा के। तो आई थिंक अगर आपके पेरेंट्स ने भर दी या आपके अंकल ने भर दी या आपके किसी दोस्त ने भर दी, आपने अपना काम शुरू कर दिया है। तो मैंने वही करना शुरू किया, मैंने वो लोगों को जोड़ना शुरू किया जिनकी ताकत नहीं थी हेल्प करने की बट जुनून था। मेरे बिल्डिंग के अंदर आपने कई बार देखा होगा, वीडियोस बड़े वायरल होते हैं, एक बंदा फॉर्म्स कलेक्ट करता है, वो मेरी बिल्डिंग के अंदर दूध के पैकेट बांटता है पिछले 15, 16, 17 साल से। हर फ्लैट के बाहर दूध के पैकेट सुबह रखता है, गुड्डू है उसका नाम। तो मैंने बोला गुड्डू यार तो इतने साल से दूध के पैकेट बांट रहा है, काम कर, तेरा सिर्फ एक ही काम है। यहाँ पे मैं अभी आज दुबई में हूँ, आज भी लोग घर के बाहर खड़े होंगे, मैं कभी भी जाता हूँ, तेरे को सिर्फ उनकी रिक्वेस्ट फॉर्म्स लेने हैं, फोटोग्राफ खींचनी है और भेजनी है, तेरे का सिर्फ इतना काम है और कुछ काम नहीं। वो सुबह बैठता है और वही काम करता है। विश्वास मानिए कि गुड्डू ने हज़ारों लोगों की जान बचा दी, हज़ारों लोगों को पढ़ा दिया गुड्डू ने। उसको इतना अच्छा लगता है, उसको इतना अच्छा लगता है कि यार सोनू सर आपने मेरा भी मन नहीं लगता। वो दिन में सुबह अर्ली मॉर्निंग दूध बांटता था और उसके बाद जितना भंगार का, रद्दी का न्यूज़पेपर होता है वो सब घरों से इकट्ठे करता था। आज गुड्डू की इतनी वैल्यू हो चुकी है, वहाँ पे बिल्डिंग में जाते हैं सब गुड्डू साहब, सर हमारा भी काम करवा दीजिए, सर हमारे बच्चे को ही पढ़ा दो। कहता सर मैं 15-18 साल से इज्जत नहीं कमा पाया जो ये मेहनत करके काम करके मुझे मिली। सो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि मुझे जो खुशी पिछले 18-20 साल में 90-100 फिल्में मैंने ज़िंदगी में कर ली होंगी वो करके नहीं मिली जितनी मुझे 2 साल आम लोगों को, जिनको मैं जानता नहीं या पता नहीं मैं कभी उनसे मिलूंगा या नहीं मिलूंगा, उनसे जुड़कर हुई है। आज जब हमने सूद फाउंडेशन खोला तो मैंने अपने आप, मेरी किसी से पैसे मांगने की ताकत नहीं थी कि यार बॉस मैंने फाउंडेशन खोला, कोई डोनेट कर दो। मैंने आज तक कभी किसी से नहीं पूछा। तो मैंने बोला यार मैं मांगूंगा नहीं, मैं बड़ा मुश्किल काम है मेरे से। तो जो मेरे दोस्त थे वो कहते यार कोई कॉलेज में मेरे साथ इंजीनियरिंग में पढ़ा, सोनू भाई आप बड़ा अच्छा कर रहे हैं, हम लोग करते रहे। तो मैंने उन्हीं को फाउंडेशन का हिस्सा में कहा यार तुम आप खुद करना शुरू करो, ये आपके सामने है। कोई अगर आप बच्चे को पढ़ाते हो आपको पता होना चाहिए आप किसको पढ़ाते हो, उसके आज रिजल्ट कितना आया, उसके मार्क्स कितने आए, अरे इसकी हमने सर्जरी कराई, वो कैसे शुरू हुआ। तो वो मैंने एक ऐसा नेटवर्क बनाया ऑफ ऑल दोज पीपल वी हेल्प्ड। आई रिमेंबर व्हेन आई वाज सेंडिंग बैक पीपल बैक टू द होम्स, आई कनेक्टेड विद ऑलमोस्ट 7.5 लाख पीपल जिनको गिराया था। आज जो 7.5 लाख लोग में से लाखों लोग हमारे खुद के वॉलंटियर्स हैं जो बिहार, यूपी, गुजरात के छोटे छोटे गाँव में बैठे। अगर हमें किसी के पास भैंस भी भेजनी हो कि भैया उसका काम चल सके तो बेचारा वॉलंटियर बस पकड़ के उस बिहार के उस गांव में जाएगा, चेक करेगा कि वो कितना ज़रूरतमंद है, उसको भैंस देते हैं और कितना दूध देती है भैंस, और भैंस के साथ बछड़ा भी है कि नहीं है उसके साथ। तो भी बोलता है सर मैंने भैंस ली सर, वो 8 किलो दूध देती है और साथ में उसके बछड़ा भी करके दिया सर, देखो फैमिली खुश हो जाएगी सर। सो आई मीन दैट काइंड ऑफ डेडिकेशन ऑल दीज पीपल एक्सपीरियंस व्हाइल डूइंग दैट। और इन लोगों के पास बेचारों के पास पैसे नहीं, मैं उनसे हमेशा पूछता हूँ यार जाते हो ना मुझसे ले लिया करो, नहीं सर हम लोग कर लेंगे सर, मैनेज कर लेंगे। सो आई फील कि जो पिछले 2 साल में हम सब ने एक्सपीरियंस किया, आप लोगों ने भी किया है, वो हमारे टीचर्स कभी जिंदगी में, कॉलेजेस ने हमें सिखा पाए व्हाट कोविड टॉट अस। कोविड इंट्रोड्यूस्ड अस टू आवरसेल्व्स कि हम लोग अपने बच्चों के लिए बड़ी मेहनत करते हैं, हम लोग अपनी फैमिलीज़ के लिए बड़ी मेहनत करते हैं, कि क्या हम लोग अनजान बंदे के लिए मेहनत करते नहीं करते, जिसको हम कभी जानते हैं नहीं जानते हैं, मिलेंगे या नहीं मिलेंगे, और उस मेहनत का स्पैन क्या है, उसकी डेफिनेशन क्या है कि मैं बस एक बंदे की हेल्प करूंगा दैट्स इट, मैंने अपना जॉब कर दिया, कि मैं 10 बंदों की हेल्प करूंगा मैंने जॉब कर दिया। आई थिंक वी हैव टू मेक दैट एज ए पार्ट ऑफ अ लाइफ, कि हमारी ज़िंदगी का एक हिस्सा होना चाहिए। अगर हम 24 घंटे ज़िंदगी में जीते हैं हर रोज़, तो मुझे लगता है एटलीस्ट 1 घंटा किसी के लिए होना चाहिए। हम लोग उस दिन उसके लिए कुछ कर पाएं या ना कर पाएं, लेकिन हमने कोशिश किया यार क्या करें। आज जब कोविड में मेरा थोड़ा नाम होना शुरू किया, मेरे पास इतनी फिल्मों के ऑफर आए कि मैं बता नहीं सकता, कि बड़े से बड़े बैनर्स सब आए कि पिक्चरें करनी सर, स्क्रिप्ट सुनो। और विश्वास मानिए जिन डायरेक्टर्स, जिन प्रोड्यूसर्स के मैं इंतजार करता था फ़ोन आने की यार कब कहानी सुने, मैं उनका 1.5-2 साल स्क्रिप्ट ही नहीं सुन पाया, क्योंकि आई वॉज सो हैप्पी विद दीज पीपल डूइंग, कनेक्टिंग दोज लाइफ्स। जब मैं उनसे बातचीत करता मेरे को इच्छा ही नहीं की करने की, और वही प्रोड्यूसर्स कहते थे यार तू पागल हो गया सुन यार, इतना बड़ा तू सुनता ही नहीं यार, टाइम ही नहीं देता। मैं क्या बस थोड़ा सर मैं 1 हफ्ता दीजिए उसके बाद मैं करता हूँ। बट आई वॉज सो हैप्पी, सो सेटिस्फाइड विद देम, कि यार मेरे को ऐसा लगा कि यार परिवार इतना बड़ा हो गया मेरा, कि एक अलग एक्सपीरियंस था। और मुझे याद है कि जब सेकेंड वेव आया था कोविड का, जिसमें बहुत सारे लोगों ने अपने बहुत अजीज लोग खोए थे, आई एम श्योर कि यहाँ पे भी कुछ लोग बैठे होंगे, किसी ने कोई ना कोई तो जरूर जानता होगा जिसने उस समय खोए थे। एंड आई रिमेंबर उस समय आई कुडंट स्लीप होल नाइट, क्योंकि सारी रात मेरा फ़ोन बजता था, सारी रात। माई वाइफ यूज्ड टू पिक अप द फोन इन द नाइट, विशाखापट्टनम में ऑक्सीजन खत्म हो गया, वहाँ भेजिए। मेडिसिन्स इंडिया में मिल नहीं रही थी। आई रिमेंबर मैं दुबई से टॉसिलिजुमैब उसमें बड़ी लगती थी, वो मैं बुलाया करता था, लाइपोसोमल रशिया से बुलाया करता था, विच वॉज नॉट अलाउड। अभी मैं बोल सकता हूँ कैमरे, पता नहीं क्या होगा। मेरे पे केसेस भी कर दिए लोगों ने कि यार दुनिया को मिलती नहीं, ये कहाँ से मंगवा लेता है। क्योंकि मैं कोशिश करता, कोई दुबई से आ रहे हैं भाई, यार आ रहा है भाई 2 इंजेक्शन ले आना ले। तो हम लोगों ने एक ऐसा नेटवर्क क्रिएट किया जो अभी भी एग्जिस्ट करता है बहुत तगड़े ढंग से, कि आज आप कोई किसी का इलाज करवाना हो, किसी को पढ़ाना हो, किसी को जॉब दिलाना हो, किसी को कुछ भी कराना हो, हम लोग करवा सकते हैं, क्योंकि वी क्रिएटेड दैट काइंड ऑफ स्पेस जहाँ पर आज प्राउडली वी कैन से दैट कि सर आप हुक्म कीजिए कि देश में किस कोने में क्या चाहिए, वी प्रॉमिस यू कि सबसे पहले हम लोग पहुँच के विल मेक दैट हैपन नो मैटर हाउ डिफिकल्ट इट इज। मैं एक बड़ी कमाल का एक आपको एक्सपीरियंस बताता हूँ कि जब मैं इन लोगों को घर भेज रहा था, उनके इलाज करवाने शुरू किए, उनकी पढ़ाई करानी शुरू की, वो सब हो रहा था, तो सब बोलते सर जॉब नहीं हमारे पास, क्योंकि सब बंद हो चुका था, जॉब तो होंगे नहीं। और मैंने कहा यार इनको जॉब बड़ी तकलीफ आने वाली है, तो इनको जॉब्स अगर ये छोड़ के जा रहे हैं तो जो जॉब्स देते हैं उनको भी तकलीफ आने वाली है कि मेरा एक बहुत बड़ी कंपनी है जिसमें 1000 एम्प्लॉय काम करते हैं, आज वो है नहीं, तो वो बंद हो रही है। होटल है, मेरा हॉस्पिटल है, मेरा जो भी है वॉटएवर है, उसमें काम करने वाले हो। तो मैंने एक नेटवर्क क्रिएट करना शुरू किया, मैंने एक प्लेटफॉर्म बनाया जिसका नाम था प्रवासी रोजगार, कि जितने लाखों लोग देश भर में हैं जिनके पास जॉब नहीं है, आप कनेक्ट कीजिए। और उनका जो कनेक्शन होना शुरू हुआ, मैंने फिर बड़ी कंपनीज में, एक्सपोर्ट हाउसेस में सबको क्या किया, मैं लोग भेजूंगा आपके पास, आप उनको जॉब दिलाइए, बड़ी ज़रूरतमंद लोग हैं। लोगों को आता नहीं था, मैंने प्लम्बर्स के काम सिखाना शुरू किया, प्लम्बिंग कैसे करते हैं, इलेक्ट्रिशियन कैसे बनते हैं, स्किल डेवलपमेंट के लोगों से जुड़ के उनको सिखाना शुरू किया। एंड वी स्टार्टेड क्रिएटिंग दैट नेटवर्क ऑफ गिविंग जॉब्स। और वो ऐसा बड़े ढंग से इतना स्पीड से फैला, क्योंकि सबको जॉब की ज़रूरत थी और सबको एम्प्लॉयज़ की ज़रूरत थी, कि थोड़े ही समय में इतना बड़ा हो गया कि देश भर की जितनी बड़ी कंपनी है, कंपनी से उन्होंने मुझे फ़ोन करना शुरू किया, यार आप बहुत बड़ा नेटवर्क आपने क्रिएट किया है, जॉब्स दिलाने का, कंपनीज को देने का, सब आपके पास हैं, आपके पास प्लम्बर चाहिए हो, इलेक्ट्रिशियन चाहिए, कुछ भी हो, सब मिलता है, लेट्स कोलैबोरेट टुगेदर एंड डू इट। और मुझे जिन लोगों से भी मैं मिला, विदाउट नेमिंग देम, दे वर द टॉप वंस, मुझे ऐसा लगा ये बहुत बिजनेस टाइप के दुनिया हो रही, कहीं ऐसा ना हो कि जो मैं अच्छे काम करने जा रहा हूँ कहीं उसमें मेरे को साइड पे करके बिजनेस बन जाए और मैं काम ना कर पाऊँ। मैंने नहीं कोलैबोरेट किया, मुश्किल करता गया, तकलीफ़ें करता रह गया। एंड उसके बाद Temasek, जो इतनी बड़ी कंपनी है, दे केम एंड जॉइन हैंड्स एंड वी मेड दिस कंपनी कॉल्ड गुड वर्कर। और उसके अंदर वी क्रिएटेड जॉब फॉर 2,71,000 पीपल्स इन 2 years। सो मैं बस यही कहूँगा कि मैं रोज़ सीखने के लिए निकलता हूँ। आज भी मैं जब यहाँ पर आया हूँ, कुछ सीखने आया हूँ, एंड आई एम श्योर कि अगर मैं कुछ सीख के जाऊँ आप लोगों से, तो दैट विल बी वर्थ दिस विजिट। और बड़ी चीज़ें हैं जो मुझे बात करनी है, बट उससे पहले मैं आप लोगों से बात कुछ करना चाहूँगा। इफ़ समवन हैज़ फ्यू क्वेश्चंस फॉर मी, तो आप प्लीज़ पूछें एंड आई विल आंसर all of every individual under this roof. Sir. Can someone give the mic, please?
Sonu ji,
sir.
Hi. My name is Huzaifa. I just want to share my story with you. I was in Saudi Arabia 2 years back when the lockdown and everything started. I had lost my job. मैं evacuation flight लेके सऊदी अरेबिया से बैंगलोर आया, बैंगलोर से 10 दिन क्वारंटाइन रहा और क्वारंटाइन होके फिर मैं मुंबई आया। बस एक ही दिल में थी कि भाई सोनू भाई बचा लेंगे मुझे। थैंक यू सो वेरी मच।
थैंक यू सो मच, थैंक यू सो मच।
You are a real life hero. And I just have one request, and if it's okay with you, sir, can I hug you? Please.
Sir, please, please, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir. God bless you, sir.
God bless you.
So thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Keep up the good work.
Sir,
Sir,
I
if
will.
you need any volunteer, I am there, sir.
Sir, today you are a part of our team now.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Hello, Sonu.
Hanji, sorry.
Asking a question to you will be chota muh badi baat, because the work you have done is beyond words. No word can match the appreciation for the efforts you have put. Only for your journey, I can say 2 lines from Majroor Sultanpuri. मैं तो अकेला ही चला था जानिबे मंजिल मगर, मैं तो अकेला ही चला था जानिबे मंजिल मगर, लोग साथ जुड़ते गए और कारवां बनता गया.
अरे क्या बात, थैंक यू.
All the best to you. Keep doing good work, and we are very proud of you. And you definitely deserve a standing ovation from all of us. Can I request, please, everyone to give him a standing ovation? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Sir. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Hi, Sonu, on your right.
Hi, sir.
Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Hearing at your story, I mean, definitely you are superstar and superhero, and all the incident that you said it looks like very fairy tale, you know, so in a way. But anyway, kudos and congratulations to you that you could pull out, you know, in most difficult time, something that we cannot just think of. Having said that and having acknowledged that, you know, there are definitely various media reports. You know, you are facing IT raids and some allegation of FCRA violation and all. So, I mean, just, you know, you can enlighten us a bit on this so that, you know, we know, like, you know, when you do something good, how, what kind of issues other than the logistical issue that you have pulled off, you know, people are facing, and then maybe, you know, we can get some clue out of it.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you so much for this question, sir. And मेरी मदर हमेशा एक चीज़ कहा करती थी कि अगर आप किसी रास्ते पर चल रहे हो और उसमें मुश्किलें नहीं आ रही, तो इसका मतलब आपका रास्ता सही नहीं है. जब मैंने काम करना शुरू किया, मेरे को बड़े लोगों ने फ़ोन किया. मैं नाम नहीं लूँगा, बहुत बड़े मेरे एक दोस्त हैं, सुपरस्टार हैं बड़े. उन्होंने आधी रात को मुझे फ़ोन किया, तू पागल हो गया क्या? तो मैंने बोला क्या हुआ? मैं आधी रात को 3:30 बजे फ़ोन उठाया. मैं कहा हाँ भाई क्या बोला? तू पागल हो गया, तू क्या कर क्या रहा है तू? तो मैं क्या कर रहे हैं यार, मदद कर रहे हैं सबकी. तू बहुत तकलीफ में आ जाएगा तू जो कर रहा है. तो मैं क्या क्यों तकलीफ में आएगा? कहते जो तू काम कर रहा है वो तेरा काम नहीं है, और जब तू दूसरों का काम करेगा तकलीफ हमेशा आएगी. मैं क्या वो काम छूटेगा नहीं, तकलीफ़ें जितनी भी आएँ. और ये तो सर जो आपने बताया जो IT वाली तो एक चीज़ थी, उसके अलावा बड़ी तकलीफ़ें आती थी, बड़ी तकलीफ़ें आई, ये सबके सामने है. और मैं आपको प्राउडली बता सकता हूँ, जब ये पूरा किस्सा हुआ, करीबन वो 4 दिन तक मेहमान घर पे थे और 400-500 लोग बाहर भी थे घर पे जो इंतज़ार कर रहे थे उस समय. और मैं उनसे यही कह रहा था, मैं कह सर एक बात बताओ, जब 2-3 दिन हो जाते हैं तो थोड़े घुल मिल जाते हैं वो लोग आपसे. मैं कह सर एक बात बताओ कि आप, मैं जब वो घर में घुसे सब लोग आए, मैं कह सर मैं एक चीज़ आपको प्रॉमिस करता हूँ, ये ज़िंदगी का आपका बेस्ट एक्सपीरियंस रहेगा. जब आप जाओगे आप बोलोगे कि यार ना तो कभी हमने ऐसा एक्सपीरियंस किया है और ना आप दोबारा कभी करोगे. और वैसे ही हुआ. जब लोग वो आए, सब कुछ देखा जा रहा था, तो उसमें सिर्फ हेल्प और हेल्प दिख रहा था. उसमें सिर्फ लोगों के काम दिख रहे थे. जो मैंने जितने ब्रांड्स किए थे उनकी सारी की सारी चैरिटी दिख रही थी कि हर चीज़ जो मैंने कमा रहा था सब मैंने बोल दिया था कि इधर डोनेट करना शुरू करो. सो उन्होंने ऑफ द रिकॉर्ड बोला कि हमने बहुत कुछ किया लेकिन हमने कभी ऐसा कुछ नहीं देखा जो होता हुआ. बट लाइक यू सेड सर कि जब भी आप कुछ करने निकलते हो तो तकलीफ़ें तो आनी ही आनी हैं. वो किस रूप में आएंगी, उस तकलीफ़ों से आप रुक सकते हो या नहीं रुकने वाले, वो इम्पोर्टेंट है. अगर मैं रुक जाता और मुझे लगता कि यार ये मुश्किल है, आगे नहीं बढ़ना चाहिए, तो शायद और बहुत सारी चीज़ें जो मैं ज़िंदगी में करना चाहता हूँ नहीं होती. बट आई एम ग्लैड कि मैं रुका नहीं. और जिस दिन वो ख़त्म हुआ सिलसिला 4:30-5 बजे सुबह, मैं 6:30 बजे फिर घर के नीचे ही था उन लोगों से मिलता हुआ और वो काम करता हुआ. तो वो कहते हैं ना कि सर थमने के लिए मैं चला नहीं था. मैं जो चला हूँ वो अभी सफ़र बहुत लंबा है, मुश्किलें तो अभी भी बहुत सारी आएंगी. बट अगर थम गए तो फिर सब कुछ पीछे का जो है सब खराब हो जाएगा. तो आई थिंक इट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट कि बढ़ते जाएं, सीखते जाएं और सब ठीक ही होगा सर. आई थिंक आई एम श्योर वी लर्न आवर लेसन्स राइट, एंड इफ यू कैन स्टिल इंस्पायर फ्यू मोर, सो आई थिंक आवर जॉब इज डन.
Hi, Sonu.
Hi, sir.
Hi, I'm Mayank.
Hi,
I'm
Mayank.
also from Punjab, and I would have to say that for the Punjab youth today, you are the modern day real life hero. Punjab has produced a lot of real life heroes, but आज की generation के लिए, when we talk back, Sonu Sood is the Punjab's real life hero. You're a pan-India hero.
Thank you,
My
Mayank.
question to you is, Sonu Sood, the humanitarian. If a Bollywood biopic has to be made on that, who other than Sonu Sood you think is the Indian actor who can play that role to perfection?
So that's a tough one. That's a tough one, but I would like to say that I don't know whether I've done something which can be made into a biopic or can be showed what, but I think I'm glad that I'm part of a story which was directed by Almighty, जिसमें there was no light, no camera, and there was only action.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayank. Thank you.
Hi, Sonu.
Hi, sir.
We love you, Sonu.
Love you, sir. Love you too, sir. Thank you so much.
I have two questions. A, role model in testing times. That's the topic of the day.
Yes, sir.
What next? What in the future? Isn't philanthropy and humanitarian work a full-time job? Or are you going to go back to your acting career?
Sir, it's a full-time job, but yes, I'm acting also. I have 2 releases coming up. I'm going to start a production. पर मैं आपको बताता हूँ सर कि मैं जैसे आपने एक्टिंग की बात की, I was shooting with चिरंजीवी सर for a movie called आचार्य जो अभी मई जून में रिलीज होने वाली है. तो वो जो फिल्म हम लोग शुरू कर रहे थे सर, वो कोविड से पहले शुरू हुई और उसमें एक्शन हुआ, जो भी सीन्स हुआ, उसके बाद कोविड आ गया और कोविड में शूटिंग रुक गई और उसके बाद जब वापस खुला तो हम लोग वापस सेट पे गए. उस समय जो भी मैं थोड़ा बहुत कर चुका था उसमें काफ़ी बदलाव आ चुका था. तो चिरंजीवी सर मेरे साथ खड़े थे, तो एक्शन का सीक्वेंस था जो शुरू हो चुका था कोविड से पहले और कोविड के बाद ख़त्म करना था. तो चिरंजीवी सर बोले यार मैं इसको मारूंगा नहीं तो क्या पब्लिक मेरे को गाली देगी. तो जो एक्शन डायरेक्टर था वो ऐसे खड़ा, सर कैसे करें? तो बोले सर एक किक मारने का शॉट है. तो कहते नहीं पैर नहीं मारूंगा मैं, उसको शॉट चेंज करो नहीं तो पब्लिक मेरे को गाली मारेगी. तो उन्होंने करके खैर कैसे भी एक्शन सीक्वेंस खत्म हुआ और हम लोग आके बैठ गए, चेयर पे बैठे. तो चिरंजीवी सर ने मेरा हाथ पकड़ा, तो ही कॉल्स मी सोनू सूद जी. ही सेड सोनू सूद जी मैं आपको एक बात बताऊं. मैं क्या सर? कहता चिरंजीवी सर बोले कि मेरे को इंडस्ट्री में मतलब मेरी अभी 62-64 ईयर्स का हूँ. मैंने बड़े अवार्ड्स मिले, पद्मश्री पद्म भूषण मिले, मैं पॉलिटिक्स में भी गया, सब कुछ किया. और जब लोगों ने मुझे मेगा स्टार का पदवी दी कि मेगा स्टार, क्या जब मैं सेट पे आता था तो सब लोग जितने लोग देखते थे सब जाने चिरंजीवी सर आए, चिरंजीवी आए, सब ऐसे एकदम हो जाते. उनकी बॉडी लैंग्वेज बदल जाती थी कि इतने बड़े स्टार आए. एंड आई यूज्ड टू फील वेरी हैप्पी कि यार इससे ऊपर क्या हो सकता है कि पब्लिक इतना प्यार करती है, लोग इतना प्यार करते हैं. आई यूज्ड टू फील कि इससे ऊपर कुछ नहीं है, ये सबसे ऊपर है. लेकिन जब कोविड के बाद तुम आए सेट पे और मैं तुम्हारे साथ बैठता हूँ, मैं देखता हूँ कि मुझे तो लोग ऐसे देखते हैं क्या चिरंजीवी राय, पर जब तुम्हें देखते हैं वो एकदम ऐसे हो जाते हैं. और जब हम दोनों बैठे रहते हैं वो मुझे देख रहे होते हैं. कहता है दिस इज समथिंग विच आई हैवंट एक्सपीरियंस्ड इन माई लाइफ इन ऑल दीज ईयर्स. जब मेरा पैकअप होता है, अगर 6 बजे पैकअप हो तो मुझे सेट से निकलने में 9:30-10 बज जाते हैं, क्योंकि 3.5-4 घंटे लोगों की लाइन लगी रहती है. अभी जब जो भी सेट पे अगर हमारे 200 लोग होते हैं, कोई लाइट मैन है, कोई कैमरा मैन है, कोई गाड़ी का ड्राइवर है, कोई डायरेक्शन टीम्स में, तो उनको अगर पता चले कि सोनू आज समझिए 1 से 5 अप्रैल अगर इस सेट पे शूटिंग कर रहा है, तो उनके रिलेशंस में जितनी भी तकलीफ़ों वाले लोग हैं आसपास के गांव वाले, उन सबको बुलाते हैं कि 1 से 5 सोनू मिलेगा, आ जाओ. तो वहाँ पे सेट के बाद वो लाइन लगती है, फिर मैं सबसे वैन में मिलता हूँ. हाँ सर बताइए, हाँ सर ये प्रॉब्लम, ओके चलिए करते हैं सर, आप बताइए क्या प्रॉब्लम है, ऐसे करते हैं. तो रोज़ मिलता है वो. एंड चिरंजीवी सर सेड कि आई हैवंट एक्सपीरियंस दिस एवर इन माई लाइफ कि जहाँ पे एक एक्टर को मिलने इतने लोग आते हैं और जब वो जाते हैं इतनी स्माइल्स के साथ जाते हैं. सो जैसे सर आपने बोला कि मैं फिल्म तो कर रहा हूँ, पर एक फुल टाइम जॉब मेरा ऑन सेट ये भी रहता है कि लोगों की तकलीफ़ें सुनता रहूं और मैं क्या करता रहूं. और आई थिंक दिस इज द बेस्ट, आई वुड से, टाइम्स दैट आई हैव सीन इन माय लाइफ of last 17-18 years of my career. और मैं आपको एक छोटा सा just to add to that कि हम लोग रामोजी राव फिल्म सिटी में से शूटिंग कर रहे थे. शॉट खत्म हुआ. शॉट खत्म होके जैसे मैं अपने सेट से मेकअप वैन में घुसने लगा तो एक माँ और एक फादर अपने छोटे से बच्चे को, जिसका पेट इतना फूला हुआ था, 8-9 साल का बेटा था, वो तुरंत आके मेरी पैरों में पड़ गई बिफोर आई गॉट इन द वैन. तो मैंने बोला नहीं प्लीज़ उठिए आप. तो रोते रोते बोला कि यार मेरे बेटे को बचा लीजिए, इसको उसका किडनी ट्रांसप्लांट होना था, तो आप इसको बचाए. पूरा सेट था, सब एक्टर्स थे. मैं कहने नहीं आप आइए, मेरे को बताइए. मैंने रिपोर्ट वगैरह देखी, उसकी फ़ोटोग्राफ खींची, मैंने अपोलो हॉस्पिटल भेजी. तो वहाँ पे CEO मिस्टर सुब्रमण्यम है हैदराबाद में. तो मैं कहा सर इस केस को ज़रा देख के बताइए कि क्या हो सकता है. और उनके पास एक लेटर था जिसमें उस बच्चे की जो किडनी ट्रांसप्लांट होना है उसका आई थिंक 28-30 लाख का खर्चा था. मैंने उनसे पूछा कि आपके पास कितने पैसे पड़े माँ बाप के पास. उन्होंने बोला कि हमारे पास 4.5-5 लाख रुपए हैं, अरेंज किए हैं, बाकी हमारे पास है नहीं. तो मैंने बोला कि आई स्पोक टू द CEO मिस्टर सुब्रमण्यम सर. आई रिमेंबर मनीष, डॉक्टर मनीष थे जो वन ऑफ द टॉप डॉक्टर्स इन अपोलो हॉस्पिटल, मनीष वर्मा. तो मैंने उनसे बोला कि सर ये करना है केस, इनके पास इतने शॉर्टफॉल हैं, आप बताइए मैं कितने दे दूं, पर इसको बचाना ज़रूरी है. उन्होंने बोला, मनीष वर्मा थे वो, कहते यार जब तुम अनजान बंदे के लिए कर रहे हो तो उसकी फ़ीस, डॉक्टर मनीष वर्मा की फ़ीस होती थी 6.5 लाख रुपए उस किडनी ट्रांसप्लांट की, विच अपोलो यूज टू पे टू देम. फिर उसके बाद हॉस्पिटल बेड सब माफ़ कर करके जो उन्होंने 30 लाख की सर्जरी थी वो उन्होंने 14 लाख में की. 4.5-5 लाख से उन्होंने किए, 1-2 लाख किसी ने और किए, बाकी के मैंने किए. वो बच्चा बच गया, उसकी सर्जरी हो गई, वो बच्चा बच गया. और विश्वास कीजिए जो आज भी किडनी ट्रांसप्लांट्स इतने महंगे होते हैं, हम लोग सिर्फ उसको 12-14 लाख में कराते हैं. आपके पास पैसे हैं या नहीं है, थोड़े हैं कम, हम लोग करवाएं. और डॉक्टर्स 1 रुपया नहीं चार्ज करते, बिकॉज दे सेड बिकॉज वी आर डूइंग इट फॉर द पीपल हु कांट अफोर्ड इट. सो आई थिंक दे आर द ट्रू हीरोज. हम तो सिर्फ जरिए हैं, हम सिर्फ जरिए हैं करने का, कि हमने कहीं ना कहीं उनसे जुड़ गए, हॉस्पिटल्स का जुड़ गए, डॉक्टर्स के साथ जुड़ गए और वो होना शुरू हुआ. बट ये था हमेशा ही. मुझे लगता है वो अवेकनिंग आने में थोड़ा सा टाइम लगा. हमें कोविड की शक्ल देखनी पड़ी, हमें खुद मुश्किलों से जाना पड़ा, हमें खुद अपने लोग खोने पड़े, आसपास के लोग खोने पड़े, तो वो अवेकनिंग आई. और आज बिलीव यू मी, हम लोग पूरे देश में छोटे से छोटे गाँव में हम लोग काम करते हैं, हर तरह का काम. अब हैंडपम्प भी लगाते हैं पानी निकालने का, हम हर चीज़ करते हैं. और विश्वास मानिए सर कि जो भी हम लोग, हमें बोला जाता है, हम लोग के साथ वहाँ के गांव के जो लोग नहीं भी अफोर्ड कर पाते या नहीं कर पाते, वो भी बेचारे खड़े होते हैं हमारे साथ करने के लिए. दिस नेवर हैपेंड अर्लियर. और आई थिंक दिस इज द टाइम व्हेन वी नीड टू अगेन कनेक्ट ऑल दीज पीपल टुगेदर एंड मेक इट बिगर एंड बिगर. एंड आई एम श्योर यू नो वी आर हेडिंग टुवर्ड्स दैट. थैंक यू. थैंक यू सर.
हेलो Mr. Sonu Sood.
Hi, sir.
This is Rajiv Shroff here.
Rajiv ji.
I'd just like to know now if someone wants to join your organization as a volunteer, how, where, and what can they do?
Sir, now you are a part of our organization, sir.
No, the thing is, I'd like to work for it.
Of course, sir. That's why I said you are now. I'm going to exchange my number with you, and from tomorrow we'll start working, sir.
Sure, sure.
कल से सुबह फोन आने शुरू हो जाएंगे सर आपको.
I'd just like to do some work and
सर माइक के पास बोलें सर.
Sorry?
Close to the mic, yeah.
Okay, okay. The thing is, the type of work you do, very, very impressive and very, very good. So if we can help out and we can do something for you, it would be a great thing for us.
No, sir, thank you so much. And I promise you कि कल ही मैं आपको फोन करूंगा, कहूंगा सर ये देखिए लोग हैं जरूरतमंद, चलिए बताइए कैसे मदद कर दें सर. Tomorrow we'll start. I'll share my number with you, sir, Rajiv ji.
Yes, yes, sure,
yes,
sure.
Sir.
You just let us have your contact number and I'll be in touch.
Sir, done, sir. अभी लीजिए सर.
No, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Hello, Sonu sir.
Hi,
Gagan
sir.
this side.
भाई क्या हाल चाल?
Good, sir. Firstly, sir, I want to congratulate you, appreciate you for whatever you have done so far, and it's really commendable. And we are not like, we can't express in words what you have done for society. So it's really great, and we want to appreciate
No,
you
sir,
for
thank you
that.
so much. Thank you.
Now, sir, my question is like, you started all alone. You gathered so many good peoples with you. You made such a good team, and you participated for society so well. So we, as a citizen of India, we want you, we want people like you in our politics. And we expect you as our like CM of any good state in future. So what is your future plan for politics? Like, can we expect you in politics in near future? And we want you as a good politician, and even I myself, if someone asks me, I myself want to see you as a CM of any good state like Delhi, Punjab.
सर वो पंगा लेने लगे थे, इसीलिए जो भाई साहब ने सवाल पूछा था, इसीलिए सब हो गया था काम. But yes, sir, of course, I'm sure there's always a time. You can't plan anything. मैंने जो भी अभी कर रहा हूँ, ये भी प्लान नहीं था. जब वो डेस्टिनी में लिखा होगा, तारीख तय होगी, समय तय होगा, जगह तय होगी, वहाँ पे मैं होऊंगा ज़रूर. But like I said, you know, ज़रूरी नहीं है कि you have to be in politics to do that. उसके बिना भी कर सकते हैं, उसके साथ भी कर सकते हैं. Of course, I think we need good people in that word. मेरी sister ने अभी, in fact, tried also in Punjab, though she couldn't win. But the biggest lesson that I learned from the whole thing was, मैं उनको बोला था कि जब आप इस दुनिया में आते हैं ना सर, इस दुनिया में आते हैं, तब आप रियलाइज करते हैं कि आपके अपने लोग जो होते हैं, वो नहीं चाहते कि यार ये सब चीजें हों. And that's the time then you have to take a call कि बहुत से जर्नी रुकनी नहीं चाहिए. मैंने जैसा आपको बताया कि जो स्पीड ब्रेकर्स होते हैं लाइफ के अंदर, these are all the स्पीड ब्रेकर्स जो कहीं से डाइवर्जन्स मिलती हैं आपको लाइफ में. अरे यार ये नहीं, मेरे को ये करना है, मैं बिजी हो गया, मैं अपनी मूवीज़ में बिजी हो गया, और लोग अभी भी इंतज़ार कर रहे हैं कि कब मेरा काम होगा, कब जॉब मिलेगी, कब मेरे को इलाज होगा. तो ये जब डाइवर्जन्स आपको पकड़ लेती हैं, उस समय कहीं ना कहीं आप भटकना शुरू होते हो. मैं कई बार बिजी होता हूँ. आई फील मेरे कई बार, मैं अभी इन साउथ अफ्रीका फॉर ऑलमोस्ट 40 days. मैं हर रोज़ अपनी टीम के साथ बात करता है. मैं क्या यार कोई भी बंदा छूट ना जाए यार, कोई स्ट्रगल करता है छूट ना जाए, ढूंढते रहो किसको तकलीफ क्या है. बट जब मैं समय नहीं देता था मुझे गिल्ट महसूस होता था, यार मैं इतना बिजी हो गया. जब समय होता था देखो मैं फटाफट काम कर लेता. बट लाइक आई सेड, इसमें सॉरी भाई, व्हाट्स योर नेम? सॉरी. गगन, मैं आपको बताता हूँ कि जब हम लोग ये कहानी सुनते हैं, जैसे आप सुन रहे हो, मैं आप लोगों से भी इंस्पायर होता हूँ, और आप लोग भी शायद कुछ लोग बोलोगे चले यार हम भी करते हैं. शुरुआत बड़ी इजी रहती है, पर उसको मेंटेन करना बड़ा मुश्किल रहता है, क्योंकि इतना प्रेशर आता है आपके माइंड पे, इतना प्रेशर आता है. व्हेन यू सी सो मच ऑफ मिजरीज, यू सी सो मच ऑफ सॉरो, कई बार ऐसा होता है लोग गुस्सा हो जाते हैं आपसे. आपने किसी का इलाज कराना, आप बोलते हैं यार मैं डॉक्टर से लाइन अप कर रहा हूँ, वो कहेगा एक दो बार नहीं आप फ़ोन कर पाए, 1-2 घंटा लेट हो गया, वो कहेगा मजाक बना रखा सर, हम फ़ोन कर रहे हैं आप उठाते नहीं फ़ोन, हम कब से इंतज़ार कर रहे हैं, हमारा बंदा बाहर बैठा हो हॉस्पिटल के बाद, क्या मजाक बना रखा तुमने. तो मेरा जो वॉलंटियर बताया, सर ये क्या तमीज़ है क्या बात करने की, ऐसे बात. मैं क्या ऐसे ही होगा. मैं क्या दिस इज़ वॉट यू नीड टू लर्न की पेशेंस. ऐसा होगा ही होगा. रोज़ गाली भी देंगे लोग, तो बोलेंगे भी, सब कुछ करेंगे, लेकिन रुकना बड़ा ज़रूरी है. बिकॉज आपको मेंटली इतना हिट करता है वो कि आप छोड़ देते हैं. यार मैंने 1 हफ्ता किया, यार मैंने मदद की, 2-4-5 लोगों की जान बचाई, पढ़ाया 4-5 लोगों को, अब बस मैं थोड़ा 1 महीने का ब्रेक लूँगा, उसके बाद वापस शुरू करूँगा. उसको मेंटेन करना इज़ द गेम. मैं सबसे वही बोलता हूँ कि जो लोग भी whoever they are doing, I'm sure सब लोग बहुत कमाल का काम कर रहे हैं, पर जो लोग भी जुड़ना चाहते हैं, वो प्रेशर को हैंडल करना बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट है. जैसे वो प्रेशर बिल्डअप होना होता है, क्योंकि आपकी निजी ज़िंदगी में हर होना लगता है. कई बार वाइफ बोलती है हस्बैंड को चलो आज हम लोग जाएंगे पार्टी, और पता लगता है उधर जो हस्बैंड है वो कोऑर्डिनेट कर रहा था कि बॉस लखनऊ में हॉस्पिटल मिला नहीं मिला, मेडिसिन मिली नहीं मिली, और आप बिजी हो गए, और वाइफ कहेगी यार तू जा, मतलब हम जा रहे हैं बाहर पार्टी में, तो उसमें लगा हुआ. तो आई थिंक यू नीड टू प्रायोरिटाइज वन थिंग कि बॉस ये मेरी दुनिया है, पर ये भी मेरी दुनिया है. द फैमिली नीड्स टू अंडरस्टैंड दैट. मैं जब बाहर निकलता था गगन, मेरी जो बिल्डिंग वाले थे मेरे को घूर के देखते थे, आ गया ये अभी कोरोना पक्का लेके आएगा बिल्डिंग के अंदर, ये पक्का आएगा, अभी आज इनफैक्ट होके आया होगा. मेरे आई हैव गॉट 2 sons, मेरी वाइफ वो भी उस समय घर पे थे. मैं करीबन 8-10 महीने जब वो पीक पे चल रहा था और जो सेकेंड वेव में था, मैं उनको दूर से ही देखता था. मैं एक जगह बैठा रहता था, या सुबह से निकलता था, रात को आता था. मैंने उनको हार्डली कभी हक किया होगा या हाथ पकड़ के मैंने उनको कुछ बोला होगा. एंड इफ आई वांटेड टू शो माय अफेक्शन टू देम कि यार आई मिस्ड यू ईशान, आई मिस्ड यू यान, मैं बोल ही नहीं पाता था, क्योंकि मुझे पता था कहीं ना कहीं से मैं अगर इन्फेक्ट होकर आ गया तो पूरी फैमिली को मैं ना दे पाऊँ. आई थिंक दैट्स व्हाट द स्ट्रगल इज ऑल अबाउट, व्हेन यू हैव टू फाइट योर ओन लव्ड वंस. So and I think that's a time when your family needs to be very supportive कि बॉस कोई बात नहीं यार हमें टाइम मत दे, पर तू अच्छा काम कर रहा है ना, करके दे यार. मैं आपको छोटा सा एग्जांपल बताता हूँ. मेरे सिस्टर इन लॉ के दोनों बच्चे, वन वॉज 14-15 ईयर्स और एक 16-17 साल के, दोनों दे वर विजिटिंग मी इन बॉम्बे. और वो स्नैपचैट, इंस्टाग्राम, इस पे बड़े बिजी रहते थे। तो मैंने उनको बोला एक काम करो, इसको रखो साइड पे, मैं तुम्हें केसेस दे रहा हूँ, तुम लोगों को फॉलोअप करना है और मेक श्योर कि उनको एडमिशन मिले और उनका सब हो। तो वो बेचारों ने लाइन अप करना शुरू किया, लखनऊ में पीजीआई में, यहाँ एडमिशन दिला, वहाँ दिला, सब जो दिलाया। और उन्होंने जब 5-6 लोगों की जान बचाई एक हफ्ते में, उसके बाद उन्होंने 3 महीने वहाँ पे रहे, उन्होंने अपना सोशल मीडिया खोल के ही नहीं देखा, बिकॉज दे एंजॉयड सो मच। और उनके जो सर्कल था बच्चों का, उनके अंदर दे बिकेम हीरोज बिकॉज दे वर सेविंग लाइव्स एवरी डे। एंड आई थिंक दैट्स व्हाट वी कैन टीच आवर चिल्ड्रन ऑल्सो, कि ऐसा नहीं बच्चे तू बड़ा होएगा बड़ा काम करना, ना आज काम करना। मुझे लगता है कि अगर आपके किसी बच्चे ने आगे बोल दिया कि यार मेरा कोई क्लासमेट या मेरे बस वाले का कोई बच्चा पढ़ नहीं पा रहा, डैड आज उसकी फीस भर दो, तो समझ लेना आपका बेटा हीरो बन गया और उससे बड़ी सक्सेस कोई नहीं होगी। आई थिंक दैट्स व्हाट वी ट्राई टू टीच आवर चिल्ड्रन एंड दैट्स व्हाट आई ट्राई टू डू।
सोनू जी।
हाँ जी सर।
सोनू सर।
हाँ जी सर।
सो वन क्वेश्चन, जैसे आपने बोला कितना सारा कुछ काम, यू हैव डन अ ग्रेट अमाउंट ऑफ वर्क all over the place. So many people have benefited out of the entire situation. When the COVID was there, the entire committee of ICI Dubai, we organized like 8 vaccination drive in ICI Dubai. But besides that, we have done so much socially, the COVID vaccination all around. My question is, during those times, a lot of people come and connect with you, right? They say, I want to help you out, I want to contribute food, I want to contribute X, Y, Z. But this entire passion shared away after 2 days, 3 days. They say, I will gonna give you money, come and collect the check with me, come and do this. One day and second day they disappear. My point is, what do you want to say to people that this journey is not just a day, this journey is not for a week, this is something regular. The people need to come forward, everybody need to, a small contribution, 10 dirham, 50 dirham, 100 dirham, 500 dirham, but people need to come forward. What you wanted to say on that? I mean, I want people to know from your story that how you inspired so many people out there.
So first of all, thank you to the whole CA family for doing such great work, and I'm sure you know आप लोग इतना काम करते हैं तो ही वो दुआएं इतना काम करती है। But like you said sir, मैं अभी थोड़ी देर पहले वही बोला कि उसको सस्टेन करना बड़ा मुश्किल है प्रेशर को। मुझे सब एक्टर्स के फ़ोन आते थे कि यार सोनू मज़ा आ गया यार, तूने इंडस्ट्री का नाम बड़ा अच्छा किया, बहुत कमाल किया, टेल मी हाउ कैन वी बी ए पार्ट ऑफ योर स्टोरी। मैं कहता सर कल से मैं आपको केसेस भेजना शुरू करता हूँ, करो। कितना टाइम हमें देना पड़ेगा इसके अंदर? मैं क्या मतलब टाइम तो कुछ नहीं, आधी रात को भी फ़ोन करना पड़ेगा पूरे? नहीं यार इतना नहीं हो, कोई 2 घंटे दे दूँ मैं? 2 घंटे कोई मुझे बता, मैं क्या बॉस देखो मैं दे सकता हूँ, पर मैंने आप सोचो मैंने आपको कोई केस दिया और आपको उसको फॉलोअप करने लगे और 2 घंटे में नहीं फॉलोअप हुआ और आप अपनी लाइफ में बिजी हो गए, तो जिसका केस दिया तो बेचारा भगवान के ऊपर चढ़ जाएगा, पार हो जाएगा। तो ऐसे कैसे होगा? 2 घंटे कैसे होगा? मैं क्या टाइम नहीं है सर, मैं आपको दे दूंगा केसेस, आपको मेक श्योर करना है कि वो केस पूरा हो, कंप्लीट हो, वो बंदा हॉस्पिटल में, स्कूल में, जॉब में, घर पे, कहीं पे पहुंच जाए। यार वो थोड़ा मुश्किल होएगा, तो ठीक है, आई विल गेट बैक टू यू। और विश्वास कीजिए सर, 1-2 को छोड़ के कोई गेट बैक नहीं हुआ। तो मकसद वही है सर, ऐसा नहीं है कि इंटेंशन नहीं है, इंटेंशन है पर शॉर्ट लिव्ड है। वो थोड़ा सा एक वाव आता है कि यार आज बहुत अच्छा सुना, मैं इंस्पायर हुआ, कल जाके देखो मैं क्या करूँगा, और फिर उसके बाद फिर हम भूल जाते हैं, वो पीछे हो जाता है, कहीं ना कहीं बैक सीट ले लेता है। मैं इसीलिए बोल रहा हूँ आपको, मैं हमेशा मुझे बोलते थे कि यार ये फिटनेस कहाँ से, सुनो आप बड़े फिट हो, कैसे करते हो? मैं हमेशा बोलता था कि मेरी ज़िंदगी के अंदर 22 घंटे, 2 घंटे मैंने फिटनेस को दिए हुए हैं, मैं उसको कभी गिनता ही नहीं। नो मैटर मैं कितना भी बिजी हूँ, कुछ भी हूँ, रूम में लेट पहुँचूँ, 3 बजे मेरी फ्लाइट लैंड की, 4 में जाके 1-8 घंटा एक्सरसाइज करके कुछ करके सो जाता हूँ या करता हूँ, मैंने रखा है। पर अभी अगर आप 2 साल बाद के एक्सपीरियंस से पूछो तो मैं कहता हूँ 24 घंटे की बजाय आप 2 घंटे फिटनेस को दे ना दे, चाहे 1 घंटा दें, लेकिन 1-2 घंटे सोशल वर्क को किसी ना किसी फॉर्म में दें। और आप विश्वास कीजिए, मैं कहता हूँ ना हो काम, ना मदद पहुँचे, कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता, किसी की हेल्प हो, किसी की जान बचा सकें, किसी को पढ़ा सकें, ना सके, कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता। पर आप अपने दिल से ये पूछ सकते हो कि मैंने आज 1-1.5-2 घंटे ईमानदारी से किसी की मदद करने की कोशिश की कि नहीं की। और अगर आपने ईमानदारी से किया, विश्वास कीजिए मदद ज़रूर पहुंचेगी। सो जस्ट मेंटेन दैट, जो सस्टेन आपने बोला ना कि डोंट वेट फॉर अनदर कोविड टू कम, कि यार चलो हम कोविड में हमने बड़े सब इकट्ठे हुए थे, हमने बहुत कमाल किया, का अब देखेंगे अगला कोविड आएगा तब करेंगे। कोविड नहीं आएगा, कोविड चल रहा है, ये चलता रहेगा, ये कभी नहीं हुआ ख़त्म। हम सिर्फ ये है कि हम लोग बिजी ज़्यादा हो गए, हम अपने कामों में वापस शुरू हो गए, हमारे क्लाइंट्स वापस आने शुरू हो गए, हमारी ज़िंदगियाँ वापस शुरू हो गई, हमारी पार्टी शुरू हो गई, हमारे बिजनेसेस शुरू हो गए। लेकिन जो लोग इफ़ेक्ट हुए वो आज भी इफ़ेक्टेड हैं, हमें उनको ढूंढ रहे हैं। मैं हमेशा बोलता हूँ कि जो आपको नहीं ढूंढ सकता ना, चल आज उसको ढूंढते हैं। सो उसको ढूंढने की कोशिश कीजिए, आपको मिल ज़रूर जाएगा। So I think, like I said, so I hope I answered your question.
Sonu Saab, really thanks for your lot of stories what you have shared. But as an ex-com, like we have vaccinated around 10,000 members and their family members as well. Then we have supplied a lot of concentrators to India. And we have also given 25 or 30 smartphones to Kerala in one of the school where remote village. आपने बहुत स्टोरी शेयर की, दैट्स ग्रेट। मैं एक छोटी सी स्टोरी और शेयर करूंगा। आपने बोला अल्टीमेटली जो भी होता है ऊपर वाला करवाता है, ऑलमाइटी करवाता है। राजा हरिश्चंद्र जब दान देते थे तो वो अपना सर नीचे कर लेते थे। तो तुलसीदास जी ने पूछा, यार कि राजा हरिश्चंद्र आप इतना दान कर रहे हो और आपको शर्म क्यों, इतनी शर्म आ रही है, आप क्यों नीचे देख रहे हैं? तो उन्होंने बोला, कह रहे यार दुनिया सोच रही है कि मैं दान दे रहा हूँ, पर दान तो ऊपर वाला देने वाला है, इसलिए मेरा सर जो है शर्म से नीचे झुक रहा है। But anyway, thank you very much. भगवान तो नीचे नहीं आ सकता, but Sonu Sood has come, and that's because of the Almighty God. Thank you very much.
Sonu Saab, the last question of the evening.
Ji.
You did such a good job, and still you are doing. My question is like, there are some people, they find the flaws in you. There are some critics. We have seen on the Twitter also, they are connecting your name to few political parties. So my question is like, how to cope up these critics while you are doing the good work, and how to keep, your good work is going on, and how to avoid these people. That's a lot of people are doing the good work, but still when they start facing the critics and all, they stop doing the good work.
Sir, I feel we don't need to avoid them, we just need to go and hug them. We just need to tell them, boss ठीक है यार, आप बता दो कि कैसे किया जाता है। मैं आपको एक बताता हूँ, जब मैं हेल्प करता था तो कुछ ऐसे अकाउंट्स होते थे जो दे ऑलवेज यूज्ड टू ट्रोल यू, या कुछ ना कुछ गलत आप बोलने की कोशिश करते थे, पर आप उनकी भी हेल्प करना शुरू करते थे। क्योंकि जब आप उनको एक बार किसी को जवाब दे दो ट्विटर पे, तो लोगों को लगता है अरे उसको जानता है तो फिर करो। आई यूज्ड टू स्टार्ट हेल्पिंग दोज पीपल ऑल्सो कि यार आप बता दो कैसे करें। तो आई फील कि अगर हम किसी के कहने से, या कोई आपको ट्रोल कर रहा है, या कोई आपका क्रिटिक है, या आपके कुछ अगेंस्ट बोल रहा है, अगर हम उसके लिए अपना काम बंद कर दें तो आई थिंक वो काम शुरू करने का फ़ायदा ही नहीं था। सो आई थिंक दैट्स द चैलेंज दैट वी हैव टू गो थ्रू, कि बस काम करते रहना इंपॉर्टेंट है, बंद नहीं होना। और आई थिंक दैट्स व्हाट वी बीन ट्राइंग टू डू। थैंक यू।
सोनू सर, सेक्रेटरी साहब सिर्फ 5 सेकेंड।
जी सर।
बड़े पर्दे पे तो आपको देखते ही थे, आज लाइव भी देख लिया हमने। सिर्फ आपका एक डायलॉग याद आ रहा है सिंह इज किंग से, कानून के हाथ और छेदी सिंह की लात दोनों ही बहुत लंबी होती है। सो आज आपने दिखा दिया है कि आपने हाथ और पैर सब जगह पसार दिए, एंड एवरी इंडियन लव्स यू। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
सर ने जो मेरे डायलॉग के बारे में बोला है, वो डायलॉग मैंने ही लिखा था पिक्चर में सर। तो मुझे याद है कि दबंग की शूट चल रही थी और सलमान मुझे खाने पे लेके गए। हम लोग वाई में शूट कर रहे थे पूना के आगे, और उसने बोला कि चल यार सुनो आज कुछ खाना खाने चलते हैं। मैं बोला चल। तो गाड़ी में बैठे, कहता सुनो तू कंफर्टेबल तो है ना यार, गाड़ी लंबा आदमी है तो यार। तो मैं क्या है ना सलमान, कि कानून के हाथ और सोनू सूद की लात दोनों बहुत लंबी हैं भैया। तो वो बोला यार अच्छा डायलॉग है यार, इसको मैं क्या यार पिक्चर में यूज़ करते हैं। तो अगले दिन हमने शूटिंग में वो डायलॉग इनकॉर्पोरेट किया। दैट वाज नेवर ए पार्ट ऑफ द स्क्रिप्ट, कि कानून के हाथ और छेदी सिंह की लात दोनों बहुत लंबी हैं भैया। थैंक यू।
Thank you very much, Mr. Sood, for sharing your experience on how to choose the correct values that will stand the test of the time. A thunder round of applause for Sonu Sood.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
As we are beginning, Holy month is about to start. On behalf of the chapter, I would like to greet everyone and wish all of you Ramadan Kareem. Thank you. Now, I would like to invite Mrs. Chairman Deepa Chaturvedi and Anju Agrawal on the stage to felicitate Mr. Sonu Sood.
और मैं सब लोगों से एक मैम आइए ना प्लीज, मैं सर एक कहना चाहूँगा, आई विल शेयर माय नंबर और ईमेल आईडी जो हम लोग काम करते हैं फाउंडेशन का, वील कनेक्ट वन ऑन वन सर, कि कैसे आप गाइड अस ऑल्सो कि कैसे होना चाहिए, वी विल लर्न फ्रॉम यू ऑल्सो, बट विल कनेक्ट एंड विल ट्राई टू मेक अ फैमिली वेयर वी टुगेदर वी कैन ब्रिंग मोर चेंजेस। और मैं यही बोलूँगा कि आज अगर मैं इस मंच पे खड़ा हूँ, इस मंच पे आने का तभी फ़ायदा है कि अगर हम लोग मिल के कुछ और ज़िंदगियाँ बदल पाएँ। आई थिंक दैट्स वे टू सेलिब्रेट दिस एसोसिएशन टुगेदर। आई विल शेयर माई कॉन्टैक्ट विद सर के साथ मैं पूरा कर लूँगा, और प्लीज़ गेट इन टच विद, आई मेक श्योर कि वी विल मेक यू प्राउड सर। थैंक यू सो मच। हाँ जी, ओह वाओ, थैंक यू सो मच। Thank you so much. This is beautiful. Thank you. Sir, मजा आ गया. Thank you.
This is amazing thing because ladies and gentlemen, now we have reached the last part of today's event, and for a formal vote of thanks, I would like to invite our executive committee member who believes that there is nothing called good or bad in this world. Before we call for vote of thanks, can I invite XCOM for a group photo, please? XCOM and families. XCOM and spouse.
अरे नहीं,
राजी कितने?
Thank you so much, sir.
Come.
पृथ्वीराज है. नहीं प्लीज. आप एक दो लोग इधर आ जाए सर, बैलेंस हो जाएगा. आज अच्छा आ रहे हो. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
नहीं चल.
From that side.
Better. You be here. People will take.
आप sorry, बड़ी ऊंचा है.
क्या? किधर गया? मनी किधर गया? हैं? आयुष आई वो मणि भाई आओ
हेलो हेलो चालू कर दे हेलो 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 ladies and gentlemen, now you are enjoying your dinner. We have reached the last part of our today's event, and for a formal vote of thanks, I would like to invite our executive committee member who believes that there is nothing called good or bad in this world and that it's just a perspective. I'll request our executive committee member CA Sanjay Gagrani to come on the stage.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. A very warm good evening, everyone, and Ramadan Kareem. On behalf of ICI Dubai chapter, I would like to express our profound thanks to our chief guest, His Excellency Sanjay Sudhir. He has given us an invaluable input on comprehensive economic partnership agreement between India and UAE. It's called SEPA. Thank you, sir. My deepest thanks to our guest of honor, Mr. Bhupendra Chobe. Your insight on the topic was very unique and engaging. My sincere gratitude to our Honorable President, CA Devasis Mitra, and Vice President, CA Aniket Sunil Talati. Your word of wisdom on future of accounting profession and various initiatives what ICI India has taken has prepared us for the better future. Thanks. My great appreciation to our eminent speaker, Mr. Yogesh and Ms. Swati Rohit. Thank you very much for coming to Dubai and motivating us. At the last, my warmest thanks to Mr. Somanu Sood. Your story has inspired us, become the best person we can be, and given us the precise advice to become a better leader and inspiring future. I would also like to thank our sponsor who are always supporting us. Thanks to our title sponsor, Saudi German Hospital. Principal sponsor, Pan Emirates, Tele, Lillu, IFCO and AGMC. Our platinum sponsor, Emirates Chartered Accountants Group, UH by James, WMS and HLB Ham. Thanks to our FMCG partner, Actia. And I also would like to thank our media partner, Khalid institutional partner, Delhi Private School, and banking partner, Bank of Baroda. Many thanks to all of our participants, members and spouses who came here physically and also who joined virtually. And last but not least, thanks to Grand Hyatt and his professional teams. Dinner is already served, you're all enjoying it. So Jai Hind, Jai ICI, Ramadan Kareem to all of you. Thank you.